Hey everybody. Get too excited yet? Gonna be a bit. Okay, now we're ready. I gotta log into the No Politics account on TikTok Studio. Give me a bit here. Prof is golden. How's my mic? He has been brewing for way too long, my guy. I know. And you know what? Actually, I have bad news. Uh, I was hoping to like spill the whole kettle, but unfortunately, I'm only gonna be able to spill one cup. But I think I'll reward you guys afterwards. I'll explain when I go live on TikTok. Hang on. I'll explain when I go live on TikTok. 1 second. No, not bad news in relation to like real life. Bad news in relation to all the chismosas and chismosos. One cup. I'm so thirsty. All right, I gotta log in. Give me a second. I gotta log into the No Politics account on my. Can we possibly get crackers with the tea? I'll see what I can do. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Um. There will be at least one bridge burnt today. Yes. Will this be recorded and posted on YouTube? Somebody was asking, but I forgot who. It will. It will. I post everything. All of my lives on YouTube get automatically recorded and posted, and I have no problem with that because I've got nothing to hide. Gotta go. True. Okay. Okay, we are now logged in. No politics account on TikTok. I'm gonna go live on there in a second. Wait, Rose, would that be a problem? Hey, Rum. Oh, yeah, but now I'm burning it publicly so that people can see. See the truth in front of us. Thank you, Sid, for the $1.99. Okay. Should have poured gasoline on that bridge a while ago. Yeah, well. Need that London Bridge song. I've All right. We should be live on TikTok right now on the No Politics account. Hey, everybody. Oh, I'm muted on TikTok. Sorry, TikTok. Hi. Sorry about that. Welcome in, everybody. Howdy ho. LOL, this is a gossip channel now. What does my description say? I think on here it says gym, cats, and tea, right? So like it's always been. This account feels like we're in middle school, sitting in the corner of the cafeteria gossiping. Sloppy Joe's and tea. Life is good. Damn, I haven't had a Sloppy Joe in so long. Not entirely sure what a Sloppy Joe is. It's an American thing. Oh yeah. And did you see a judge just got arrested a couple hours ago? I'm gonna avoid politics for right now. Just because we're not on the politics account, and also I don't want to think about it. Hey, Chris. I don't think we would have had time, Chris. Unfortunately, maybe we could have on Wednesday. What tea are you drinking? This is the loose leaf tea that Anna had sent. This one is Maui Mango, I think it's what it's called. Maui Mango and 1 packet of Splenda. How's the day been? It's been interesting. So first, I'm gonna go over a few things here. I am not going to discuss anything that doesn't directly involve myself or my community. As much as I want to, it really is not my place to speak on anyone else's situation. Okay. Now, obviously, I'm gonna provide as much context as I can in reference to the stuff that involves me and the Daniverse. But if people start asking questions outside of the purview of this live, I'm just not going to answer them. It's not my place, and I don't want to be disrespectful to any other people that are involved. I'm just getting that out of the way now. Second thing is this live is currently recorded on YouTube. So anyone that wants to screen record or whatever, you don't have to. I'm not hiding anything. It's all just going to be available on YouTube right after the live's over, just like all the other evidence that we're going to be providing here today. Now, I will be posting some screenshots from the Discord. However, the Discord, being a semi-private platform, I'm going to be redacting people's names, except for myself. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who would say, I don't care, but as a courtesy to everybody that is in the Discord, I'm going to be redacting all the names. However, for anything I post from YouTube or Twitch, given that they're public platforms, I'm not going to redact the names. I'm just going to post them as is. Now, that leads me to very, very, very important. I don't care who is discussed in this live. I don't care if what you hear outrages you. Nobody from my community is going to harass, DM, or report anybody that is spoken about here. Okay? I'm going to say that one more time. Nobody from my community is going to DM, harass, or report anybody that is spoken about in this live. Okay. So, on April 9th, 2025, I went live and announced some very big news for me and my community. I'm not a very large creator on this platform. I think in regards to the Unfuck America tour, I'm probably in the bottom 10% in terms of follower count. And being invited to the Unfuck America tour was huge news for all of us. And as we were live, I was going through the website and going through all the creators that we would be interacting with, that we'd be working with, that we'd be meeting. Now there was a creator that is also on this app that has a larger platform than myself that was expressing her passive aggressive criticisms in chat. Now, fortunately, my YouTube live was recorded, like I said, April 9th, and that records all of TikTok chat. Now, unfortunately, Because it's recording through a third party, if a comment gets muted afterwards, it will still show up on the YouTube live. So I cannot say 100% what and what not was muted by mods, but everything that was posted onto TikTok is in that YouTube live, completely unedited. Right. Now, I gotta check my messages. Okay. So first, I'm gonna go through the timeline of what took place. April 9th, right? We had this live. I'm too ADHD. I need the T at 2x speed. I'm so sorry. You might have to come back and watch it later. April 9th was when this started. And as we're going over all of the creators that are going to be there, like I said, this other creator, who I don't believe was invited, was posting comments criticizing the makeup of the tour. And I invited her to come up because after like the, I don't know, 10th or 11th comment, I wanted to know, I respected this person at the time. We were mutuals. She'd been on my live before. I'd been on her live before, and I invited her to come up to just speak what she had to say about the issue. So she comes up and starts to express her concerns. I then bring up other people that have a what's the word here? That have context to add. Okay. So I bring up somebody involved in organizing the tour. And I also bring up somebody who's a member of my community that is a part of the group that this creator was speaking for. And so later on in this conversation, and we're actually gonna watch clips from this conversation. I know it sounds like vagaries, but we're gonna watch the YouTube video. I'm just gonna set the stage here. So later on, this creator calls another creator a racist, performative person, right? Calls them performative and calls them racist. Okay. Now that creator happens to comment grifter. Thank you, Aaron. That was the word I was looking for. Racist grifter. Now that creator happens to be a friend of mine and comes into the live around the time. I'm not sure if somebody sent him the live or whatever, but he wanted to come up and defend himself. So I brought him up. And there was what I thought was a very, very constructive conversation. Other creators came up, some of them agreeing with this original creator, some of them not. But ultimately, at the end of it, I was under the impression that we had all come to a consensus, at least on one of her points. And we had differing opinions on another one of her points. Like I said, we're going to see that in the video once I play it. And I thought everything was cool. Okay? That was my impression of it. After that live, this creator went on her own live, maybe it was the next day, and basically said that she was dogpiled thanks to the way I carried myself. And a lot of her fans had commented on that YouTube video. Like I said, all of my VODs are recorded, expressing concern that I had operated in a way that was misogynistic. And hold on, I'll read the comments for you. And disrespectful to marginalized communities. Now, I went ahead and went to my Discord just to see if I was out of line. Because listen, I'm a straight white-ish man. I still don't know. I've been called white, and I've been called not white. I don't know what you guys want to call me. My parents are from Syria and Lebanon. Whatever you want to call that is fine. But regardless, I can't speak for women, and I certainly can't speak for if something I said or did was misogynistic. So I asked the women of my community, if I was out of line, and I posted the video, and I posted the comments from that video. And so that discussion in my private Discord, right, continued to go on talking about these comments and the way she had framed that conversation, that original conversation. And the consensus was that they were misrepresenting what happened. Either way, that was the end of it. And I thought nothing more would come of this. 1 or 2 days later, I'm in my live, and we have about we're nearing the end of the live. We have about 600 people left in the live. Now, usually, y'all know, I take my time ending my live, and it always like dwindles down to like 200 because I have trouble. I'm like, all right, we're about to end the live, and then I don't end for like another hour. We had like 600 people, and I was like, you know what? Let's give someone a fat juicy live, a fat juicy raid, a 600 person raid. So then, and I'm going to emphasize this: the live I'm referring to is recorded and on my YouTube with all of the comments. And one of the comments says, "Hey, we should raid Erica Shante." Erica Shante is a black creator on this platform, and I had not been mutuals with her at the time. I'd only seen her on panels before. I hadn't seen her on her live before. But when I saw that comment, I said, "Okay, let's see what she's doing." So I go, and I see she's at the end of her live, it seems, doing what's known as pickle time, and she's in a pickle costume, and they're dancing and they're vibing, and I'm like, maybe we shouldn't raid right now. And then I look at chat, and I'm like, actually, maybe we should raid right now, because it reminded us of our crab raves, right? So we go in, right? Dan raid, okay? Now, I'm super excited because it's fun. Like, they are having a good time, and right when we get in there, this creator that we're talking about says "ew," and her community start attacking my community for raiding. This creator says this raid is performative, implying that I only raided this black woman because she was a black woman and because she had made criticism about Dean not raiding enough black women. And we're going to go over that as well. Now, again, my lives are recorded. And I saw Erica's name in the chat right there. And I went to Erica's page, and it had nothing to do with her being a black woman. So this, aside from her saying "ew" to the raid, was insulting. What really put things over the edge to where I said, okay, I'm burning this bridge, and I basically decided that this live was going to happen, was when this creator, her name is Alina, quoted one of our viewers, one of our Daniverse members, and said, "Well, this is a good friend of mine, and you're not welcome here." Now, I want to, first of all, preface that Erica, number one, had no idea what was going on. Number two, she actually spoke up and said, "Hey, why is the Dan raid being attacked?" And number three, I met her in person at the tour. She is a lovely person and a very informed, awesome creator. I've since watched her live. Like I said, I've seen her on panels, but never seen her lives. She's awesome. And anyone that is looking for somebody to follow, Erica, amazing. And I will be happy to pin any of her to pin her social here. It's Erica_Shante. If one of my mods want to pin that to follow. Now, to me, I can't fathom a good friend trying to prevent a 600-person raid from a person with a bigger platform, because Alina has a larger platform than me, but I have a larger platform than Erica for now. Frankly, I think Erica's going to blow past me. But I have no idea why a friend would want to prevent a 600-person raid from joining that live, especially when Erica didn't know anything about this. Erica is not the creator we were talking about. Erica is an amazing person, and I frankly, I didn't even want to have to bring her up. The only reason I am is because my community was personally attacked, and I if my community gets attacked, that's it. You're gonna get blown out by receipts, because y'all know my receipt game. Y'all remember the last drama, and my receipt game is so. So just so we're clear, Erica, amazing, awesome, really good at what she does. And I look forward to working with her at the next stop of the Unfuck America tour. Alina is the subject of this live. So, way to misconstrue things. Okay, Chiara, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through every single piece of evidence, and at the end, if you somehow think that I'm misconstruing things, then we can go over it. Because we were treated that way before I made those memes in Discord. Because, by the way, after this, and I said I was burning the bridge, I made like 20 memes that triggered the Alinus. Okay? Erica did not say ew. No. It was Alina said in Erica's chat, ew. Yes, I'm going to keep reiterating it. Erica and I have no problems with each other. Erica was more than respectful to the Daniverse, and she actually commented about how she loves the vibes of our lives. Erica, awesome person, and I hate to even have to say her name in this, but it's the only way to explain how my community was treated by Alina. Actually, Chiara, if you'd like, you could come up now and just tell me what was misconstrued, and I can debunk it in real time. Why would anyone hate a raid? Well, if you're a hater and a virtue signaler, then yeah, I guess. The Alina fans found our cafeteria corner chat. I mean, I knew they would. By the way, in case this live goes down, it will continue on YouTube and Twitch. Just FYI. Okay, Chiara, no problem. I'm gonna go through all the receipts. So I think I hope, I would like to think that even people that are fans of Alina, after seeing the evidence that I provide, will think twice, because what this is a person that misrepresented events so much, either intentionally or by accident, I don't know, but to the point where she would not want us to raid her friend. And that's insane to me. So, I'll pull up the live right now. Alina got caught talking shit and then was embarrassed is what happened. Yes, exactly. So she got pushed back for talking shit and then claimed that was bullying.
Any white person.
Okay. So, and what's your YouTube name? It's Dan Malik Politics. At Dan Malik Politics. Hey, Meme Lord, don't forget to show those. Oh, I'm showing the memes. Oh, if you thought I was going to go through this whole live without showing the memes, bro, I'm showing the memes. That's not what that was. Oh my fucking god. If any one of Alina's fans or mods or whatever wants to come up and debunk anything, I am more than happy to bring you up. And I will also say I'm only bringing one person up at a time. We're not going to dogpile anybody. But when someone comes from my community, I'm just not going to let it go. I'm sorry, but this is the most welcoming, empathetic, and knowledgeable community I've ever experienced. And if people are going to attack them, you're gonna have to go through me. Let me open the Chrome tab. 1 second, chat. Now, once again, I'm gonna reiterate this a few times in the live. No matter what you find out in this live, my community is not going to DM, harass, or report anybody involved in this live. But they called her names in your Discord after the Erica raid. I'm sorry. Do you get to say ew to a raid and say you're not welcome here, and then don't get to be memed on? Is the it? I made like 20 memes about her after she said we weren't welcome in Erica's raid, and after she said ew. So I'm gonna go through all those receipts, okay? And then hopefully that'll enlighten you guys, because I know what Alina told you guys. She made it seem like we were bullying her for 10 days straight, making memes about her. That's not what happened. All right. Wait till you guys see the memes, by the way. I kind of cooked with those memes. We have screenshots too. Bring them. Oh, bring them, please. Bring them. Bring them. Nothing in the Discord is deleted. Everything is available. None of the lives are taken down. All of it is available. Of your Discord? Yes. No, I know. You know, NFG, someone specifically said, I think I know who the Alina mole is. And I said, leave them in there because we have nothing to hide. We have nothing to hide.
I think.
Okay. So, they have the right to go to prison in their country. It's in the Constitution. Now, you're at least a little bit open-minded. You're at least
my video.
Okay, so this is us going through. While I pull up the list of creators, for the people that are here for the first time, I'm just gonna play this video one more time. I know those of you. Okay, and so if you have nothing to hide, admit to talking shit. I'm just gonna go through NFG. I'm just gonna go through the Discord. You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe I did talk shit before the raid. Maybe you're right. Why would you be so scared for me to just go through the evidence? Because I did. Okay. Like this should. You guys should be excited. Like, oh, Dan's gonna go through the evidence and show that he was bullying our queen. Yeah, Malik might have talked shit. Malik might have talked shit. That's fine. But it depends on what shit he talked, frankly. I'm going to go through all of it. You're going to go through all of it. Concepts of shit talking.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you so much, Chris. I'm sorry, this is related to the tea. Today, Dan. Hold on. This is like super relevant. Give me a second. Okay, sorry. So, we're not gonna watch the whole live until Alina gets on. I just want to watch some of the chat to give you an idea of what was being said in chat. Like I said before, so a grown man is upset. He was told he was ew. Okay, it's not just. It wasn't just ew. It was my community was told they weren't welcome in somebody else's live. And that meant I made memes. I made 20 memes. And a grown woman is upset about those 20 memes. Oh, there it is. You are the problem. You got me. No, you got me. You're right. I should let my community be attacked. Because otherwise, I'm a grown man. Like, I literally made memes, and that's what we're talking about. And talk to Alina directly. You're a grown man. I tried talking to Alina directly in that live. And then right after, it sounded like everything from that live went in one ear, out the other. What memes? I didn't even see them. Wait till you guys see what the memes are. Like, they're actually losing their mind over the memes that I made. You're literally getting so excited about bullying. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm Erica's good friend, and you're not welcome here. Ew. I bet they're not going to talk as much shit as they did in the last live. What is that if not bullying? This is what's known as cry bullying. When you start bullying and then you get pushback and now all of a sudden you're being bullied. Excuse me. You might as well turn comments off. Who is losing it? Okay, no, that's rage bait. Like, I'm actually getting gaslighted in real time. Who is... You'll see. You know what? You'll see. How about that? You that have been here since the start, you're tired of watching this video, it'll just be real quick, I swear.
Round game has invited myself and
okay, so I'm gonna zoom in on the chat here.
It's official.
Just so you guys see. I just want to get you guys to get an idea of what the comments were that had me bring her up. So basically, like, I would go to one creator and she'd be like, "Ooh, another white man." I'd go to another creator, she'd be like, "Ooh, another white man." Go to another creator and she'd be like, "Oh, finally a woman, but she's white."
The grassroots powered,
and that's when I invited her up.
Without a doubt.
We're gonna sprint. Join.
Okay. For those of you that aren't following Santana, I am gonna follow the people that I'm not currently following on the list. But we got Santana. Okay. Have I already have him in. MGD 650 Hawk. This is allegedly his 7th account. He keeps getting banned. So, but this guy's huge. He's always on my FYP with he just drops facts. Let's be real. I don't know if y'all saw it. Oh, another dude. Said right there. He just drops facts. Let's be real. Now, again, this is something that for myself and my community was like huge news. So she's kind of being a Debbie Downer. But I will say, once she came up and elaborated her position, there were valid criticisms. Like, y'all will see in the conversation. I thought it was a very constructive conversation. So, yeah. Okay, we have Vic Myers. I'm gonna make sure it's this person. Another dude. ...
I'm Vic Myers. Welcome to the Resistance. This is part 3 of a 4-part video. First part was about the Dred Scott decision. Second part was about Donald Trump saying he's going to end birthright citizenship. And today I'm going to talk about Article 5 of the Constitution.
Okay. Vic Myers. I have never seen him, but he will be there. By the way, I met Vic. Awesome guy. I love this man. And then she says, look, I'm noticing a trend. Like, we know what's being implied here. Okay. Okay. We have hear me out on this. I'm following, I think, the correct account. So then she says another dude in reference to hear me out on this. Now, I'd like to believe that maybe the chat was delayed. But
I suggest you sit back, close your eyes, and just take it in. It took me a few hours to press the play button because every time I start to read it, I start to get choked up. And let this be a reminder that there are many forms of resistance and that we need to recognize all of them. All of them are badly needed. In this case,
like, look how positive the chat is being that aren't named Alina.
it's by a reverend.
Okay. Already friends. Okay, so then she says, my comment is delayed. No, don't act like women are represented. Okay, so let's go ahead and say her comment is delayed. Do y'all know how many women went on this tour? Do y'all know how many women were already on the website that she didn't check? Now, I will say, when this live took place, there was a lack of representation in regards to Black women in particular. 100%. But there were a ton of women going on this tour, including women of color. But I agree that there was a lack of representation of Black women. However, what's important to recognize is that a lot of the creators had not confirmed yet. Anyway. With Just Talk 3. And as a reminder, when she comes up, she's going to say she literally never checked the website. Those that aren't following. This right here is a woman and a part of the LGBTQ community. I was very happy to meet her as well at the tour.
Trolled Donald Trump with an AI-generated American sweatshop video. Here it is.
Oh, wait, Dan, we didn't catch the last one. Wait, before Just Talk? It was glitching. Okay, the creator before Just Talk was... It froze right after Hear Me Out on this. I'm freezing? Am I still freezing? So wait, what did Neely say? Hold on. So yeah, Neely added Alina and said, contact the organizer. She has spots open. And Alina said, no thanks in regards to that. Which is fine. That's her prerogative to not want to go. Well, I paused the video, so maybe it was that. I was trying to be nice. She didn't take it that way. Yeah. Hold on. Alina is white. She didn't ask or want to go. Well, she's Latina. She didn't ask or want to go. She wanted more representation. When we finish this live, you'll see that wanting more representation was agreed upon by literally everyone on the panel. That is not the point of contention. Everyone agreed for more representation. You're pretending not to read my comments is wild. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but there's comments on the past live. There's comments on this live. I apologize if you think I'm ignoring your comments. Wrong place and wrong time, but the Eagles are crushing the NFL draft. Latina isn't a race. Go to school. Okay, so you agree that she's white then? I mean, you could, if you want to call her white, that's fine.
Come on, man.
Call her whatever you want to call her. Okay, it's not my place to say whether she's Latina or whether she's white or whether she's both. Just that's not my business. All right. Jesus.
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, Chris. If she had valid concerns, then why are all her comments bad? Wait, why are all of her comments bad? You're saying these comments? So these comments are passive-aggressive comments. Now, I'm not saying they're bad, which is why I wasn't upset when I invited her up. I said, hey, do you want to come up and just like explain more fully what like the issue is? Because I was reading the comments, and it was so weird to me because she was like another dude, and then there was like 3 women in a row, and she still was upset. So I was like, let's just bring her up and have her speak her mind. Then why are you going over them? Move on. Oh, no, chum. No, hold on. I'm not going to be accused of skipping over any of the evidence, okay? We're going to go over all the evidence in front of us because my community was attacked and I want to clear their names. That's all. And if you want me to keep going, if you just come back later, okay? This live isn't for you. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Who was attacked? Yeah, Chum's mother. When somebody from my community is told by Alina, "You're not welcome here," referencing a different person's live, that's attacked. Yes, you are not welcome here is a disgusting thing to say to somebody. That is an attack. If you disagree, then you're too deep. You're too deep in the Kool-Aid. So like you can miss me with that. Like for the rest of time, actually. Like, go ahead and say it right now. Just say that isn't an attack, and I'll just block you because you're not here in good faith. If you don't think telling somebody they're not welcome in a live is an attack, then you're not here in good faith. I'll just block you. How is she going to draw boundaries for someone else's live? Excuse me. Oh, I hit a nerve. Good. Wait, so you say something dumb. I point out that it's dumb, and that means you hit a nerve? Listen, if you think me being passionate is me being angry, then you haven't watched my lives. And actually, I know you haven't watched my lives because this is your first time here. Okay, you hit a nerve with how silly your comment was. Setting boundaries is bullying now. Yes, when you're setting boundaries for someone else's life. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. No, you went black? Oh, okay. Okay, next on the list. Thoughts on Ken Paxton running for Senate? That name sounds familiar. I'm pretty sure I don't like that person. Wait, actually, you know what? That comment, now I'm happy. Toxic people don't know about boundaries, figures. Are you referring to myself? This is potty mouth Pollyanna. Maybe turn off chat. They will actually see what's happening instead of hating. Yeah, I'm already following her. Did I miss an Alina comment? Sorry. Stop paying attention. Is politics going? Not to my knowledge. Oh, wait. Hold on. Do we have subs in this? Oh, we don't have subs on this account. I was going to do sub only. Don't forget to show what your Discord was saying during this live. Sure. I got you. I got you, big dog. Is Pollyanna Mandy? Yes. And she was also very lovely to meet. It would be great if Isaiah goes. Isaiah said he is considering going. He does not live that far from Texas A&M. Can't tell if that's the passive or the present. Okay, next. Okay, wait. Actually, I'm going to do a vote. Laughing emoji if you want me to turn the comments off. Crying emoji. Isaiah's near Dallas, isn't he? No, he's near Houston. Because I met him in Houston 3 weeks ago. Laughing emoji if I should turn the comments off. Crying emoji if I should not turn the comments off. Why is this being aired out all in this live? Because my community was attacked on a public live, and I'm just not gonna let that happen. I need. This is my boundary. I'm setting my boundary. Okay, you can say whatever you want about me. The moment you attack my community, just be ready for the receipts that are gonna come. Aren't we all the same community? I don't know what you mean by that. So the problem with turning off the comments is that that's going to be seen as me trying to hide something. That's my only issue. I can't do subscriber only because this account doesn't have subscribers. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to ignore... We just need you to lock it for a couple minutes. We thought we were in the same community, but I guess not. Yeah, we weren't in the same community the moment she said my people weren't welcome in Erica's live. Yes, you're right. That is when I burned the bridge. Correct. How is this so hard to understand? I was cool with Alina until Alina wasn't cool with us. Not rocket science. Okay. Okay. I got an idea. Chat. No, Dan, that's misogynist. Okay. I'm just gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna not look at the comments. Y'all are gonna have to deal with that. Nathan.
I just wanted to capture my genuine reaction to immediately after reading that the EU was imposing reciprocal tariffs back on us. Okay, let's research what we export to the EU. First thing that pops up, minerals.
Can not famous people go? Oh yeah, you can. Well, I don't know. I don't know like how open it'll be, but I'm pretty sure it's open to the public. Nathan is going to be there. Yes. No. My chat is totally welcome in Erica's live. Erica, I'm gonna restate this. Erica didn't know anything about this and has nothing to do with any of this, including this live. Erica's amazing. I love Erica, and she is not involved in this drama at all. Other than the fact that it was her live that Alina wanted to kick us out of. So I want that to be clear. Nathan will be on the tour. Okay. And there you go, another man. So we show an Asian man, and she still is upset that it's another man, right? But we'll keep going. Is this on YouTube? The Erica live is not on YouTube, but all of my lives are. I do have screenshots from the Erica live though. 3.2 million? Another man, LOL, from Melina. Okay. Someone should get Adam Khan. Yeah, true. So we don't have to go through all this. You guys get the idea. Eventually, I say something along the lines of, Alina, do you want to come up and like tell me what the issue is? Because at the time, like I said, Alina and I were mutuals. I'd been on her live before. She'd been on my live before. I respected her opinion, so I wanted to see what she was talking about. Because like she was being a negative Nancy, so I wanted to see what the issue was. Because I'm seeing, from my perspective, I'm seeing most of the chat is super positive, but Lena is it just keeps saying weird things, and it's not making sense to me. Because for me, I don't understand what the problem. Like I'm seeing plenty of women, so I wanted her to elaborate on what the issue was. So we're gonna skip to that part when I bring her up. The name's 5.5 million followers. Oh wait, no. This one's important actually. 5.5 million followers. Sully Jessica.
Yeah. You're proud of me?
I can get this comment here.
Baby.
And like CT is memeing over here. He said another woman, like as a joke. I can't see it. It is at SULHEE Jessica. Okay, so Alina says, "Oh, a woman. Hope find your dad." Oh, I think I've seen her.
Everyone in the world has upset Donnie so much that he is completely spiraling over on Truth Social. He's pausing some tariffs, raising others. He's throwing a full-on toddler fit. So let's cover it quickly because I can. From the website, she's the only non-white woman melty face. I want this to be clear. You are going to hear her say, "I did not go to the website," in just a few minutes. It's Andra. Yeah, she is cool. I met her in person. She's awesome.
for a living.
There's a couple white guys in a row. Obviously, Alina mentioned that. No. I wouldn't go if they paid me. One second.
William.
So, like, I don't know if I'm supposed to tell comments like this. So, this person said, Alina, you don't even want to go, but you're crying about who is. Am I supposed to say, hey guys, don't be negative to Alina. Just let her be negative on her own? Is that like, is that the issue? Because if that's the case, then I'll just let you know now. I'm sorry. I'm like, if you have an opinion on the internet, I think other people can have opinions opposed to that. She's so chronically online. Yeah. So I think this is when I finally am looking at the comments and I'm like, okay, this is getting
I have to do videos that are
a little weird. Let me ask her up to talk about it. Oh, got you. Unfiltered.
It's a video about how
This man, by the way, I would trust this man with my life. I've never met a more like genuine person than DFH Unfiltered. Love this guy.
tariffs are just a national sales tax that shift the burden of taxes. Say thank
Oh, okay. So yeah, white people shouldn't be leading any revolutionary actions. And then over here, at least this guy has brown eyes, I guess. Now I will say, my Discord misinterpreted that comment about brown eyes and thought she was talking about me. When in reality she was talking about CFH Unfiltered. And I pointed that out in my Discord. I said, hey guys, I don't think this was about me. I believe it was about CFH. So, like, I understand if people saw that in the Discord and they got offended. Still a weird comment? Yeah, it is still a weird comment, but what do brown eyes have to do with anything? And we apologized right as informed. Yes, that's why I love my community. My community holds themselves accountable when they do something wrong. Oh my god. We should all be starting the revolution. It doesn't matter who starts it. I mean, I don't disagree with that. But that's an opinion. Listen, that is an opinion that is fair for somebody to have, and we can talk about that opinion. Like, that's not, I don't really have a problem with her saying that. It's totally fine for her to say that. I thought we wanted white people to stand up. So this is something that I talk about a lot later, is that people of color are not a monolith. There's people of color that agree with Alina's stance that the revolution or whatever, or liberation, should be led by other people of color. And there's other people of color that are like, bro, we're tired. And we want white people to use their privilege in this situation. So I'm going to say this probably a lot in this live. People of color are not a monolith. Black people are not a monolith. Okay. Why not do both? Alina can set up her own. Dan, aren't you a person of color? Depending on who you ask, I guess. I mean, I'm Middle Eastern. She never said white people shouldn't participate. She said white people shouldn't lead. When did I say? When did? You're doing it in real time. You're doing the gaslighting. She said that white people shouldn't lead the liberation. Not that white people shouldn't be involved. Like, you're actually doing the thing that I'm doing this live for. You guys misrepresent every single sentence that comes out of people's mouths. I just don't understand. I'm glad this happened in person. Whoever just said that. Like, this is happening in real time. The gaslighting is happening in real time. And this type of thing is going to continue to happen, where someone says something tangentially similar to their claim, and then they make this big claim. Yeah, great. So what's the problem then? White people can still use their privilege then. So Chiara, the problem is that what you just said, it was a lie. You heard something Dan said, and then you unsanitized it into something problematic. And that's what Alina has been doing, especially to my community. Okay? So that's the problem. The problem is truth. That my live, you know what my live is about? The number one thing my live is about is truth. I started going live talking about the fake elector plot because it boggled my mind that so many people in the country were gaslighting us about the fact that this guy tried to attempt a coup. If you are against the truth, we're on different teams. That's all I'm going to say. If you're against the truth, we're on different teams. That's why even when the left does something that's a lie, I call it out. So for example, y'all know I hate Donald Trump from the bottom of my soul. And I will never forgive anyone that voted for him 3 times. But when someone in my chat said that Donald Trump said if he ever ran for president, he would run as a Republican because Republicans are easily fooled, I came in and said, that's actually a fake quote. Okay? So what this live is, this is just a truth live. And if the truth live makes you feel uncomfortable, then maybe you need some introspection. Yeah, that quote is fake. There is a real quote where he said that Democrats are better for the economy than Republicans back in the 90s. That's a real quote, but he never said that if he were to run, he'd run as a Republican because they're fooled. That's a fake quote. Okay. Many white guys? What is Alina, what's the argument here? That there's too many white guys? What is fake but not the sentiment? It's mostly white people and very few women. I mean, we saw a lot of women on here. It's probably not 50-50 women and men, but also aren't there more like male political creators than women creators? I could be wrong. Nope. There's a ton of. I'm not saying there isn't a ton of women. Notice Dan not being mean. Literally hearing her out. What is contentious here? I don't get it. It sounds like. I mean, I don't know if Alina wants to just come up and speak her piece. I don't really see the problem with white people being involved in the revolution, but I'm not white, so I don't know. Y'all can even see in the comments at the time, there was disagreement from people of color. But I still welcomed her up to speak on it. I'm gonna get to that shortly. Need to get you a cool background. Well, we have one. Hold on.
Hi.
Hi.
So, I'm not saying that white people shouldn't be involved in revolutionary things, but they shouldn't be leading it. That's like historically, like when it comes to leftist theory and progressive movements, it shouldn't be white people. It should be people of color. So, like, that's why it's performative because it's two cishet white
Where is
men
that coming from?
from leftist theory. Like, all revolutions in the past have been led by marginalized groups, marginalized people.
Wait, what is leftist theory? Can you?
So, the civil rights movement, like things that were led by Malcolm X, like Angela Davis, all that.
Now, I'm about to say something that I do regret saying, because she did say that white people shouldn't be involved, and what I say here, it kind of this is a thing that a lot of people do in debates where they'll attack the weaker argument, and I didn't do it intentionally, but upon rewatching it, I regret that I did it, which is I reply as if she did say that white people shouldn't be involved. So I'm gonna take accountability for what I'm about to say. But like, ultimately, it took a lot of white men to get it past the finish line. LBJ had to sign the Civil Rights Amendment. He had to whip the senators into getting to it. I'm all for representation,
Wait,
but I don't
what?
understand.
Wait, are you really trying to say that it was white people that did that?
I'm not
Like,
trying to say
what?
that. I'm saying that why wouldn't we want white people to be involved?
They can be involved, but they shouldn't be the face of a movement.
Okay, I mean we can. So you're saying that what you're saying is you're against Parker and Dean being the face of it.
Yeah, they shouldn't be.
Okay. Yeah, like so. Basically, I took one extra line of questioning to understand what she was saying, and I apologize for that. That on my front was wrong. Aren't they the face of it because they're the biggest political creators on the platform, though?
Well, we know why that is because of white supremacy. I would say someone like you should be way higher up. Santana should be way higher up. There's a reason why people like you, Santana, Erica, Jessica Simone, don't get as many viewers because white supremacy, this app favors that.
Obama.
Okay, interesting. I never really thought of it that way.
I mean, that's just my like.
Tyler and
personal
Jessica
take.
have the most followers and are people of color.
Lady J, Parker started at the same time as like me, Jones, Jovan, all that. And none of those people I mentioned pull the same amount of people into a live. Like even the comments that you guys are doing, like kind of like downplaying the fact that this app's like kind of highlights the white supremacy in this country. Like you guys are literally proving my point. Because
So let's reflect on that last sentence for a second. I don't know if y'all saw the comments on the screen. They might be a little too small. Do you guys need to see my facial expressions? I wanted to show it, but I guess it's more important to see the comments, right? Too small, yeah, okay. You're not entirely wrong, just attacking the wrong thing. Yeah, and so this is something that I talk about a lot, is that she had good criticisms. And by the end of the conversation, we agreed about like several of her criticisms. It was just like one main one that we disagreed about, which is that Parker and Dean, being the largest political creators on the tour, would be the face of it. That was the main point of contention. But everything else, wanting more diversity, and not just for diversity's sake, but like for also intersectionality. Like I think Jaden brought up an amazing point that I had never thought of, and I'm ashamed that I hadn't thought of it, which is that a lot of times he's brought up to talk about issues related to Black issues, right? But he should be brought up to talk about any issue that he's passionate about, because his worldview as a Black man also affects his opinions on taxes, or affects his opinions on what's another immigration, whatever it might be. Yeah, they shouldn't be tokenized. Yes, exactly. So that was actually something that stuck with me. I was like, wow, that's a really good point. There were a lot of, I'm going to say this again. I left this conversation thinking it was amazingly constructive, and I was blindsided by the comments that Alina made after this conversation. So anyway, we're going to keep going.
I personally think Dan should have way more people viewing him.
I appreciate that. I mean, I never really looked at it that way. I was under the impression that Parker and Dean have a lot more followers because they've been doing it longer than I have. But I do agree. There's definitely a credibility gap, and this isn't just with political content creators on what's it called, on TikTok, but there's a credibility gap between men and women because of the internalized misogyny that we have in this country.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, so I can definitely see that. We especially saw it with the last freaking election, where we have an eloquent woman against an actual baboon.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And as a person of, I don't know if you want to call me a person of color. I'm Levantine, so white passing. But I've never thought that the reason I don't get the same viewers as Parker Dean is because I'm not white.
I mean, it's something that like I discuss a lot on my lives, because we talk a lot about that kind of stuff where, you know, I'm constantly pushing my audience to like, because on the left we talk about supporting marginalized groups and uplifting marginalized people and all of that, but where are we spending our time? I always try to like emphasize that, like, are you spending your hours, are you spending your dollars with people of color, with marginalized creators? And a lot of people, like, they realize that this app feeds them the Parkers and the Deans, and they just kind of stay there because it's easy, rather than go to a space where a Black woman is speaking and it makes you feel uncomfortable.
Well, let me ask you a question. Well, couldn't it maybe be more pragmatic to if the goal is to create some kind of spectacle countering Kirk, right, and his misinformation, wouldn't it be more pragmatic to put up the people that are the most popular political creators?
I'm just confused of what the point of the spectacle is. Like, what is the goal of this?
Like, to counter
like, are we doing voter registration? Like, what is the unfuck America part of it?
So Charlie Kirk, we've seen this in the last election, where especially young men have shifted so far to the right compared to where they were in the past. I think it was 47% of young men voted for Donald Trump, like 18 to 29. That's insane. So to people like Charlie Kirk are part of the reason for this. These red pill debaters, and this would be something to counter that with our actual facts being brought to the table. Like, he debates college students that don't have that aren't well versed in rhetoric, and I'm gonna get up there and beat the brakes off him. So
okay, I guess I'm confused on how that is gonna like change anybody, because we've seen that like leftists going on Jubilee hasn't really swayed anybody. They've actually kind of been, honestly, kind of made a fool most of the time because of the way that they edit it.
Hey Z.
Hey, how's it going?
Going all right.
So Elena, I organized this event, and the PAC that's sponsoring the Unfuck America tour is National Ground Game. So we're an electoral organizing organization. So our goal this year is we want to register at least a few million people in all the swing states.
Okay.
And also we want to do deep canvassing programs in districts that Trump flipped.
Okay, hold on. Dave Op Michelle, all that event ended up being was for clout. Yeah, I'm actually, I think I'm just gonna block you, because if you think Brett Cross was there for clout, then I'm just good. I'm so good. I'm so good. I'm so good on that. All right? I'm so fucking good on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Unfuck America tour is a way that we can take that fight to college campuses, because like what Dan was saying, these kids only have Charlie Kirk. They're no Democrats are doing this.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm glad that you came up, because I haven't heard anything about this part of it, like the actual like point of it.
Well, okay. Well, if you think all 35 of those creators were there for clout, I know some personal stories about a lot of them that are there because they were affected by the last time this guy was in office, and are going to be greatly affected by the fascist regime. I don't want to start name dropping, because I don't want people to get involved, but it's disgusting to say that this was just for clout, because that means you didn't watch any of the clips of people speaking from their hearts about the issues that are affecting them. These people complaining, doing nothing to try to make a difference. Hush. Yeah. Okay. So mods, we have a new thing. If anyone here wants to say that this was all for clout, you could just block them, because the souls I met on this tour that were doing this for their loved ones and for their communities deserve better. Okay. So anyone saying that this tour was for clout, block. Thank you. The organization is in all of our videos. National Ground Game.
I know, but people are gonna see the video, and there's lots of creators that go on these tours all the time, and they're not really having any sort of substance behind it. They're just going on tours and like meeting fans and all of that.
No, that's not the point. That's not the point of this at all. Like, in fact, that's like completely. We would not be doing all this for that. Like, that would be pointless for us. Like, our whole goal here is that we need to raise money, and we need to get to voters, and we need to do that as quickly as possible, because the reality is that if we lose the House in 2026, we might not have another election. That's just the reality of it. So Parker, we selected Parker and Dean to headline it because they have the biggest audience on this app for specifically debating. Right. So like, do I wish it was a Black woman? Of course. Like, I would love to see that.
But doesn't this highlight it more?
Does this
not highlight it more by continuing to put this het white men as the face of this Unfuck America tour?
No, because the reality is that the reality is that they have the biggest platforms, and we need to beat Trump in 2026. We have to do that.
And that worked this last time, huh?
What do you mean? We didn't do this last time.
No, but they were still like, when you look up, leftist or liberal debaters, they were the ones that were the most popular, correct? How did that help us in this past election?
Wait. No, I need to jump in. Are you saying that Kamala Harris lost because Parker and Dean were the face of the...
No.
Yeah, so what she just did was a fallacious argument. And I need to jump in here. She said, well, look how it helped last time, because we lost the election. She has no evidence that leftist debaters are the reason that we lost the election. And frankly, there's way more reasons. I've gone over them. Number one, obviously, racism and misogyny. But number two, and I think this is a huge one all over the world, is that all incumbent candidates and parties lost their elections because humans don't know the difference between correlation and causation. So they saw inflation and assumed it was Joe Biden's fault, and by extension, Kamala Harris's fault. She just said no when asked if that's what she meant. Oh, no. She said no because she was caught. But she said that specifically to imply that they caused an issue. I need you guys to understand. Don't let her gaslight you. She was caught making a fallacious argument, and now she's backtracking it. Okay? So now you're saying, well, she didn't mean that. What did she mean then? Tell me what she meant when she said that.
That's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying like if the argument is that by putting them as the face of it, like we're going to somehow win young people, like that didn't work for us.
She's saying it again. Wait. She just doubled down. She's saying making Dean and Parker the face of it didn't work for us because we lost young voters. She just doubled down. So you guys recognize, right, that that's a fallacious argument. There's no evidence that Kamala Harris lost the election because of Dean or Parker. Okay, we're going to keep going. Alina did vote for Kamala. I am not going to let... Y'all know I do not let fake news go on. Whoever it's about. Dean did vote for Kamala. Sorry, Alina did vote for Kamala. She didn't want to, but she did. And I think Dean is here. Hi, Dean. Why are you still talking about her? Haley, I'm still talking about her because when me and my community decided to send a 600-person raid to a creator that my community really likes and I wasn't very familiar with, she decided to say ew, and we weren't welcome there. Okay? And you can say whatever you want about Dan Malik, but when you come for the Daniverse, I'm going to bring receipts. I'm sorry. You don't get to be insulated. You don't get to cry bully. We're done with cry. It's 2025. We're done with cry bullies. You do not get to bully and then not get pushback. I'm sorry. Dean likes the drama like we do. You can't have an opinion? Her opinion that we are not welcome in another person's live? Is that what the opinion you're referring to? Is that the opinion? Because I had no problem with her having an opinion. The problem was when she decided that we weren't welcome in her friend's live. And her friend didn't know anything about what was going on. It's her platform. It was not her platform. Haley, you're talking without knowing what you're talking about.
The country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Haley, I want you to take a step back. You were talking about something that you do not know what you're talking about. Okay. Well, I'm going to say this again. All this live is me providing receipts. If you think that I did something wrong or that my community did something wrong, it's going to come out. All this discovery. Okay? I'm just providing receipts. Now, I personally think that these receipts are going to show a bad side of this person, but that's my opinion. You can all have your own opinions. Okay? So I'm going to go over the spiel again. Nobody from my community, after all this is said and done, is going to DM, is going to harass, or is going to report anybody involved in this drama. Okay? I'm going to say that. Number 2, Erica has nothing to do with this. Erica is an amazing person, and everyone should follow her. Please do not try to get her involved in this at all. I want that known as well. Okay. All right, we're going to keep going.
What do you mean, though? Like, what are you comparing it to that happened in the last election?
I just don't see how like this is going to make that much of a difference.
So Do you understand that we lost almost every single demographic?
Okay, so this is when my chat starts sending dinosaurs, and then I turn off the gift sounds. Now you could say that sending. So in my live, I know there's a lot of people that don't watch our lives. In my live, a lot of the gifts have sound effects attached to them, and a dinosaur gift specifically triggers a kick vote. So usually it's for MAGA people. They start saying something real dumb. That was Miles. Yeah, Miles is fessing up to it. They said something real dumb, and then someone sends a dinosaur. So you could say that my chat was being a little mean to send a dinosaur to a friendly. I do want to point out that not the very next day she says they are not the left, referring to Dean and Parker and presumably myself. But I also think that if a dinosaur with a SpongeBob fish saying, "Oh brother, this guy stinks," is bullying, then I don't know what to tell you. This is the internet. Grow up. Okay. That's crazy. They are not the left. Yeah, I'll show you guys the comment. Oh, we have receipts. We have receipts. Oh my receipt game. Listen. The Daniverse receipt game is unparalleled. Okay?
So I don't see how.
Sorry, let me turn off. Sorry, I'm gonna turn off sound effects.
Like, how is this
Again, me being very respectful, turning off sound effects.
cishet white man going to speak to me as a Latina? Like, how am I going to relate to somebody that
Well-
doesn't have any marginalization?
Well, we're not saying that you're the kind of voter that this would speak to, right?
Mhm.
Like that, and we're not
But
doing
if those are the
everything for
demographics that we
everybody.
lost in, like, how are we reaching those voters?
Well, that's not Charlie Kirk's audience.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk's audience is young white guys.
Yeah, that's literally his audience is the red pill pipeline, which is young white boys. White boys specifically between 18 and 25.
And that is one sec, chat. I just sent the left eating its own. You just love to see it. This was the day after this conversation. She posted a video saying something about the Unfuck America tour. This guy, this Tanner guy, is I believe MAGA. The left eating its own. You just love to see it. And she says these people aren't the left. So I think the "oh brother, this guy stinks" is probably fine. It's probably fine. I could be wrong, but that is the largest shift to the right of any demographic from the last election to this.
Correct. And
Okay.
that's why we have
So
to
then
go
the-
after that demographic,
So that's
right?
the target. Okay.
Yeah, like that for this specific event. But that's not saying that National Ground Game isn't going to have outreach to Latinx or Latino voters at all. I mean,
Oh, Chirpy. Remember when y'all were saying that Alina is 1% Hispanic? Who the fuck is y'all? Who said that? I know I didn't say it. Jesus Christ. This is something that she brought up on her live, by the way. She brought it up on her live about my community. A bunch of you said that, your community. Well, bring the receipts. You're welcome to come up and bring the receipts. I'd love to see it. I'm going to say this again. None of my lives are deleted or edited. They're all available on YouTube. None of the Discord is edited. We're going to go through the Discord as well. It's all there. I just don't understand how they just make shit up. Got beef with Dean and Parker? Yeah, I know. Like, I even said multiple times when people called her white, like, well, she's Hispanic. And actually, I think one of the Alina fans was like, Dan, Hispanic isn't a race. Read a book or something like that. And I'm like, okay, sorry, excuse me. I don't know. What do you want to call her? Hispanic? You want me to call her white? White Hispanic? Whatever. But anyway. Alt MAGAs, I tell you. Trying to start a fight over nothing, right? Concept of receipts.
we're planning on having a big program in not in Las Vegas, but in the surrounding areas of Vegas, in the important places that we lost, that we shouldn't have.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that we're doing that is that we're doing deep camp.
Okay, I need you guys to, before we continue this video, I want you guys to see the comments in this YouTube video, because I personally thought that these comments were misrepresenting what happened. So I want you guys to see the comments now and then judge for yourselves. Okay, we're gonna go through the comments real quick. The way these YouTube comments made it seem like they were bullying Alina, and literally Dean was basically whispering. Dan was defending her. Z was quiet the whole time. Laughed my ass off. Maybe Malik was a bit combative, but oh brother. This was a recent comment, 13 days ago. This was so messy, but also such an informative and important live. I like that comment because I agreed. I do think it was messy, but I also think it was informative. Wow, the comments in chat were surprisingly brutal. I don't know how brutal they were. We're about to see. I literally have it angled on chat, so we're going to see it ourselves. All these people versus one woman trying to help marginalized communities is a problem. So this one, I was a little bit taken aback by. And I said, outside of Dean, every single person brought up was a part of a marginalized community. Some of those people agreed with her, some didn't. Marginalized groups are not a monolith, and all their viewpoints deserve to be represented. The whole point is missed by the infighting. The more the panel grew, the more perspectives of marginalized groups were able to be shared. Okay, so you don't think everyone harping on an ally to our side, okay, so just so we're clear, ally to our side, but also we're not the left, but you don't think everyone harping on an ally to our side and speaks for our side was beneficial towards bringing everyone together? That was like one of the biggest gang ups that I've seen. Okay, so y'all are gonna tell me if this is a gang up. We're all gonna watch it together, and y'all can tell me if this is a gang up. The comments could have been turned off when Dean came up. Y'all know I have turned my comments off once in 8 months. Okay, I'm sorry. I believe in free speech. I don't turn comments off unless absolutely necessary. But we'll see what the comments were, if they were so bad that they needed to be turned off. You could have dropped other people, but no, it was a lot to watch. The comments were absolutely disgusting. It's your job as a host to protect your guests who aren't ops, no? Said nice things about you and said you should have more popularity, and she still got jumped because of Dean. It proves the point. So I guess we'll just see. I was jumping down the throat of an ally stopping infighting and suppressing voices. Now I'm gonna say it again. If you think, any of you, including people in I don't want anyone in my community to read or see or hear anything and then just defend me because I'm Dan. Okay? If I'm out of line on anything, y'all know that not only am I open to criticism, my DMs are open for anybody from whatever group, regardless of whatever I say. I am open to admitting when I'm wrong. Dan Malik Politics, I know good and well your response to a person speaking up for inclusion of marginalized people being dogpiled isn't everyone on the panel was marginalized. I know it isn't. Did someone hack your account? So just so we're clear, if she got dogpiled, it would be when she called Dean a racist grifter, not when she was speaking up for marginalized groups. But we'll get there. So I'm going to say this one more time. Marginalized groups are not a monolith, and all their viewpoints deserve to be represented. He was not dogpiled for speaking up for, this is basically what I just said, for speaking up for the inclusion of marginalized people. Watch the full segment. Pretty much everyone on the panel agreed with that part of her argument. Then she was actually dogpiled on. They're doing it again. The attacking the weaker part of the art, she was dogpiled on. Maybe she was dogpiled on for the Dean stuff, but I know damn well she wasn't dogpiled on for wanting inclusion. But we'll see. We'll get to the Dean stuff shortly. Men speaking over her and everyone verbally attacking her was a dogpile. We're gonna watch that as well. We're gonna see if that happened. Did you ask her if she felt comfortable with it all? It's giving very misogyny vibes from you. Maybe. I mean, chat. If y'all think once we watch this that I did something misogynistic, I would love to hear it. And I'm not even saying that like ironically, because I am open to growth. There are phrases and arguments that I've made like 8 months ago when I started these lives that when people approached me about them, I realized that they were misogynistic and have moved from that. So I am open to any criticism from people in good faith, obviously. I can tell you as a woman, having multiple men talking to me at once negatively is going to make me feel uncomfy. I mean, that I get 100%. Is the dog pile in the room with us? Everyone took turns speaking, and if anybody spoke over anybody else, they stopped, apologized, and let the other person continue. All of this could have ended after that live. I thought it would, Roxbox. I thought it would. You're entitled to your wrong-ass opinion. Those marginalized people you keep weaponizing to excuse what happened came up after you allowed people to dogpile Alina did, in fact, back up Alina because they saw exactly what I saw by watching the entire thing be better. Malik, was I weaponizing you? Can you play the live so we can hear? Yeah. I just want you guys to. I want you guys to see the comments so that you can determine it while you watch the live. Dan, I would encourage you to dive a little bit deeper into the concept of consent. Bringing so many people up to punch down on one woman, trying to shed light on representation from marginalized groups. Disappointed as fuck. Who punched down? I said everyone I brought up outside of Dean was a part of a marginalized group, so I'm not sure how they were punching down. As for the concept of consent, are you saying I should have asked Alina before bringing more guests up? And then it's your live. You don't have to ask anyone for their consent to bring someone up on your panel. You handled this live very well. So, okay. Maybe I could have said to Alina, hey, I'm going to bring up Dean. Is that okay? But I personally thought, given that Alina and I were mutuals, given that we'd both been on each other's lives, that if she had an issue, she could have just mentioned it. I would think that somebody that was just called a racist grifter should probably have the opportunity to come up and defend themselves, even though they're a cis white man. But how did this resurface? Because Alina attacked my community for trying to raid a completely separate person, another person's live. She tried to gatekeep another creator for no reason at all. You are all proving Alina's point. You are assuming marginalized groups wouldn't be successful getting the white younger voters' attention. You're assuming only white people can lead the cause. You are pushing marginalized people in the back as usual, which prove the point. Also, letting men gang up on one woman is disgusting. Letting the men overtake her and interrupt her while they don't want her to interrupt them is also disgusting. Do better, be better. No, they showed Dean and Parker have a bigger following and also appeal to the people at Texas A&M. The organizer literally said they would do more POC or even a POC headline in the future. So much infighting for what? She speaks for African American women. Also doesn't want them to watch their live. Yeah, literally. I stand by what I said. The way you let the men on this panel be misogynistic as fuck is really disappointing. Y'all missed her point entirely, and people on the left should not be above criticism. Can you please point out which moments you are referring to? I am open to learning. And then a woman comments, please explain how the men are misogynistic. Talking over her, cutting her off, being condescending, not letting her finish a sentence half the time, letting the chat attack her, and the men on the panel not addressing it. Okay, now we're going to watch. Yes, Dean was on the live. He was respectful. He was so respectful.
Canvassing with older Latino women because we know that they have the most power in that community. So we're going to be attacking different communities in different ways, right? But we have to address the fact that Charlie.
I'm going to do 1.25x if that's okay, or 1.2x, just so we can speed it up a little bit. And I'll make the comments bigger.
Charlie Kirk has been going to college campuses for 15 years. And the Democratic Party has not done anything about it. And that is truly why we're losing elections, because we see these things happening and we just don't do anything about it.
I know. It just, I'm.
If anyone sees a comment, by the way, that is misogynistic or antagonistic or anything, let me know. We're all watching it together. Let me know now and I can pause it and we can address it.
I applaud anyone that obviously is going to get more people to register to vote and stuff, but I just see it as more pandering to white people. If like those are the people we're trying to get, like, I don't know. Well,
it's not pandering because the reality is that Charlie Kirk is lying. He's just straight up lying. So, I mean,
saying that she's working for MAGA, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, she's causing infighting. I really don't think. What about the comments when Alina first came up? Wait, what were the comments when Alina first came up? Tell me. If you're not able to take comments online disagreeing with your opinion, then I don't know, maybe you shouldn't be a creator. Like, what? I saw something about thin lips and it reminded me of Carolyn Levitt. I know damn well my chat didn't say something about thin lips. And if so, I'm definitely pushing back on that. Haven't you been blocking people for saying stuff you don't like? Oh, yes. Well, I only blocked, I gave my mods permission to block anyone that said that the people that went on this tour did it for clout. Because I know people who have lost loved ones and have lost their rights that were not there for clout. So I will not be platforming those people. I'm sorry, they're blocked. And if you think that that's a problem, then I don't care. I genuinely do not care. I'm going through every single piece of evidence, every single thing that led up to all of this. And if the receipts shine light on the situation, then you should be able to make an argument without attacking the people on that tour.
Are we just going to let him continue to lie and take that demographic of voter, or are we going to do something about it?
I mean, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, and that.
Okay, so I don't think many got blocked anyways that night. No, they're talking about tonight. Tonight, I said I was blocking anyone that said that the people on the store were doing it for clout.
That's why we're asking, because I mean, really a big problem in the Democratic Party that we have is that we don't open our doors to everybody, and we have to start doing that because we can't win without doing that. That's a big part of why MAGA always wins, because they're so open to they want everybody to come in. And all we do on the left is cancel people and not support people. We just have to support all the efforts now. We have to support protests. We have to support electoral organizing. We have to just support everybody doing everything that they can to stop Trump, in my opinion.
Hey, Malik, what's up?
How's it going, Dan? I just want.
Hold on, let me read some comments real quick. So Malik just came up. Open doors to everyone, but she doesn't want. No. That's not Alina that was talking just now. Chris said that was the most racist place he's ever been in Texas. They are more likely to listen to white people. Cancel culture doesn't even work. Look at Trisha Paytas. That's funny. When does Dean come on? He comes on, I think, in like 9 minutes-ish.
Wanted to talk on what it seemed like Alina was describing, which seems like perfect activism. Like, yeah, it would be ideal if we had more marginalized communities represented for any given cause, but the reality of this country is that a lot of those times those people aren't given the platform. So I don't think that, like you said, white people should be the face of a lot of these movements, but I think it's very powerful when the group that has done a lot of the systemic oppression is saying, yeah, this is too much for even me to be supporting, so now I'm going to use the privilege that I have to make space for others or to advocate for others who can't share their voice because they don't have this platform.
Again, I'm going to reiterate, if at any point you see a comment that is out of line to where I should have addressed it, please let me know and I will address it now. Whoever speaking right now has a really nice voice. Yeah, Malik is a smooth operator.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
When we get caught up in, which person could we have gotten to do this better, or which person could have gotten to do that better, we're stuck in being indecisive, like nothing's being accomplished, versus going out and attempting to.
No, I think these are just active decisions that we make.
I'm sorry. What was that? Was that an interruption? Who interrupted who there?
And to do that better, we're stuck in being indecisive, like nothing's being accomplished, versus going out and attempting to.
No, I think these are just active decisions that we make and we continue to make as a country and continue to uphold white supremacy.
By the way.
Like, but that's just my opinion.
Sorry, you can finish. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
I was just gonna say, then I interrupt and apologize because I thought she was done with her sentence, so I interrupt and I apologize.
Congrats on the diagnosis. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I was gonna say the easiest way to uphold white supremacy is to keep letting the Republicans win. That is the biggest thing we can do right now is defeat them in 2026. If we have an election, by the way, I'm hoping. Biggest thing we can do right now is defeat them in 2026. And if that means allying with some cis-het white guys, then I'm for it. That's my opinion as a Middle Eastern man, Middle Eastern cis-het man. But I know that's the opinion of a lot of people of color as well in my community that I've spoken to.
That's fair. I guess. I don't know. I guess we have like different communities, I guess.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything wrong with advocating like for more marginalized people to have a space, but to say that this event isn't going to be successful because
I didn't say it was. No, I never.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. What was that? Was that an interruption? Hold on.
Say that this event isn't going to be successful because
I didn't say it was. No, I never said it wasn't going to be successful. Like
or
that's
to
not,
imply
that's
that
not my
because
argument.
white people are at the face of it that it wasn't going to be good enough. Like
I never said anything like that.
That's exactly what she said, right? This is gaslighting now. Like we know this is gaslighting, right? That's exactly what she said. We just watched it. By the way, I'm not trying to say that isn't what she said. Or
isn't going to be successful because
I didn't say it was. No, I never said it wasn't going to be successful. Like
or
that's
to
not,
imply
that's
that
not my argument.
That is exactly what she said. When she said that, well, when having white people be the face of the thing didn't work when in the last election, did it? That's exactly what she said. Yes. So Mackenzie, I'm not trying to say actually that her interrupting is that big of a deal here. I don't think Malik took offense to it. I'm more pointing it out because of the YouTube comments that claimed that she was getting interrupted nonstop, that claimed that she was getting talked over. I personally think this is a topic that both her and Malik were passionate about, and so there's probably going to be some interrupting. I have no problem with that at all. I just think it's a little silly when the claim in the YouTube comment is that she's being interrupted constantly, and the first 3 interruptions were from her and me, and I apologize for my interruption.
White people are at the face of it that it wasn't going to be good enough. Like
I never said anything like that. I never said anything like that. Like I never said it wasn't going to be successful.
Okay, so right now, I mean, this is actually just gaslighting, for real. I didn't call it out in the moment. I'm calling it out now because, like I said, the bridge is burnt. But there's a difference when it's a woman interrupting a man versus a man interrupting a woman. So I agree there's a difference because I agree there's a difference, but I also don't know that the difference is necessarily misogyny in this case. It depends on the situation. Like in this instance, I don't think there's a difference. But you're right. Like it is more likely for a man to interrupt a woman, and a lot of that comes from the credibility gap caused by internalized misogyny over decades. I agree with that for sure. What is the difference between a leftist and a liberal slash Democrat? Leftists are more like for communism, usually. I didn't feel like that live was misogynistic at all. Everyone was so respectful to her. Yeah, I mean, that's why I went to my Discord and asked like the women of my community, because it's not my place to determine what is or isn't misogynistic. Is Dan canceling Alina? I was late. I'm not canceling anybody. I'm just defending my community because my community was attacked. And you can say anything you want about Dan Malik, but the moment you attack my community, I'm gonna bring receipts. That's all that's happening. Okay.
Successful. I'd said it was performative because it is.
Wait, success. What do you mean by successful then? Because that's
I never said it was going to be successful or not successful.
no. How are you
I don't know
interpreting
what
successful from his
success.
perspective? Because if you're saying
Well, he's
that
saying
it's
that I said it wasn't going to be successful, and I said I never
right, but
said
that's
that.
implied when you say that it's only performative.
Yeah. Like, what did you mean by performative? That, like, oh, it's not doing anything. Oh, it's just for the benefit. Like, it's just for catharsis or something like that. Like, there's no point in combating misinformation.
I mean, what Charlie Kirk does is performative. So if
What
we're doing
Charlie
the same
Kirk does
thing,
is
that's
effective. What Charlie
but
Kirk
it's
does
Very
is get
still
effective.
performative.
What Charlie Kirk does is get white racist people energized to go out and vote to take away our rights. So if people are combating that by snuffing out the flames and making him look like a moron, then yeah, I think that's more productive than saying, okay, yeah,
But
let's
I don't
let him
think
get to
Charlie Kirk
spewing
actually cares about
misinformation
that.
with
Like
no
it's
pushback.
Another
too great for
interruption.
him. Like he does it for the money. Like he doesn't like.
And he does it for the
necessarily
money,
care.
and he's getting
Just like
paid. It's
Candace Owens
effective.
does it for the money. Like it's
Yeah,
And
they
he
do it
did
for
it
the money, but
effectively.
they're
Yeah.
getting people registered.
which is
to vote.
performative.
No, hold
It's
on.
not.
If they're succeeding in the actual physical goal of getting more Republicans registered, getting more people to vote for racist policies, then whether or not Charlie Kirk believes it in his heart of hearts or not doesn't really matter.
I know, but that's what makes it performative.
It's not
his part,
performative for
on
the
his
people
part.
that believe it.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be performative for Kurt, but that the crowds of people that line up, that weird dude that was in the live salivating over the chance that Kirk was gonna beat Dan on everything. Like, there are people who believe this rhetoric, even if the con man doesn't. We know the con man knows the lie that he told, but the people that he's conning are still hurting us. Like, so I think that we need to push back against that misinformation as opposed to saying that things are performative and doing nothing in the face of fascism.
Also, I do want to say, you did say that, oh, that worked so well for you guys last time. That implies that that this is not going to be successful. So, like, I think Malik was right when he said that. We're essentially implying that.
Oh yeah, that's what I was pulling from. Like, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded
Well,
like
no, like he said, I've said that this event was going to be was not successful, but like
let
the
me
statement
clarify.
that Z made
You sounded like
was
you had
about
a negative
like putting.
disposition about the event because it was being headlined by white men. You didn't see them as allies using their privilege to put on for.
They're not because they do it for like. Come on, they do it
I
for
mean,
the money,
who are
bro.
you?
Like,
Wait, no, hold on. The
Seriously,
come on, we don't do come on
Yeah,
here.
no,
Wait,
actually, no, Dan, I got this. Like,
okay, go ahead.
You seem more performative with your minor critiques of this event as opposed to saying, "How can I help?" What?
Okay, really quickly, I'm gonna go over my spiel again. Number one, no matter what comes out in this live, no matter what happens, my community is not going to DM, harass, or report anybody involved in this live. That's number one. Number two, and it's going to come up again in screenshots. Erica has nothing to do with this live. Erica is an amazing creator and an amazing person, and I love her to death. Everyone should follow. Just getting that out of the way. She has nothing to do with this. She didn't know anything about this. And number three, if you are expecting me to comment on anything not related to myself or my community, then don't expect that. There's obviously other drama that's taken place after this situation. It is not my place at all to speak on it. So if you're expecting me to, that's not going to happen. I'm letting you all know now. Okay, we're gonna keep going.
What can I do to make it less performative? Like, you, instead of offering solutions, you've offered nothing but pushback and insinuations to seem like what's being done isn't enough because it's not perfect.
Well, I mean, what solutions could I offer to an event that's already created and already being led by two cishet white men? Like, I can only like work within the framework that I have.
Which was to come here and tell Dan, who's not one of the two white men that are headlining.
I didn't. I only came up because he asked me to come up.
No. To be fair, she wasn't attacking me in any way. It's just she had a lot of comments in chat.
Yeah, like I think, like personally, I think like Dan should have like the Dans and the Santanas and all that should have a bigger face of these programs because I think that more people would.
That's something that could be worked towards in the future. Like, we're getting.
Roxfox, thank you for the $1. That DM is absolutely insane. Fortunately, this live, this one that is currently being viewed by viewing eyes, all of this, including every single TikTok comment, is recorded on my YouTube. So if anyone wants to gaslight about what happened in this live, just know it's going to be on the YouTube, unedited, and we'll do another one. If you guys want, we'll do another one. Okay.
Caught up in idealism versus reality.
Yeah, and I can speak for myself and Santana on this particular issue because I've heard him say it. We
Bing, bing,
we
bong,
both
bong,
think
bing,
that
bing,
like
bing.
Parker and
Thank
Dean
you so much,
are
Miles.
better at this than us, despite the fact that they're white. I know Santana said it, and I've said it as well. It has nothing to do with them being white. It's just that they. Actually, I'm just gonna call. You know what? I'm gonna call it out because fuck it. So apparently, wait, Roxfox, can I? Well, I guess maybe I can't. Wait, maybe I shouldn't have said your name if I was gonna call it. Never mind. Oops. Fucking know their shit. They're young. They're sharp. Whether or not it's performative.
Hey, it's Luke.
And yes, we lost the last election, but to say that it doesn't work when they have massive platforms, I just yeah, I don't know. Like I think I think
like you may
yeah,
you may think that you know they're better like quote unquote debaters, but like it's performative because they don't experience any sort of marginalization. Like how could they truly speak on these issues?
For those that don't know, it's Luke. First of all, amazing creator, and you should follow. Second of all, we are thinking about doing collabs in the future. I met him in person. Awesome guy.
With any sort of like heart or grit when they don't experience marginalization like you or Santana does or I would.
I mean, usually I've seen. I don't watch that much Dean. I love Dean, but I watch
And, like,
a little bit more
they only
Parker.
recently
I've seen him bring
started-
up marginalized groups
Only
to speak on.
recently because they got basically like called out on it.
So empathy is still like available even if you're not a part of the group. Like, yes, it's not going to be as poignant as someone who is a member of the group experiencing it, but you can still empathize with someone. Like, I'm not Palestinian, but I empathize with what's going on to the people of Palestine, right? I don't need to be a part of a group to.
But you can empathize because you are also marginalized, so you understand that like wholeheartedly. Like I could also empathize because I'm also marginalized. Dan can empathize because he's also marginalized. Like he's coming from a genuine place, and you're coming from a genuine place because you've felt marginalization.
I'm not going to insinuate if someone's genuine or not from what they say. I'd rather wait and watch their actions. Like I don't need proof in a moment of someone's perceived thing. Like I don't go around just casting my assertions of people's character.
Gatekeeping empathy is crazy. Israel, thank you so much for the $15. My fiance Brittany and I met you at A&M, and you were so nice. Your commitment to the truth is admirable, and we appreciate what you do. Thank you so much. I remember you two, and I really do appreciate you guys. Yeah. These were the two that brought the Pokemon pack. Yes. Wait, hold on.
Come on, man.
1 second, chat. For the haters, you're gonna have to wait because this is Daniverse time now. So Brittany and Israel brought this pack to me at Texas A&M, and we opened it on live. Dan, don't leave us with the ops. Dan is one of the coolest, most authentic people I've ever met. I love you, Luke. Just be careful. Don't get involved in my drama. I'm a drama magnet, okay? So just continue to be unproblematic, Luke. Johnny got one, right? No, Johnny got Pokemon cards that were gifted to him from Bill, who may or may not be in chat. Did you get anything good? Yeah, we got an ultra rare actually. We got an ultra rare that I plan on giving out in the Discord. I forgot to check if anyone. Magnet indeed, laugh mass. Yeah, James knows. James knows. Chris, thank you for the $4.99. Dan, when will you change your profile picture? Oh god, I know the picture you want me to use. I'm gonna have to start getting into Pokemon. It's addictive. Careful. Okay. I need. You open a pack, it's over. All right. I guess I should do this at least once. So, for those who don't know, this is my no politics account. Now I know this is tangentially related to politics, but most of this is host, don't think Geek, I'm not sure what comments you're referring to. I didn't think you were attacking me. Is there something that I missed everything? This is my no politics account. It's usually used for like me not talking about politics. So I think the description is, and if I go live next week, will you come hang out? Yes, I got you. I'll come on my on my main account. Yes, 100%. Just shoot me a message and I'll send you my number and you can just text me if you want. The description is Cats, Jim, and T on this account. So if you'd like to follow, feel free. But this is not my main. Okay. All right. Oh, it's Luke. Is that one guy? He's cool. Yeah. I mean, he is cool. Where's Dean? He's gonna come up shortly. Okay, here we go. If you all haven't already, check out the Find Out podcast. Didn't realize we're on a different account. Thank you, Chris. Oh, that was our live goal. Thank you guys so much. Okay. Here we go.
You're free to do so, but
I mean, I do it based on their actions. Like, I'm sorry. Like, are we really trying to say that Dean didn't say the N-word like not that long ago? Like,
yeah,
wait, wasn't he
are coming at
Is that
this.
what we're talking about?
Yeah. This seems like so disingenuous. Like,
okay.
All right. I need to say something. Everything I say on these lives in regards to the issues of marginalized communities is not coming from a place of me being a marginalized person. It's coming from a place of empathy, which is something that. Hold on, Geek. I don't think that anything's being directed towards me. None of this is being directed towards you. Like I said before, whatever happened on your live is not the topic of discussion today. So, yeah, we're no issues there. I'm only here for the Marco Rubio sticker. Now, obviously, if anyone like disagrees with like your opinions or whatever, that's their prerogative. I mean, we have people in the community. Referring to the people in the comment right now, I'm perfectly fine. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, it's just so not my place to speak on any of that situation. I'm just going to speak on what's directly affecting myself and my community. There's a bad comment. Where? Where's the bad comment, chat? I don't know what's going on. We're gonna keep playing it. I'm gonna go back a little bit because. Dan, can you mod me on here? Yeah. Any of my mods that aren't modded on this account, please just let me know. My empire did nothing wrong. I'd love to mod, but I'd be kicked. Wait, why would you be kicked? I'd do it for your backup. W. James. Okay, hold on. Where October called Alina bitter. Oh, is that on the screen? Hold on. Sound very bitter. Just know no one agrees with your airhead takes. Yeah, that's probably a little mean. I wouldn't have said that. Bubba, you know what? I'm gonna mod you on this account. You're a real one. But can you do me a favor, Bubba? You tag me in videos a lot, and you tag my politics account and this account. Don't tag this account in politics, please. I try to be on this account for fun. Okay. Love you, Bubba. Okay. Mod auditions. Okay, that's it. Okay, we have enough mods right now. We're good. We're good. I'm out. You are doing this for followers and subs. Okay, we don't even have subs turned on this account, but whatever you say, Joy. Whatever you say. I came here to replace her. Okay, yeah. I mean, what do you... All right, so chat, like, is this a comment that you think I should have done something about in the moment? This is a genuine question. Sound very bitter. Just know no one agrees with your airhead takes. And you're only doing this for what this platform was created to do. Yes. No, yet no, yes. I almost said bye, but your mods are kicking people. Okay, we have one person saying yes. Lana, what do you think I should have... You think I should have muted it because it was too mean? Airhead is rude. Airhead is rude. But like, I mean, we're on the internet, right? It's misogynistic. What's misogynistic about it? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious because I'm a man. I don't know. We're not Joe Biden. No sense. The bitter woman trope. Are we being... How the fuck is airhead part? Distracted by comments again? No, this is important. I think this is important because rude, I'm not going to mute. Misogynistic, I am going to mute. So like, I'd rather get this out of the way now because believe it or not, some people on this platform would like to continue to grow and not just be negative. So it's rude. I'd expect other commenters to reply. I was there, but I didn't see that comment till now. It is also possible. Now, I'm not saying it's happened. But it is also possible. All these comments are before mods can mute them because these are being recorded on YouTube. So it is possible that that it did get muted, but it probably didn't. So I'm just laying that out there. If they had said you're an airhead woman or because you're a woman, that would be misogynistic. Wasn't misogynistic. Wouldn't that also make the Republican makeup meme misogynistic? Did your main get taken down? No. We're just not doing politics right now. The airhead part is misogynistic. Again, not the end of the world, but calling it misogyny is valid. But did you see it at the time? No, I don't think I saw it at the time. I didn't see most of these comments at the time. Like when I have guests up, I'm really engaged with the guests. But I'm saying this now. Had I seen it at the time, I don't think I would have muted it. So I'm going to be upfront. I'm not going to lie and be like, I would have muted it. I'm a defender of women. Blah blah blah. But I don't know that I would have muted it had I seen it. So that's why I'm asking now if it is misogynistic. Because again, I don't mute rude comments but I will mute racist or misogynistic comments or transphobic or anything like that. Yes, I would have addressed it. Sorry, airhead isn't misogynistic. It's not that harmful. Dudes can be airheads too. I think there's more of an argument, again, as a man, I think there's more of an argument for the bitter woman trope being the misogynistic part rather than the airhead part, but I could be wrong. Calling things misogynistic when they aren't is so harmful. It's misogynistic. You don't typically hear men referred to as airheads. I mean, I can definitely see that because I know Kamala was called an airhead when very clearly she's not. But I don't know that I don't know if it's gender specific. It looks to me, it looks like, just by the way, all men, I'm not taking any of your opinions on this, no offense. But for the women in chat, it looks like it's being contested here. So I'm gonna err on the side of caution, and if I see something like that in the future, I will address it. Looks like the women are split on it, and that's totally fair because women are not a monolith. I'm a woman with ADHD and have always been called that, but I don't know. Thank you, Rose, for the level up sparks. I don't know. Sorry, if it's exclusive to women, to be honest. Not misogynistic. She was being bitter, not because she's a woman, just because she was bitter. Airhead because she was arguing. Depends on the context. Yeah, I mean, listen, I am doing my absolute best to not be problematic. Okay, so given that I see that there's a divide for the women in chat, I'm going to err on the side of caution and say that in the future, something like that, I'll probably at least mention. This is like the boy who cried wolf. I mean, listen, I'm not going to say that. I said it again. Women, any marginalized community is not a monolith. So women are totally in their right to say something isn't misogynistic or something isn't misogynistic. Dan time to lock in. Okay. Can we at least agree it was an insult at the very least? Oh, well, yeah, it was an insult. But, I mean, I don't know if I can just mute every insult. This is the internet. I mean, people are being sent to concentration camps and we're arguing about airhead. That's a good fucking point. Okay. We're going to keep going. That white people can have. I think for the most part, and I'm not going to say 100%, for the most part, Lana, wait, no, hold on. Why is it taking you this long to realize it's misogynistic? I literally said, I'm a man, right? So my opinion on it does not matter. And the women in my chat are divided. In fact, it seems like a majority are saying it's not misogynistic. But given that they're divided, I'm saying that I will call it out in the future, and that's not enough for you. You're here in bad faith. Eat shit. All right, we're going to our next guest. My ethnicity has not come up a lot, except around 9/11. Has not come up a lot in my life. And I think it is. And you getting this upset with me is misogynistic too. I'm gonna say this right now. If a woman saying something dumb and me calling it out is misogynistic, then I'm a misogynist. Flip it. I'm sorry. Just clip that shit. You said some dumb shit, and I called you out. Just because you happen to be a woman does not make me a misogynist. Genuinely, get off the internet for one moment and meet a real person. Clip it and ship it, chat. Because I know damn well if I was calling Candace Owens out, y'all wouldn't be calling me misogynistic. Your clip, Dan? Clip Dan sold? Seek the nearest field immediately. Okay. I think it is setting us up for failure if we are to assume that any white person doing this is doing it performatively. I mean, look at Bernie. You know, Bernie's not doing it performatively, and
But Bernie has a lifetime of that. Like he has like decades and decades of like doing the work and standing behind marginalized groups and following their movements, not being the face of it.
So you're criticizing Dean for not having as much time as Bernie to learn from his mistakes and grow from them, because we don't.
You don't learn in the spotlight. That's not where you should be learning these kinds of things. Like that's something like you
Did
should
Dean
be
say
learning.
the N-word recently, or was that a few years back?
It was a few years back, but do you think that
Was
really
he in the
people
spotlight a few years ago?
No, but he did not.
So that occurred when he wasn't in the spotlight. So by your own definition, Dean has.
So you're saying that he's not racist anymore, like magically.
Wait, hold
I didn't say that. You did. You
on,
literally did.
Like, we're being real. Like, y'all heard that, right? Saying this to a black man, by the way.
I literally use your logic against
I said he's not racist anymore because people
here?
change
Wait,
that
Dean's
quickly
here?
over 6 years.
Hold on. Dean, do you want to come up?
I just want to add, like, I just don't understand the point. Like, if you're saying that it's performative, then what are you doing? What do you suggest that we do otherwise?
She hasn't suggested anything but contradiction. She's a contrarian. Anything that she has said has been, oh, but it could be done this way. Oh, but it could be done that way. I haven't heard a real suggestion. Like, the closest thing to a suggestion was when she said, this is an event that was headlined by 2 cishet white males that I'm not attending. Like, this is all I can do. Like,
is this Dean?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is. Okay. Hey, Dean.
I was just
I mean,
scrolling on my
I personally-
For You page and I heard my own name.
I personally wouldn't do like a tour. I don't know. But I mean, this is the first I'm hearing about it. So like, yeah, maybe I can put my brain together and come up with other solutions.
Hey, Lena.
Hi.
So, I mean, I kind of caught a little bit of like the conversation that was unfolding. Just so I understand your view correctly, you think that I'm still racist and performative?
I mean, I think all white people are inherently racist.
Well, I'm not talking about like inherent racism that you believe you would observe in the context.
So, I'm going to say something that might be controversial, okay? I shouldn't. I don't have to say this, all right? I think then don't say it. Okay. I think white people, actually, I'll speak on in this country. I'm not going to talk about the world, but okay. White people in this country have internalized racism. All of them. And all men have internalized misogyny in this country. But that does not mean that all white people are racist. Just having internalized racism does not mean you are racist. Am I getting disagreed with? Is that a hot take? I agree, sadly. Canceled. Correct. So the way I see it is that like calling someone racist, there's like a line, right? Because everyone has, not everyone, but like people that are in these positions of power, right? White people or men, they have these internalized things because of how society has bred them, right? But to call somebody racist, I think, is when you cross the line into acting on a lot of these things intentionally. Inherent racism is internalized racism, right? Yeah. But I'm saying that's different than Dancel's. Dean's Dancel. But yeah, no, I just think there's something different between saying that all white people have internalized racism versus all white people are racist. I personally think those two things are very different. And I think the second one is probably a really, really bad thing to say when you want to win an election in the United States of America. Like when you're trying to fight against fascism and fight for the rights of marginalized people, maybe don't take the largest voting block and call them all racist, right? All white people have internalized racism, and that's something that white people struggle with, or well, the good ones, the ones that grow, right, struggle with on a daily basis. But that doesn't mean they're all racist. That's my opinion. Hey, no Rads. Wait, no Rads, did you hear my take? Was it bad? Can I? Yo, if you're not following No Rads, awesome content creator. Met her in person for the first time at the tour. I think it depends on how you're raised. I mean, you could still be racist. I heard half of it, and then heard half, and that seemed right. Yeah, I'll just say it again real quick. So all white people have internalized racism, but not all white people are racist. That's my take. If white people don't understand what you're saying, then that's a them problem. That's still racism. You didn't hear my sentence. You did. I don't. Yeah, I agree. Okay, cool. If no Rads agrees with the take, then I think it's a good take. Okay, we're gonna keep going.
Context of all white people. I'm talking about like racism consequential of my use of the N-word when I was younger.
And the difference would be because one is more out there than inherent racism.
Well, I mean, like I think
Like
that
the fact that any white person would censor themselves is inherent.
Really quick, Izel, thank you for the $2 to feed your cats since you've been danceled. Thank you, Izel.
Inherently racist in a leftist movement.
Well, Alina, I'm not talking about like inherent racism. I'm talking about, I mean, maybe I don't know like the categorization of more like intentional and explicit racism, such as the use of racial slurs, but that's what I'm referencing. Like overt racism. Maybe that's a good.
Okay, so
do you think like I'm overtly racist, consequential of like my prior use of racial slurs?
I mean, I don't know you to give you that thing. Like I don't know what you do in your personal life. I don't watch you consistently or anything.
So when Dean's here, she doesn't know him, so she can't make the determination. But before he got here, she was very willing to say he is still a racist, despite the fact that it's been 6 years since he said the N-word. Like, and now walks it back. Yeah. And again, listen, I wasn't gonna do any of this. Okay, I just let this shit rock. But
like that.
Okay, I guess now I'm just kind of like confused because I heard like my name being mentioned like alongside like the fact that I did use the N-word when I was younger, and I'm just like curious what the conversation was about because I might be able to answer your questions, you know?
Honestly, I'm not even sure if someone else on the panel remembers like how it came up.
You brought him up.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone.
Okay, so the argument started with that the tour is being headlined by 2 cis-het white men. And we went back and forth about, you know, the reason you guys are the most popular creators on this platform, political creators on this platform. And then she mentioned that it's impossible for or I think it's impossible for non-marginalized people like cis-het white men to truly speak on these issues. It's performative. And and I disagreed with that because and a lot of people in chat said, oh, you can still have empathy even as a white person. I disagreed with that because everything I talk about in regards to marginalized groups has nothing to do with the fact that a lot of people said some mean things about me after 9/11. It has to do with empathy. It's just the same thing that any white person can have. And then she brought up that you said the N-word. And I was like, yeah. So
here's my thoughts on like the first thing that was brought up. I think that like saying that like white men can't speak on issues that impact like marginalized individuals in our community and communities across the globe is actually quite harmful and regressive to progressive ideology. And the reason
I never said white people can't speak on it. White people shouldn't be the main face of it. And I think that white people should be uplifting other voices to speak on those issues and should take a back seat.
So I actually do agree that like white individuals would have an obligation to uplift voices from marginalized communities. And I actually think that, you know, like if you were to counteract Charlie Kirk and like advocate for progressive ideology is definitely like a way to do exactly that, or at like the bare minimum, like cultivate an environment where like uplifting voices from marginalized communities will be more like accepted on like a larger stage. But like I overall do think that like the tour is a great idea, and I think that voices such as Charlie Kirk's have been well funded through institutional structures such as Turning Point USA and are very deeply ingrained in like the political landscape that we even see in like the White House today. And I don't think that like Democrats or like people on the left.
Dean asked a question in chat. What did I miss? I'm not a mod, so I can't pin. I'm modding you, NORADs. And Dean's talking to you. I'm open to listening. Did Alina say I was being disrespectful to her on this live? So a lot of the comments on YouTube were saying that that the men were being misogynistic, disrespectful, and dogpiling. The comments are like from her mods, like specifically, like you can see the face is the same as the face. And then we're gonna watch a clip of her live after this, where she specifically says that she was dogpiled. I don't know if she said your name specifically, but you are one of the men that are being referenced. So like I'm assuming she's referencing myself, Malik, and yourself. And she obviously on the live she called him a racist grifter. Yes, that's but we that's all water under the bridge or whatever.
In general have done enough to kind of counteract that platform, counteract his voice. And I think that this tour really serves as a good opportunity to at least try to do exactly.
Wait, Dean, you never saw that? That's the whole reason I brought you up. Wait, Pat, should we rewind for Dean? Hold on. Should we rewind for Dean? I want to see how much pull Dean has in my chat. Laughing emoji if we should rewind for Dean. Crying emoji if we shouldn't rewind for Dean. Okay, all right, yeah. No, Dean is loved here. Okay. Okay, does anyone remember the timestamp?
Because they do it for, like, come on. They
is to keep letting the Republic.
There's, if the argument is that by putting them as the face of it, like we're going to somehow win young people, like that didn't work for us.
What do you mean though? Like what are you comparing it to that happened in the last election?
I just don't see how like this is going to make that much.
Yo,
you
don't have to rewind for me. I'll look back.
No. You won the vote. We have a democracy here. We'll watch it again.
You guys are all very kind. I'm actually hopping in my car to go grab some food. I just wanted to pop up real quick and just tell you that you do not have to do that.
Too late. The vote's already happened. Elections have consequences, Dean.
Well, I appreciate you, man. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm going to be really interested to take a look. But all right, I'm going to go hop in the car. I'm going to be listening though, so I really appreciate it.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Difference.
So
I don't see how he has.
I went way too far back, chat.
Because and the Democrats continue to lie and take that demographic of the Democratic Party. Just support everybody.
What it seemed like Alina was describing, which seems like perfect activism. Like, yeah, it would be ideal if we had more marginalized communities represented for any
maybe 427
cause, but the
Dean comes up at 4:30.
I mean, what solutions could I offer to an event that's already created and already being led by two cishet white men? Like I can only like work within the framework that I have.
Which was to come here and tell Dan, who's not one of the two white men that are headlining.
I only came up because he asked me to come up.
No. To be fair, she wasn't attacking me in any way. It's just she had a lot of comments in chat.
Yeah, like I think, like personally, I think like Dan should have like the Dans and the Santanas and all that should have a bigger face of these programs because I think that more people would.
That's something that could be worked towards in the future. Like we're getting caught up in idealism versus reality.
Yeah, and I can speak for myself and Santana on this particular issue because I've heard him say it. We both think that like Parker and Dean are better at this than us, despite the fact that they're white. I know Santana said it, and I've said it as well. It has nothing to do with them being white. It's just that they fucking know their shit. They're young, they're sharp. Whether or not it's performative, and yes, we lost the last election, but to say that it doesn't work when they have massive platforms, I just yeah, I don't know. Like I think I think
like
yeah,
you
go
may
ahead.
think that you know, they're better, like, quote unquote debaters, but like it's performative because they don't experience any sort of marginalization. Like, how could they truly speak on these issues with any sort of like heart or grit when they don't experience marginalization like you or Santana does, or I would?
I mean, usually I've seen. I don't watch that much Dean. I love Dean, but I watch
And
a
like
little bit more
they only
Parker. I've
recently
seen him bring
started,
up marginalized groups
only
to speak on.
recently, because they got basically like called out on it.
So empathy is still like available even if you're not a part of the group. Like, yes, it's not going to be as poignant as someone who is a member of the group experiencing it, but you can still empathize with someone. Like, I'm not Palestinian, but I empathize with what's going on to the people of Palestine, right? I don't need to be a part of a group to.
But you can empathize because you are also marginalized, so you understand that like wholeheartedly. Like, I could also empathize because I'm also marginalized. Dan can empathize because he's also marginalized. Like, he's coming from a genuine place, and you're coming from a genuine place because you've felt marginalization
I'm
before.
not going to insinuate if someone's genuine or not from what they say. I'd rather wait and watch their actions. Like, I don't need proof in a moment of someone's perceived thing. Like, I don't go around just casting my assertions of people's character. You're free to do so, but
I mean, I do it based on their actions. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
I
are we really trying to say that Dean didn't say the N-word like not that long ago? Like,
yeah,
Wait, wasn't he
you are
17?
coming
Is
at
that what we're
this.
talking about?
Yeah. This seems like so disingenuous. Like,
okay,
all
so
right.
that's
I just
fine.
I need to say something. Everything I say on these lives in regards to the issues of marginalized communities is not coming from a place of me being a marginalized person. It's coming from a place of empathy, which is something that white people can have. I think for the most part, and I'm not going to say 100%, for the most part, my ethnicity has not come up a lot, except around 9/11. Has not come up a lot in my life. And I think it is. I think it is setting us up for failure if we are to assume that any white person doing this is doing it performatively. Um, I mean, look at Bernie. You know, Bernie's not doing it performatively, and he's
But
not.
Bernie has a lifetime of that. Like, he has like decades and decades of like doing the work and standing behind marginalized groups and following their movements, not being the face of it.
so you're criticizing Dean for not having as much time as Bernie to learn from his mistakes and grow from them, because we don't.
You don't learn in the spotlight. That's not where you should be learning these kinds of things. Like, that's something like you.
Emma, I'll restate my argument. I think you got here late. All white people, at least this, I'm not going to speak for the world. All white people in this country have internalized racism. That does not mean that all white people are racist. If you disagree with that, you're cool. I guess that's your prerogative to be disagreed. You can have internalized racism, but not be a racist.
You
Did
should be
Dean say the
learning.
N-word recently, or was that a few years back?
It was a few years back, but do you think that
Was
really
he in the spotlight a few years ago?
No, but he did
Okay,
not.
so that occurred when he wasn't in the spotlight. So by your own definition, Dean has.
So you're saying that
done.
he's not racist anymore, like, magically.
Wait, hold on.
I didn't say that. You did.
Oh wait, is it inherent, not internalized? Is that what I should be saying? Inherent? Are those different? Genuine question. Okay. All white people have inherent racism, but that doesn't mean. Okay, so wait. I was on the impression, because internalized misogyny, I thought it was like the same concept, but for race, or these different concepts. This is actually me learning. Educate yourself, please. That's what I'm doing right now. Hold on. Internalized misogyny is something women can have. Oh, wait. Okay, so internalized misogyny is like something women can have, whereas inherent misogyny is what men have. Is that what? Okay. Got it. Got it.
You hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, sweet. So I thought I'd just come up real quick and kind of give you like an explanation insofar as what I'm knowledgeable of. So internalized misogyny is like, for instance, a woman who perpetuates misogynistic values or virtues. Like a good example would be like a woman who came up on my stream the other day and argued that E. Jean Carroll is a big fat liar and Trump is awesome and it's all her fault, right? So that's like an example of internal misogyny. But like inherent misogyny is more so like what you were earlier referring to as like internalized racism. So it'd be like inherent racism is something that like all white people in America would possess. Meanwhile, like internalized racism, it gets a little bit more complicated there. I don't know if I could even offer an explanation on internalized racism because like certain marginalized communities cannot be racist against like an oppressing class. Maybe like I wouldn't even know how to explain internalized racism. But hopefully my summation makes some sense.
Unconscious bias, yeah. It's like inherent is on the systemic level. Okay, all right. So inherent. I'll rephrase my statement. A black person, sure.
Because now I'm actually interested in this conversation too.
Yeah, no, this is interesting.
So okay, so internalized racism, right? So you've actually got four, right? But there's two of them that people don't talk about because they kind of blend into like the whole system. But internalized racism, right, is exactly what you said, right? It's the internalization of racist stereotypes, values, images, ideologies, right? That's perpetuated by like a white dominated the society, right? And then this leads to all sorts of other things, right? Internalized racism is a derivative of the results of interpersonal racism, right? Which is already prejudgment and bias and discrimination. And then you take that bias and discrimination, and then that leads to the prime mover of what's called structural racism, right? That's where we get our things that like the redlining and all these other things like that. So that's just a fancy way to say that everything starts from the system, right? And then it kind of works its way down, if that made sense.
Okay. And then there's also like to add on insofar as like what white people possess in America. I don't know if like inherent or implicit would be like a better descriptor.
Ooh, implicit.
Because like some people like arguably like inherency would denote like something in which is essential of being. So it's like it's not essential that white people possess this characteristic of socialized attitudes to be racist against marginalized communities. So like implicit may be a better descriptor. I don't know.
So like just to add on to that, Dean, that's actually a good point. So to take that a step further, right? Everybody in the system, right? When you start thinking about it like a video game, right? You're born day one, right? Everybody's inherently racist to some degree, right? Just because you're born in the system, right? Especially like this in this first world country. There's nothing wrong with that, right? For like example, I'm inherently misogynist just because I was born in a country, right, the United States, that just happens to have a heavy patriarchy. There is nothing wrong with that. Now, implicit racism or implicit misogyny means that you're all aware of these things, but you choose to keep acting and it getting worse, right? And yeah, so that's basically what that means. Everybody starts out, if you're in the first world country, as either inherently racist or misogynist. Like, I'm inherently a misogynist just because I'm in the United States of America, right? But am I an implicit misogynist? Absolutely not.
Or at least you try not to be.
Yeah, adding on to this, I think a lot of people can be inherently racist without wanting to be it, without intentionally being racist. Like I've experienced that at school, obviously, because I go to private Christian high school, where the people around me, or the school that I go to, which is predominantly white and predominantly Christian, and obviously I am completely not, they can be inherently racist sometimes, where I can be judged a little harsh, or it can be harder to fit in because I am a woman of color, but it's not their intention to be misogynistic or racist is like their inherent characteristics.
Yep. That really helped actually. Thank you all so much. So we're talking. So I guess my statement, my statement should be, all white people in the United States. And I'm not going to talk about the rest of the world, but all white people have inherent racism, but that doesn't mean all white people are racist.
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay.
If
Cool.
you take that population of inherent racism, you can point to a fraction of them that are implicitly racist. You can point to a fraction of them that aren't.
Explicitly racist, right? Like the ones that are, have red hats on.
Yeah.
Okay, Emma, if you disagree, you can just come up and tell me why you disagree.
Yeah, I want to talk to Emma as a woman of color because she's been pretty derogatory in the comments about you not only inviting men on the panel. So, I mean, I am a woman of color. So, Emma, if you...
When she said that, my request box included Chris and one other guy. That's when she said that. So, yeah.
Right.
She won't come up. It's Alina.
I mean, like, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. This is an amazing opportunity because some people didn't know that. So I'm glad that you're, say, like, guys, if anybody has a problem with Dan, they can meet me in the parking lot. That's all I'm saying.
No, that's fine. I will speak to anyone in the marketplace of ideas. I am joining a live with gross men and a pick. Okay, Emma, you're getting blocked. Actually, you don't just get to call her a pick me because that's your opinion.
Tell me if you're scared, Emma.
Yeah, no, I'm blocking her. She's toxic. She had claimed earlier that I was planning on dropping a video today that I never said I would drop, and I said my lives are recorded. Find me the timestamp and I'll give you $1,000. And she said me making a bet out of it is racist. So I'm just gonna move on with my life now that I was blocked. Please block Haley next. I don't know if Haley said anything as problematic as what Emma just said.
But yeah, I feel like also all men can be inherently misogynistic without meaning to.
Absolutely.
Like, there's so many inherent stereotypes that men just naturally have because we live in a predominantly patriarchal society with men predominantly being the ruling aspect where women are trying to get more and more control. So it's going to be an inherently misogynistic society until we balance the power. But obviously, many men aren't trying to be misogynistic. It's just like a part of how they've been brought up.
Yeah.
So I feel like those both go hand in hand. And yeah.
Yeah.
It's just something that we got to work on every single day. That's all.
Exactly.
All right. This was super informative. Thank you all so much.
Yeah. If you're gonna move off of this topic, I'm just gonna strike the panel. Didn't mean to come up here. I just thought it was an interesting point. But if you're off this topic, I'm just gonna drop. Okay, cool, man. Have a good one, Dan. Dan.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Ria.
Thank you.
Okay. Informative. I'm going to say this again. If at any point I say something in any of these, not like just in this live, obviously this live is going to be a little bit spicy, but in general, whether I'm, it's in a debate or in a conversation that is, that you feel is problematic, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I have changed the way I debate certain topics because the affected groups have approached me about it. So, I'm so open to the criticism, of course, if it's coming from a place of good faith, and usually it is. And yeah, I'm just putting that out there now. All right, we're gonna keep going.
You literally did. I literally used your logic against
I said he's not racist anymore because
Dean's
people
here?
change
Wait,
that
Dean's
quickly
here?
over 6 years.
Hold on. Dean, do you want to come up?
I just want to add, like, I just don't understand the point. Like, if you're saying that it's performative, then what are you doing? What do you suggest that we do otherwise?
She hasn't suggested anything but contradiction. She's a contrarian. Anything that she has said has been, oh, but it could be done this way. Oh, but it could be done that way. I haven't heard a real suggestion. Like, the closest thing to a suggestion was when she said, this is an event that was headlined by 2 cishet white males that I'm not attending. Like, this is all I can do. Like,
is this Dean?
Yeah, it is. Hey,
Oh, it
guys.
is. Okay. Hey, Dean.
I was just
I mean,
scrolling on
I
my For You
personally,
page and I heard my own name.
I personally wouldn't do like a tour. I don't know. But I mean, this is the first time hearing about it. So like, yeah, maybe I can put my brain together and come up with other solutions.
Hey, Lena.
Hi.
So, I mean, I kind of caught a little bit of like the conversation that was unfolding. Just so I understand your view correctly, you think that I'm still racist and performative? Is
I mean,
that
I
a correct
think
interpretation of
all
like,
white people are
the
inherently
context you're-
racist.
Well, I'm not talking about like inherent racism that you believe you would observe in the context of all white people. I'm talking about like racism consequential of my use of the N word when I was younger.
And the difference would be because one is more out there than inherent racism.
Well, I mean, like I think
Like
that
the fact that any white person would censor themselves is inherently racist in a leftist movement.
Well, Alina, I'm not talking about like inherent racism. I'm talking about, I mean, maybe I don't know like the categorization of more like intentional and explicit racism, such as the use of racial slurs, but that's what I'm referencing. Like overt.
Okay, I'm gonna keep playing this. But I'm gonna use the restroom. So if I miss something that y'all need me to comment on, please let me know. But I'm not gonna. We're gonna be here all night if I don't keep the video playing. So I will be right back.
Like overt racism, maybe that's a good.
Okay, so
Do you think like I'm overtly racist, consequential of like my prior use of racial slurs?
I mean, I don't know you to give you that thing. Like I don't know what you do in your personal life. I don't watch you consistently or anything like that.
Okay, I guess now I'm just kind of like confused because I heard like my name being mentioned like alongside like the fact that I did use the N word when I was younger, and I'm just like curious what the conversation was about because I might be able to answer your questions, you know?
Honestly, I'm not even sure if someone else on the panel remembers like how it came up.
You brought him up.
Yeah,
I don't
so
think anyone.
Okay, so the argument started with that the tour is being headlined by two cis het white men. And we went back and forth about the reason you guys are the most popular creators on this platform, political creators on this platform. And then she mentioned that it's impossible for or I think she's it's impossible for non-marginalized people like cis het white men to truly speak on these issues. It's performative, and I disagreed with that because and a lot of people in chat said, oh, you can still have empathy even as a white person. I disagreed with that because everything I talk about in regards to marginalized groups has nothing to do with the fact that a lot of people said some mean things about me after 9/11. It has to do with empathy. It's just the same thing that any white person can have. And then she brought up that you said the N word, and I was like, yeah. So
here's my thoughts on like the first thing that was brought up. I think that like saying that like white men can't speak on issues that impact like marginalized individuals in our community and communities across the globe is actually quite harmful and aggressive to progressive ideology. And the
I
reason
never
is,
said white people can't speak on it. White people should be the main face of it. And I think that white people should be uplifting other voices to speak on those issues and should take a back seat.
So I actually do agree that like white individuals would have an obligation to uplift voices from marginalized communities. And I actually think that, like if you were to counteract Charlie Kirk and like advocate for progressive ideology is definitely like a way to do exactly that, or at like the bare minimum, like cultivate an environment where like uplifting voices from marginalized communities will be more like accepted on like a larger stage. But like I overall do think that like the tour is a great idea, and I think that voices such as Charlie Kirk's have been well funded through institutional structures such as Turning Point USA and are very deeply ingrained in like the political landscape that we even see in like the White House today. And I don't think that like Democrats or like people on the left in general have done enough to kind of counteract that platform, counteract his voice. And I think that this tour really serves as a good opportunity to at least try to do exactly that. So I do think like it's a net positive. Like, could you at least agree there? Like counteracting Charlie Kirk's voice is overall a net positive.
I mean, I would have to see more of how it's.
Okay, as a reminder, we're watching this because the claims were that she was dogpiled and that the men on the panel were being misogynistic and that the comments were disgusting. Outside of that one airhead comment, have we seen any disgusting comments? Do we think that she's being dogpiled? And do we think that the men are being misogynistic? Curious.
It's actually going to be done. I see how leftists going or Democrats going on things like Jubilee haven't necessarily always been positive because of the way things have been framed and the way that things have been edited, like especially the more recent one on transgender issues.
Well, like framing and editing of the content that's put out is like the problem. I mean, I could guarantee you that I'll be framing and editing all the content that I release from the event myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's because I'm sure he's also going to be capturing content, so it's also like kind of giving them possible more things that they could frame negatively. But I mean, listen, if you guys want to try it, like, go for it.
I feel like that's not like a good perspective either, because now you're saying that, well, like people just simply shouldn't interact with individuals such as Charlie Kirk, when Charlie Kirk already has such a large audience and interacts with hundreds of students.
I mean, platforming people like Charlie Kirk is harmful. Like, are we going to deny that?
He's platforming himself. That's the point. He's already platformed.
I think that like platforming oppositional movements to Charlie Kirk, who already has his own platform and was funded over $40 million last year to stop it. What was it, Z? Like over 40 universities is very good. Like, I mean, if you want to consider like any like oppositional movement to people doing bad things as harmful, like just a quick question, would you say like overall like the hands-off protests were harmful because in the same sense they platformed Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the rest of his administration?
I mean, I didn't necessarily see that as like the face of it. Like, they weren't like having clips of them speaking and stuff like that, as far as I saw.
I mean, like when I went to my local hands-off protest, I guess the reason I asked that question was just like every sign that I saw in somebody's hand was talking about how like Donald Trump is a fascist, how Donald Trump is making bad decisions, how Elon Musk is a unelected bureaucrat. I mean, like I was even one of the speakers at my local protest, and I spoke for 3.5 minutes about.
Slary said, Dan, repeat. The claims are, all these people versus one woman trying to help a marginalized community problem. Dan, I would encourage you to dive a little deeper into the concept of consent. Bringing so many people up to punch down on one woman, trying to shed light on representation for marginalized groups. Disappointed as fuck. And you are all proving Alina's point. You are assuming marginalized groups wouldn't be as successful getting the white younger voters' attention. You are assuming only white people can lead the cause. You are pushing marginalized people in the back as usual, which proved the point. Also, letting men gang up on one woman is disgusting. Letting the men overtake her and interrupt her while they don't want her to interrupt them is also disgusting. Do better, be better. And the way you let the men on this panel be misogynistic as fuck is really disappointing. Y'all missed her point entirely, and people on the left should not be above criticism. Talking over her, cutting her off, being condescending, not letting her finish a sentence half the time, letting the chat attack her, and the men not doing anything to address it. I think someone called me personally. You're entitled to your wrong-ass opinion. Those marginalized people you keep weaponizing to excuse what happened came up after you allowed people to dogpile Alina, did in fact back up Alina because they saw exactly what I saw by watching the entire thing. I don't even really know what this means. Be better. Yeah, those are the comments here, really. Oh, she actually was dogpiled on. Men speaking over her and everyone verbally attacking her was a dogpile. Did you ask her if she felt comfortable with all that? It's giving very misogyny vibes from you. I can tell you as a woman, having multiple men talking to me at once negatively is going to make me comfy.
How the Trump administration is destroying this country and how we need to fight back with the use of peaceful protest and advocacy for critical thought. And I mean, like at the end of the day, that would platform people.
But
like
that's not platforming their harmful statements.
Oh,
like
well,
people having signs saying like F Elon is not the same as like platforming like Charlie Kirk or someone saying something harmful.
So if it's about like harmful statements or harmful actions, like I did speak at length in my 3-minute speech about every single harmful thing that Donald Trump has done to our country since he was elected.
Yeah, but you framed it in a way. Yeah, it's like not them. It's different. You framing it than like playing a quote of Elon saying like, yes, let's deport all of these illegals and like they should be going to El Salvador because they're harmful and they're dangerous people. Like that's
there we go.
Different.
We actually might be able to agree here because I agree with you. Yeah. So like simply like rolling a clip of like Donald Trump calling out all undocumented migrants MS-13 gig member videos, right, and platforming that is harmful. But if you frame it in such a way where you're almost in control of an oppositional movement to explain why that's not the case, why that rhetoric is false, harmful, and how we need to progress better as a society, then overall that is a net positive to counteract the harmful speech. I mean, well, that's exactly what the Unfuck America Tour is. Like the Unfuck America Tour exists as a counter-protest against Charlie Kirk's show, against his tour, to in real time counteract this speech that would have otherwise gone unchecked to hundreds of college students that will be the next generation of business owners, of employees, of employers, and Americans of adult age in our country. Like, and I think that's why the Unfuck America tour is such a good idea because it is checking something in which, like, in the past has gone unchecked.
Well, I mean, I do appreciate you like giving a little bit more like detail on how like it's going to be framed and how like it's going to be done. I've learned a lot even just from this conversation with Z and all that. Just because most of the promotional stuff I've seen on this has been kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it kind of felt like you know, like how Tana Mojo goes on tour.
Like it seemed like
that was the vibes.
So, like, could you, like, I guess I don't know much about like her tours. Could you like explain the vibes a little bit more? Like,
I mean,
specifically?
it's kind of like a bunch of her fans just show up, and it's like a meet and greet. She maybe talks a little bit about what she's up to, maybe says some jokes. But
So you're saying like the
yeah,
framing is
like
like
a more like a performance and like a
like
meet
a
and greet.
performance? Okay, well,
And a meet and greet.
yeah. So if anything, I mean, I think that like I don't think that is the like specific framing. However, like I would agree that there's probably a lot of people that will show up to it just to see me speak, to see Parker speak, to meet us, etc. But if anything, I think that's good because that gets people more interested and more involved. I think that we need to come to terms with the reality that like a
Yeah,
good
but if the people
70
that are
hold on,
coming
if
to
you don't
see you
mind,
are
if you
people
just-
that
if you don't-
already
if you just
are
don't
your
mind,
fans.
if you just let me finish here real quick. Like
Okay.
the reality of the situation is that I'd say anywhere from like 60 to 75% of Americans are not politically involved, right? And I'd say like a good way to get the 50 to 75% of Americans that are not politically involved is to give some type of incentive to show up to events like this outside of being politically involved. And I think a good opportunity for that is, you know, Dean Withers and Parker, these people that you've seen on your For You page, dunking on these people that are insane, are going to be here in front of a podium with a mic. And it's going to be really, really fun because they're going to be counteracting what this other guy with a mic is saying that is also pretty big on the internet. And I mean, I think that like motivation alone is definitely a big reason why hopefully this will be a successful event, when in all reality, like the actual material covered at the event and the reason the event exists in the first place is to counteract the hate speech, the harmful rhetoric, and the bigoted ideologies that are tearing our country apart, which honestly nobody's really doing anything about in that structured, institutionalized, and well-funded manner. So I think that this is a huge step in the right direction.
Okay, but you kind of just said like you said that it was going to be bring people to be more involved, but if it's people that are coming to see you because they're already friends of you, then those are people that are already politically involved. The average like person that's not involved in politics is not watching political debates.
Alina, I'm so confused. This isn't going to save America. It's not going to unfuck America from the event alone happening. You know, it's like steps, right? Like this event is just one step in the whole process, right? It seems like you want everything to be solved in the world with this event, and I hate to break it to you, was never an objective of the event.
Okay.
Yeah, and like, and to
I mean, I
kind
don't
of go off of
appreciate
what
being
you
like the
said.
patronizing tone, but okay.
You've been nothing but contradictory. Like you came up.
Okay. So I don't know if y'all remember when she said to Malik, "Oh, and he's not racist," talking about Dean, very patronizing. And the moment a slight twinge of emotion comes back from Malik, the cry bullying was a huge microaggression. Yeah, like come on, yes, thank you, SpongeBob. She said like come on, thank you. It's not a dog pile just because she didn't do a good job articulating her points. True. A tiny bit, but still so respectful. Yeah. Wait, what is hate? Imagine being so negative and then mad about a tiny bit of condescension. I would have dinoed too. I've seen dog piles. This isn't even close. You want to know what's a dog pile? This is unrelated, but I'm gonna send this clip. Once I get in touch with Mr. Jones, there's a clip of Mr. Jones versus 4. Count them 4. Trump supporters at Texas A&M, and he cooked. It was like Goku Ultra Instinct type shit. I don't know if it's been posted yet, but we got it from a few different angles. Oh my god, that was a dog pile. and he came out of it beautifully. I see why she called Dean racist, though, like indirectly. Trust me, if I felt safe in the space that wouldn't weaponize my passion, I would have gone harder. It's also not like she had a private conversation and Dan decided to call the homies to jump her. Yeah, I mean, she was commenting publicly in chat at a time where literally all of the rest of chat was super positive because we were announcing, this was a big announcement for me. I had at the time like what 90K followers. I'm one of the smallest creators added to this. Dan, he forgot. Want to send it to me in Google Drive? Sure. Yeah, just DM me. So I downloaded the whole VOD. I just need to cut out his section, and then I can send it to you. I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so we're all like super excited about the tour, and we're going through all these amazing creators, and she's just like, another man. Oh, it's a woman, but she's white. Oh, it's another woman, but like no women of color. Oh, it's a woman of color, but according to the website, it's the only woman of color. Like it was super negative, and then when we brought her up to speak on her points and got pushed back, like that's not dogpiling, bro. This is TikTok. This is a public platform. Anyway. Don't forget the brown eyes. Oh, yeah. At least this guy has brown eyes. I was annoyed she popped in your announcement and made it negative. Not what you do to a friend. Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I wish she'd... What would have been nice is if she had just messaged me, actually, and just been like, hey, I saw you're a part of this tour. I feel like there's a lack of representation in this tour, and I don't think Dean and Parker should be the heads. And then we could have that discussion. But, like, she wanted to have it publicly, so I don't see what the problem is with having the discussion publicly. Wait, Dan, it was her and all men speaking. Well, the organizer's a woman, and then we're going to bring up more women as well. So it's her, the organizer, and then it's Malik and Dean and myself. But Malik is speaking from a place of a person of color, and Dean was up there to defend himself from like the allegations. It wasn't about like the tour really. He's literally so sweet and super kind. He is. He really is. That's why she got defensive at this point. I mean, that's fair. I'm not like upset that she got defensive, but I'm upset at how they're characterizing it afterwards. Like they're post hoc saying that she was being dogpiled, she was being bullied, she was being treated misogynistically, where that's just not the case. Just left a comment underneath the video, Dan. Okay.
Up here accused Dean of being a racist when he wasn't on the panel. When he got up here, you backtracked everything. So excuse me for.
Well, because I didn't remember how it was brought
I'm
up.
sorry,
So
I
just
wasn't
said it
done talking.
passing.
But excuse me for taking you as a disingenuous actor when all you've done is complained and not offered any meaningful solutions besides, hey, maybe I have to organize my own event to get my own image out of the words. I think that's a worthwhile endeavor. I say maybe try being a little bit more conducive to the solution instead of complaining about the problem, because that's all you've done.
And just one thing I wanted to say real quick. It's like, I mean, I guess to me, like, I think it's obvious that this is a good idea. I'm actually pretty surprised that, there's kind of like a question or a critique of that sentiment. Like, I think that counteracting the rhetoric that has platformed a literal rapist felon that is destroying not only the economy of our country, but eroding the progress that progressives have made in a social sense throughout modern American history is a good thing. Now, of course, like I'm also open to critical dialogue. And I think that's also really important. But yeah, no, I think overall it's going to be awesome, and I'm really excited for it. I'm really excited for everybody that's going to show up. And I think like one thing you had said is if people are just showing up that are like fans of me, fans of Parker, and they're already politically involved, well, what if they bring a friend? You know what I mean? What if a lot of students on campus that are not politically involved see a big group of people rallying around a person on a microphone, and then they're
Yeah, I mean, I do see a benefit to the people on the campus. But I also don't know, like some people had said that there's like tickets and stuff. So like, I don't know how they would, or is that incorrect?
This is not a ticketed event for the Unflected American Tour.
Okay. So then that's misinformation that's misread. All right. So it's open to the public and it's going to be somewhere that's visible. That's awesome. I do hope that people show up, and I hope that like it brings tons of people in.
Okay. Are we all good now? Just so we're clear, what she just said was a lie. Because as y'all saw, how like gleeful and I was right, guys. I was right. When the booth got canceled, but either way. It should have ended there. Yeah, it probably should have, huh? Yes, she was gleeful that the booth got canceled by the college. Like she's still like in her live right now, right? She has a background and it has like 3 points. The third point is America unfucked yet? With the emoji that's like this. Is America unfucked yet? Yeah. I left after this. Is there more? Oh, just by the way, I would not have done any of this if all that happened was this. This was totally fine. It's what happened afterwards. But okay. Is the left united? Can we?
No.
No. Wait, Alina. Okay, chat's been asking. Did you vote for Kamala Harris?
Of course I did.
Chat.
What do you mean?
Chat.
Of course I did.
Chat has been saying you've been giving Jill Stein voter vibes. I didn't think so. You know, I didn't think so. But just
No, I live in Florida. I know how important.
Okay, really quickly, I've said it like 4 times already. Nobody from my community, okay? Nobody from my community is going to DM, harass, or report anyone involved in this live, regardless of what happens, okay? And I'm saying that right now. If I find out anyone has done that, you're instantly blocked. What happened after this live? We'll get there. I bet Alina and Dan get married is crazy. Can I go to her live and just say Dan raid? No. No harassing, okay? No harassing. No DMing, no reporting. Nothing. Okay? If you want to unfollow, that's your prerogative. That has nothing to do with me. Well, I guess I'll cancel my 3 p.m. harass Dan appointment for tomorrow. No, you can harass me. Hold on. No reds. Just so we're clear. You can DM and harass myself. Don't report me. But you can DM and harass me. Just nobody else. That's why I said before, if all of this was just directed at me, I wouldn't give a fuck. It's the moment my community was involved. And y'all don't know. I know a lot of people are coming in here new and don't understand why I'm doing this in the first place. We'll get there. But the reason is that Alina and her community attacked my community. And that's it. I come with the receipts. The moment your chat has been harassing her, let's see the receipts. Let's see the receipts, Phoenix. Let's see the receipts. Because I got my receipts. All right.
How important the vote is here. And I also don't I don't believe in sitting out electoral politics, unfortunately. And that's
and by the way, I just want to give Alina her W here that she voted for Kamala. Because man, do I hate leftists that didn't vote for Kamala. So I did want to say one other thing. For only I want to say one other thing because someone just oh yeah, Anna, that's a recurring appointment on my calendar every day.
kind of why I've gotten like the like name of not a real leftist, because I'm constantly told I'm not a real leftist because I vote. But
Gotcha.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah. All right. So can we at least agree that the event is a net positive?
I guess not.
and that's wild to me. After all of that, right? After all of that, she still couldn't say that this would be a net positive. No one's saying that it couldn't be better. Okay. So we can keep going if you'd like. The rest of this video are Jaden comes up and Sam comes up, and I believe they, for the most part, agree with Alina. So I don't know if the dogpiling starts then. Yeah, like we could go through it. We could go through it. You know what? I'll leave it to chat. Oh, we could play that. We could play that like 2x speed. I want her live to see where she said y'all were disrespectful. Is this the same night that she came up and said that stuff about Dean? Yeah, it is. Although this live is not about Tashika at all in any way. Jaden made consecutive points that were good to hear. Yes, and I said it before. Jaden made some points that I'd never thought about before. Like Jaden cooks here, and for the most part, he agrees with Alina. Jaden brought solutions. Yes, exactly. Don't get into that. Oh wait, the Alina people don't want me to get into it. That means I'm playing it.
I have to. I gotta see.
So
Listen,
at what
it's a
point do we
tour, so
call
there's
it
more than
faded?
one. There's more than one like thing, right? Like there's more than one date, or no?
So I mean, if you're like agnostic on if it's like a net positive or not, like what are the detriments that you observe?
I just don't think that there's enough representation. That's I don't know. I just think that's honestly that's not just in this event. It's also seen on this app.
So
The kinds
Alina,
of creators that are pushed forward. So it underlines what our country was founded on. It underlines what our country continues to.
All right, so just so we're clear, her argument has now like evolved a little bit. The argument was that it shouldn't be led by Dean and Parker, and now the argument is that there's not enough representation. This point, that there's not enough representation, is actually something that I think everyone agreed with, because at the time there were not any Black women confirmed for the tour. Like I said, a lot of creators hadn't confirmed yet, and while there were a lot of women, there weren't any Black women. So everyone kind of agreed with this point.
To survive on.
So is Dean at fault for the algorithm? Like, is he at fault for the system being in place, even though he had no control over it?
Well, I don't think she's arguing that I'm at like fault or anything. I just think she's like making like a more descriptive statement. That
Yeah, like it's obviously not his fault that like the algorithm pushes, but I mean, and for the people that watch my lives, they know that I talk about how it's a lot to do with. Of course, the algorithm will have its like initial little pushes, but based on how many people watch per person, but it's the viewers, and that's why I always tell my audience to make sure that you're spending your time. Like if you're saying that you support marginalized people, like are you spending your time, your hours? You know, our time is the most precious resource we have. Are we spending our hours watching these people? Are we engaging with their content? Or are we just kind of defaulting to, you know, whatever the algorithm feeds us, which...
So when Dan brought up that example that Dean did bring marginalized creators onto his platform to use his power, and that was when you insinuated that you don't believe that he's not racist because you can't... Your words were that under the spotlight, no one changes. And then even before we finished that line of questioning, you even went down and admitted that this happened when Dean wasn't in the spotlight. Therefore, he would have had the time to have done the work that you said that he couldn't do in the spotlight.
Oh, yeah. Were you like serious about that?
Of not doing the work in the spotlight?
Well, I mean, like, just as it related to me. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like pretty disheartened when I hear stuff like that. But I mean, I'd love to hear more about your position.
Really quickly, I just want to point out that Dean rated me once. I mean, there's been a bunch of unofficial Dean rates because he gets banned a lot, but Dean officially rated me once, and it was like a massive push to my visibility as a person of color. I mean, I don't know what you want to call me as a Middle Eastern person, but yeah, Kai Angela, who's a big part of our community, found us because of Dean, and I'm grateful for that. I'm not like he's using his platform to platform marginalized groups, and I don't see anything wrong with that.
I mean,
does he ever send raids to Black women?
So I mean, if you're asking me about like the Black women that I platform all the time, Athena essentially has a ability to join my live literally whenever she wants. All it takes is a DM on Discord, and
Yeah, because you guys are friends. But I'm talking like, have you sent raids to like Black women creators that are live?
That was a goalpost move because are you saying that his friend who is a Black woman doesn't count because she's his friend?
Well, I asked about raids. I didn't ask about people coming up. I asked about raids because that was what the topic was.
The topic is him giving visibility to marginalized groups.
Yeah, but then Dan said about raids.
What group?
Well, I was just kind of giving my own personal experience. But yeah, I agree. I've seen Athena on Dean's live several times.
And then I also wanted to say so that nobody can change in the spotlight. I actually like very heavily disagree with that statement.
Okay, you can.
Like I think if anything, it's just pressured me more into becoming a better person. Like I hold myself to a standard because I'm in the spotlight, like significantly. Like I'm significantly.
So for those that are just getting here, I did go over this earlier, and we're gonna get there. But you just heard her complaining about. You just heard her complaining about Dean not rating Black women, right? Which is fine. Listen, it's a criticism. I don't know. I don't watch Dean religiously, so I don't know. You heard her say that. in less than 2 days, myself and my community raid a black woman, not because she's a black woman, but because people in the chat recommended her. And we were met with Alina saying ew about a Dan raid. One of her mods saying, and again, this is not Alina's live. Okay, this is someone else's live. One of her mods saying, I bet the Dan supporters aren't gonna talk all that shit that they were last night. And then Alina replying to one of my community members saying, well, I'm good friends with Erica and you're not welcome here. So do you want raids for black women or do you not want raids for black women? Because there are so many things problematic about what you said. First of all, we did nothing to earn that ire. That's number one. Number two, why are you speaking for a black woman? She had no idea. Had no idea about Mermaid. Yeah, I did also raid Mermaid separately, but that's I'm not. I don't want to go through like every black woman I've ever rated, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, so Erica had no idea about it, so she's speaking for a black woman. She's attacking my community for no reason. And number three, she's literally being hypocritical because she's complaining about D not rating black women, and then Dan raids a black woman, and all of a sudden she calls it performative. And we have all the screenshots. Chat, we have all the screenshots of all of this. We're gonna get there. This is the reason I burned this bridge. This is the reason this video is happening. None of this would have happened if she had not did that to my community. Period. Okay? So I want that out there now. If you think that this is me being petty for my own sake, it's not. The moment you come from my community, you're going to get buried in receipts because our receipt game goes hard. Okay? And I'm going to say, also, I'm going to say one more thing. Alina has nothing to, sorry, not Alina. Erica has nothing to do with this live. Erica is an amazing creator, an amazing person. I met her at the tour, but she has nothing to do with this. She didn't know anything about the drama when Alina was harassing us. None of that. So we'll leave Erica out of this. A lovely person, and if you'd like to follow her, I highly recommend. Like, if there was a way to do this live without bringing up Erica's name, I would have done it. Unfortunately, there just wasn't a way. But I did speak to Erica, and we're good. Me and Erica are good. What's Erica's at? Erica_Shante. Everyone should follow. Highly recommended. Okay, here we go.
Motivated or more motivated to be like the best possible version of myself, like because a lot of people that watch me think I'm the best possible version of myself, if that makes any sense. Like I just like constantly hold myself to a higher and a higher and a higher standard, like in my interpersonal life, because you know I just know that a lot of people that watch and enjoy my content think that I'm of like this hypothetical super high standard, and it's just like a constant source of motivation that I have to be better. And I don't know, I've kind of seen that since I started streaming and since I've started gaining an audience. It has pushed me to be the very best version of myself. And I mean, that's the spotlight, man. So if I'd say for some people that the spotlight actually pushes them to be an even better version of themselves than they would be else outside of that.
I mean, I hope that you're genuine in saying that. I mean, only time will tell, honestly. But I do feel like, and this might not be the case for you, but I do feel like a lot of people, when they're trying to learn and they're doing stumbling and they're making mistakes, like it can be very harmful to marginalized groups that they're affecting. You know, we see this a lot with creators, like you know, saying or saying ableist or transphobic things that they just never, you know, thought was that, and causing harm to communities. So I mean,
I can speak on that actually. That's an interesting example. So there's been, I think, twice where I was arguing on behalf of trans people and trans rights, and I bring up trans people all the time when the topic comes up. But there's been twice that I've been reached out by trans members of my community to say, "Hey, I know your heart's in the right place, but like that argument, we don't. The trans community does not like that argument being used because it's problematic for such and such reason." And then I learned from that. I would not have learned that if I wasn't, you know, in this position.
Yeah, and I kind of understand what you're saying there, Dan. You know, like if anything, like we
just for a little bit of context, one of those times that I'm referring to, the argument that I was using was you know, when like people would show a transphobe, is his name Buck Angel? the trans man that like the argument would be like, look at this guy. Do you really want this guy in the women's restroom? Because like he's huge, you know, he's buff, he's got a beard and everything. And then they, you know, transphobes can't grasp that like a trans man could look like that because in their head that's a woman. So, but I was told by a trans friend of mine that argument is problematic, and so I stopped using it. So this is just to shine light on that example. You couldn't have learned that by asking trusted members of a community in the comments first. I don't even know how to reply to that. Passability politics is harmful. Yes, Olive, and I learned that through my conversation with that person. They're welcome to come. I don't know if they're here. I don't know if they want to be named, but it's an awesome person, and they're part of the community. And she has been drama. Ignore her. Are we criticizing Dan for learning? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for those that don't know how this all started, this started because I went live in August because I wanted Kamala Harris to win the election, and I wanted to talk about the fake elector plot. And I've learned so much from the community along the way. I've learned about maternity deserts, and I've learned about the gender credibility gap. I've learned a ton about the trans community that I didn't know. This is I'm trying. Okay, I'm doing my best. And you learned, but don't learn like that. You didn't learn the right way. And you know what the worst part is? Actually, comments like that are so bad because then, if I defend myself, I actually sound like I'm self-glazing. I'm doing the bare minimum. Okay, this is not me saying, "Look at me and I'm learning." No, I'm doing the bare minimum as like a functional adult with wrinkles in my brain. Please do not take this as me like glazing myself. I'm just defending against that comment. Okay.
Like a lot of creators, especially in this niche, get a significantly larger amount of criticism, which a lot of it is in like good faith, and it's genuinely good criticism compared to people like maybe outside of this niche without a platform. And I mean, as long as the individual who's being criticized in good faith is open-minded and is in good faith trying to be the best possible version of themselves and are willing to hear that criticism out and change based upon said criticism, that, you know, that's a good thing. Also, I'm like to point out, like somebody in the chat said that I tokenized Athena. I mean, if that is the case, I apologize. I just believe that Alina had asked me if I had like particularly like rated or platformed any black.
Look at Dean taking accountability when he's criticized for something. What a respectful, accountable Chad. Also, somebody said, "Were you former MAGA?" No, I was never MAGA. I voted for Obama in my first election in 2008. I didn't vote in 2012. In 2016, I was a big Bernie supporter, and for a brief, maybe like a moment, like a day, I was like, you know what? If Bernie loses the primary, maybe I'll vote for Trump over Hillary. But I got out of that very quickly. And I voted for Hillary in 2016. I voted for Bernie in the 2020 primary, and then voted for Biden in the general, and then I voted for Kamala Harris last time.
Black women, and you know, that was my response to the question.
Well, I mean, I don't know that you would take this at all from me because like we've obviously had some kind of like riff here, but I feel, and this is something that like, you know, has been discussed with a lot of my friends, especially women creators, especially you know, Black women, Indigenous women. I mean, I would love to challenge you, or like if you critique that you should be rating more women, especially women of color, and sending platforms that way, because I do find that this space is very.
You should be rating more women, especially women of color. And when Dan rates a woman of color, performative, and he's not welcome there. Reminder.
Male-centered, and I feel like it's kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a circle jerk of you guys just rating each other like around and around. And I just think that there's a lot of creators like Erica Shante, Raptured Ren, Jessica Simone, that don't get the visibility because they're Black women.
Hey, I think that like in like specifically like in the debate niche, like especially the debate niche on here, like nothing is more important than representation of individuals from different demographics, because then it's able to serve to so many different individuals' interests and like areas where they may know more than others. So I don't disagree. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. I think we are at the end of this topic, hopefully. Are we all at least in some form of here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh shoot, I didn't realize that. Thank you for the gifts. I didn't realize anyone so many gifts, but yeah. I know the comments are super upset with me. Listen, I'm literally my tagline is to opinionate for my own good, and I stand by that. And I know that I'm probably way more left than a lot of people here, but I really like Dan, and that's why when he said if you want to come up, then
Yeah.
I respect him, and I think he does deserve a larger platform than he has. The Santanas of the world as well, and the Ericas and all of that.
It's interesting how quickly this changed. She says Dan and Santana deserve larger platforms than they have, but within a couple days, ew, you're not welcome here.
But I do look forward to seeing if not if the event is successful, because I'm sure you guys will have an amazing turnout. But I'm looking forward to looking at the content, and with an open mind, I promise I will at least take a look at it and see if it has an impact.
Okay. Yeah. You have an interesting perspective. I must say, I just it's hard for me to see like a perspective that would like challenge if it's a good idea, unless like it was a perspective from the right. So I'm like still trying to like comprehend like a left-leaning perspective that would like challenge like the overall impact of counteracting MAGA and Charlie Kirk in such a boots on the ground way. But
I mean that's totally fair.
I have a question.
I've just had
Jaden, I will recap really quickly for you. So this is the live that you haven't joined yet, but I think you are going to join. This was from 3 weeks ago. I was under the impression at the end of this live that it was actually like a very productive conversation. It turned out that Alina and her supporters did not feel that way, and kind of were portraying this what happened here as very different. She said she was dogpiled. Her supporters said that the men on the panel were being misogynistic. I don't think they were referring to you. Probably more me, Dean, and Malik. And she said, and they said she was constantly interrupted. We're now watching it to disprove this. But the reason that we're doing this live is not because of this. It's because a couple days after this live, I rated Erica Shante, which is now a great friend of mine, and Alina was in the box and said "ew" when people started saying Dan raid. She said, so one of my viewers, I'm Erica's good friend, and you're not welcome here. And so the moment I saw that, I decided to burn this bridge, and now we're recapping how we got here, because what Alina and her community have done is misrepresented everything coming up to this point, and the moment that she came from my community, I had to expose. Sorry, like you could say whatever you want about me, but the moment you come after my community, I'm gonna bury you in receipts, because that's what we got. Every single one of my lives is recorded on YouTube, including the comments. They were saying that the comments were being exceptionally misogynistic and gross, and we've seen maybe 1, 2 at most. I think there was one that even the women in this chat were divided on whether it was misogynistic, which was the comment calling her an airhead. And I said in the future, given that the women are divided, I'll err on the side of caution and call out that comment like that in the future. But other than that, comments just seem to be respectfully disagreeing with a lot of her opinions. And yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. We will get to the screenshots from what she said to my community in Erica's live, but right now we're just going over this part because this is what spurred on the beginning.
I think it's maybe just I don't know, maybe it's an age difference. Maybe I've gone through a lot of fucking elections, and I've seen everything kind of firsthand. Like I'm not like a creator that like many of the larger creators, especially the women creators on this app, like a lot of them were Trump supporters or like Republic. Like that's never been me. I've always been on the left. So like I've seen it all, like all these elections and how things that have worked, things that haven't worked. So I mean, if this works, then great.
If it works, would you support the next stop on the tour, even if it's headlined by Parker and Dean?
I mean, support. What do you mean support? Like,
would you think it's a good idea?
Cheerleader? I mean, I think, like I said, I'm not someone on the left that's anti like tourism or anything like that. Like, I do feel like multiple things can happen. But I do hope, and maybe that's, I don't know, we've already with all the foster kittens, but maybe I can find a group of people that would want to do something similar with more marginalized voices.
Okay, so if it works, will you support it in the future? And her answer was not yes. What more needs to be said here?
So if Dan and Santana, same event, same people speaking at it, but Dan and Santana were on the flyer as opposed to Dean and
Heather, I'm going to speak to that really quick. Love Erica. What was her take on the EU Dan raid? Erica did not know anything regarding this live, did not know anything regarding Alina or this conversation or anything like that. Erica just said in her live, after she saw some of the comments, hey guys, why is the Dan raid being attacked? Which is what I probably would have said in that situation. So Erica, again, Erica has nothing to do with this. Please do not go to Erica and ask her opinion about this. This live has nothing to do with Erica. And the only thing I want you to do with Erica is follow her. Thank you.
Parker, right? Would that make the event more appealing to you?
Not just appealing to me, but it would show like more inclusivity, more. It would just feel like more welcoming to marginalized groups.
It would feel more welcoming, but it wouldn't substantially be more welcoming because nothing would have changed about the lineup, right? Like it would have been the same.
People are going to go off of feeling versus like knowing. Like they're not going to know if it's more welcoming until they're actually there, but they're more likely to feel like it's a space for them if they're seeing representation.
So it doesn't matter what the event actually. It doesn't matter what the event is actually doing then, because you're saying that people are going because of a feeling.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say that question again? I'm sorry. Like,
so if the content doesn't get changed besides the headliners being two marginalized people instead of two cishet white individuals, the event goes the exact same way. But
I don't think there's any way that it could go the exact same way, because if more marginalized people feel welcome, then you're gonna have a more diverse like group there. And just by nature, like if you have a different audience there, it's gonna be different. The conversations are gonna be different. The questions are gonna be different.
So again, it's the same people attending, right? I'm just talking about changing out the flyer as it stands and putting two marginalized people from the same event there. You're looking for a platitude that doesn't necessarily increase the living conditions of anyone that's included. You're looking for something that feels good, as opposed to something that's doing actual good, like the event itself, which is combating misinformation, as opposed to feeling good that is Black people or other POCs talking about the misinformation that's being spread. Like, shouldn't the focus be on the misinformation, not who's talking about the misinformation?
Well, I think it adds credibility when it's marginalized groups talking about their own experiences and like how these experiences are affecting them. You don't think it adds credibility?
When did I say that it doesn't? I'm
asking you.
I don't think you need to be a Black person to say, hey, being Black in America kind of.
I'm going to do this. This is now like the 6th time. Nobody in my community is going to DM, harass, or report anyone spoken about in this live. And that includes Alina. Nobody in my community is going to do that. If they do, they are immediately blocked and ostracized from my community.
Sucks baseline, you know?
But would a Black person have a better idea of what that actually day-to-day looks like?
You go on YouTube and look up examples that are not the same as me as a Black person, but they can encapsulate the horrors in a video format. Like, it's not going to be as good as living it in the flesh, but I think the degrees of separation between living it and seeing the oppression being done are so far apart that it's insurmountable when it's not that huge of a gap. Like, yes, as a white person, you can't talk about systemic oppression with the same fervor as a Black person, but that doesn't make systemic oppression less tangible. It doesn't make it less real.
But it is less real because we see it all the time.
No, it's not. It still exists. It just doesn't exist in the same way.
No, we see it all the time where people didn't care about gay marriage until someone in their family was trying to get married, and all of a sudden it affects them. So now they care about it. Like you're in this assumption that people care, and we're learning that people don't care. Like people literally voted Trump over Kamala. Like people don't care. But now those same people are saying like, oh, the tariffs and this,
what
that,
was the
whatever.
one reason why people voted for Kamala or voted for Trump over Kamala? What's the single specific reason that individuals chose to vote for Trump over Kamala?
I mean, it's probably not the answer that you want, but it was racism and misogyny.
That is one of the most prevailing answers, yeah.
I mean, I don't entirely disagree. I mean, I think to know for sure is impossible. But what I've said on my live when people ask me is, one is the misinformation specifically about how inflation is global inflation is Joe Biden's fault, and somehow Donald Trump can use his time machine to go back to COVID-19. But,
yeah, reality.
But the other big thing is racism and misogyny. That's usually the answer I give. So I'm not saying it's necessarily I don't necessarily disagree with that, but
we could even juxtapose reality with what they were complaining about before the election, because they were complaining about egg prices leading up to the election as if the economy was the reason why they would vote for Trump over the Democrats. But Trump crashed the economy, and there's been very little from some of the most staunch conservative. Actually, no, that's actually not true. Like, you've seen the clips of Shapiro saying that he probably did some unconstitutional things with the tariffs. You see the Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports saying he's down 20 million, and you see Aiden Ross, three huge conservative supporters of Trump, days after his tariffs, regretting their vote and talking about their huge losses from him. So they lied about the economy and used that as justification. They lied about her laugh and said it was too off-putting. Like, there were so many different reasons why people didn't vote for Kamala. It wasn't just one reason, one specific boiled down reason. That was the point that I was trying to make. There are a bunch of different factors into why people didn't vote, but it boiled down to a lot of the American populace was tired of the status quo. People can't afford rent. People can't afford emergencies. People feel like the government isn't looking out for them in their times of need, and that's one of the overwhelming reasons why they didn't go out to vote. Even though the choice should have been a layup between Trump and Kamala.
Is Jaden in the box?
I mean, I
Jaden
think
is not in
people
the box. People keep asking me to bring him up, but he's not in the box.
I think people say that, like, that's the reason. But, like, I mean, and again, like Dan said, there's no way we could know for sure. But, you know, having these conversations day in and day out, it's like, I mean, at least 4 or 5 times a day, I'm talking to someone that, you know, voted for Obama, then voted Hillary, or voted for Trump and then voted Biden and then back to Trump. Or like the way that their voting pattern, it's like, oh, okay, so you don't like Black women, because it's like, it's kind of like, it's jarring. And their excuse is like, well, I voted for Obama, so like I'm not racist, I voted for Obama. Like, and they never have a good reason. Like, they'll say like, oh, she changes up, or she wasn't real because she code switches, which we know why.
Well,
You know,
I don't
honestly,
think
why Black people, you know, have to do that.
I don't think anyone here is disagreeing with the fact that a lot of people voted because they're either racist, misogynistic, or both. I mean, I know Dean has seen people come up and say shit like, well, how would she deal with world leaders? Or I just think that Trump makes more sense. Like stuff that's like, oh, I don't take her seriously. Like, that's, if you come at it from a non-misogynist point of view, that's insane. Like saying that she has word salads and he's talking about Arnold Palmer.
Oh my gosh, I hate when you freaking say that, when they're like, oh, she can't answer a question. I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah, so I don't think anyone on this panel disagrees with that. I guess I guess the main disagreement here is whether or not we should be using whether or not we should be making, the big disagreement is whether or not we should make the very popular white guys the face of the event, right? That's the crux of our disagreement here, I think.
I mean, it's kind of just like it is the crux of the disagreement, but it's also just, which I said before, that it kind of just underlines, like, you know, the country as a whole, like this app as a whole, like it's always going to favor the cishet white men.
If cishet white men overwhelmingly voted to support Trump, why shouldn't they be the ones voting to get people to see that he's a con man?
What? that doesn't make any sense. Like,
if the demographics from the
like, what are we going to learn? Like, what is a marginalized person going to learn from a cishet white man about their own oppression?
Wait,
how often do you see the marginalized?
I'm sorry, I missed that
group? I was asking, if cishet white men overwhelmingly voted to get Trump in office, why shouldn't they help inform people on why he shouldn't be in office and some of the misinformation that they're spreading to get him in office?
Oh, I mean, I never said that they shouldn't or they couldn't. The point is being the lead of it.
Here's my thoughts. So like, I think that like that's an important conversation. Like, once again, as I've already stated, that I do think that like representation is like very crucial, especially towards like counter movements to oppose like regressive ideologies, beliefs, and policy that serves to further oppress marginalized communities. Like, I think that conversation is very critical, very important to have. I think as it would apply to like the Unfuck America tour, like specifically, like I personally think that, you know, it's going to be a good thing. And what my response to this, like,
I would hope you think that, because you're signed on to it. I would hope that you think it's going to be a good thing.
My response would be like specifically what you're asking is, I think it's like really good for like white creators, white people, to be like very involved and like protest against the systems designed by other white people to hurt marginalized communities. You know, like for a long time, like BIPOC individuals, people of color, women, have been doing all of the legwork to oppose regressive, harmful policy and ideology that was built to oppress them. And white people just like didn't give a shit. White people just let it slide. White people just didn't say anything, right? And I think that white people getting involved. I think that white people getting involved, white people, you know, like counteracting like oppressive, regressive ideology and policy in people, if anything, like shows progress. Now, like, that's why I don't think it's a bad thing. That's why I think it's a good thing. But just kind of wrap it around to what I first said about how I think that representation is so critical. That's why I still think that this is a good conversation. You know, I think that there's a really good way to balance the idea that white people advocating against the systems designed by other white people is good, while also making the recognition that representation is good. Like, there's definitely going to be balance there.
Hold on. Really quick, I'm sorry. I have to defend Malik here. From this comment, Blake 5223. Chris, don't hold on. I have to scroll. Sorry. Chris, don't let this dude tokenize you. We already got one tap dancer up there.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm really
No.
good on comments like that. So I'll let Malik speak on it, but that's bordering. So just FYI, one of Alina's supporters criticized me for pushing back on that comment, but not pushing back on the disgusting comments about Alina. Have we seen disgusting comments about Alina? What was the comment? I mean, I just read it. I'm not gonna read it again, but it was super racist. Wait, Nicole, what disgusting comments about Alina, other than the airhead one, which we discussed a lot? What disgusting comments about Alina have been there? I'm curious. Like, that's why we're watching this. But I also don't think it's fair to equate what her fans said to her actually saying something. Well, wait. Well, I got some clips. That one was just rude. The comment from that person is disgusting. Yeah. Dan, I'm not gonna lie, there were comments calling her a hoe. Wait, where? I'm just being real. Nicole, we're literally watching it. So when did this happen? Like, it's on the screen. You could just tell me. A few minutes back? Why didn't you call it out at the time? I did point it out, but a lot was going on. Okay. We can go a few minutes back. I have seen people call her a hoe, and I really don't get that. Okay, well, if people did call her a hoe. So first of all, a couple things I want to say. These comments are coming in before mods can mute, because these are the comments that are recorded by YouTube. That being the case, if anyone called her a hoe, say it right now. That's completely unwelcome verbiage to use about a guest, regardless of if you disagree with her. It was one person, though. I'm not saying people. It's not your job, or even the mods, to see every comment, though. Wait, these are TikTok comments, but they're being recorded by YouTube. So if a mod mutes them, they're already on the YouTube live. Like, you can't retroactively remove them. So it's possible that it got muted, because my mods are really good. But I mean, I would like to believe, I'd like to think that anyone that's watched me for a moment would know that I wouldn't stand for that. The amount of like maggots before the election that I blocked because their criticisms about Kamala were not related to policy or related to anything she said or anything she's done. Was it "Ho, is you okay?" Oh, I see. Yeah. Like I do not tolerate misogynistic or racist or transphobic, any hateful comments like that. I don't tolerate. Why would people call her that? That's so bad. No, I agree. That's not calling her that. Guys, unrelated, I learned how to make salmon sushi. OW. Dan, you don't miss anything in the comments, but we would have caught it. No, I miss a ton in the comments. Iris is on live talking about you. About me? Wait, give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Ho, is you okay is a phrase? Give me that. Give me that. Irish like racist as fuck. I don't know anything about this person. Irish in NYC. Okay.
Interact with men.
Chat, we're
or
famous.
panel men or center men. How am I going to get upset about that? I'm not going to agree with that position in the sense that obviously.
Oh wait, sorry.
Hey Dan, how are you doing, buddy? Dan, we're just listening in, buddy. I don't want to listen to myself. Feel free to continue. But Dan, I actually find that your live right now is really fascinating, and I think you're raising a lot of questions that I have struggled with myself, and I've really been entertained and interested in your perspective. So please keep talking, Dan, so I can hear what you're saying rather than you hear what I'm saying, buddy.
Okay, well, I was just told that you were talking about the live. I don't know if it's in a positive, negative, or a neutral perspective, so just curious.
Dan is playing me right now in his live. I was just told that you were talking about the live. I don't know if I think Dan thought I was talking negatively. Yeah, totally neutral perspective, Dan.
Okay, you're cool then. We're gonna keep going. I mean, you're cool either way. You could talk negatively too. It's just I'm a chismoso, so I wanted to hear it.
Yeah, totally neutral perspective, Dan. Okay, you're cool then. We're gonna keep going. I mean, you're cool either way. You could talk negatively too. It's just I'm a chismoso, so I wanted to hear it. Got it. So I don't know why he thought there would be negative. No, Dan, not talking negative. Genuinely interested in the discussion, and I think that what you're having over there is a good faith discussion.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna X out of your live.
Genuinely interested in the discussion, and I think that what you're having over there is a good faith discussion.
Okay. All right. I don't know who that guy is, by the way. There's people in the chat saying he's problematic. If that's the case, then fuck him. I don't know. I don't know who that is at all. Okay, where were we? Not a big fan of Irish. He is, just block. Okay. Okay. It's better you don't know who he is. The 5-second delay for both of y'all was hilarious. Okay, but like, let's play Jackbox. I do trust chat though. Okay, listen. I understood. Okay, here we go. I'm on block territory, just letting you know.
Oh yeah, you can go ahead and block Blake. He's been antagonizing me in your comments since before the election. I already have him blocked on my personal account, so it'd be great not seeing him in the lives anymore.
Copy. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that like
No, that's wild.
absolutely disgusting. I also think I will say I kind of agree with Kristen when she says in chat anyone saying W or L is missing the point of the conversation. I think this is an important conversation. I think I don't know if I agree with how it started, but I think where it's going is super important.
Yeah, I like pop.
And this is me defending Alina here. Like, I still don't understand why we got bullied in Erica's chat.
Up here because of how it started. I like just literally was scrolling on my For You page, and I thought I heard some things about me that I disagreed with. But I mean, you know, it turned into a fruitful conversation.
Yeah. My biggest I think my biggest criticism is maybe just like so the way it came off to me. I really don't want to dogpile because I know chat has been kind of losing it, but the way wait, someone just said something that's interesting to me. Someone said Alina's in Irish's live. Is that true?
That is Bobby. Oh, well, I don't know anything about. I genuinely don't.
Someone said Alina's in Irish's live. Is that true?
That is Bobby. Oh, well, I don't know anything about. I genuinely don't.
She could just come up in this live if she wants.
Dan, you're listening to my live again. Why don't you just join my live if you want to pay attention to me?
Well, I just want to. I'd like it if Alina could just explain why she attacked the Dan raid. That's all. If she's there.
Alina's not on my live.
Oh, who said that? Whoever said that is getting muted.
Alina, do you want to join Dan's live in order to have a conversation? Because if not,
he doesn't.
I'll simply tell him right now that you do not want to join his live.
Yeah, no, she doesn't. And Alina's in the chat on Irish's live are already saying Dan loves to harass women.
Well, Dan, if you're saying that she doesn't want to join your live, why did you make the invitation?
Because it was
respectfully.
Well, I was saying that because I'm predicting what she's gonna say. So The people that are saying up there that Dan loves to harass women, we were not the instigators. We were bullied, and I'm fighting back for
Don't
my
quite understand
community.
that explanation.
What you're doing is cry bullying. Okay? Cry bullying. When you say, I'm a good friend of Erica's and you are not allowed, you're not welcome here. When you say, ew to a Dan raid,
if you
when
can
you say,
explain,
oh,
like,
Dan's people were talking
what
shit.
exactly do you define as bullying? What is it exactly you're saying Alina and her community did that was bullying towards you, that you are concerned enough about to bring up?
I just said it. I rated Erica, 600-person raid by recommendation from somebody in my chat.
But can you be more specific? Like, what exactly did people say? What exactly did people do? Have people tried to
My
get you fired?
sentence
Have
is
people
not.
doxed you?
I'm getting there. Okay, so I rated Erica. Alina says, ew. That's the first response. Then one of Alina's friends says, I bet Dan's community is not going to talk the shit that they were talking last night. Then when some of my community defend themselves and say, what shit are you talking about? Like, she says in response to one of my community members, well, I'm Erica's good friend and you're not welcome here. And that was the moment that I made all those memes.
Okay, Dan, that's not bullying.
Speaking for,
Dan,
hold on.
that's what happened. Like, Dan, that's not bullying.
Okay. Okay, well, then you guys can believe. I'm just airing out the receipts. If you guys are cool with her gatekeeping
Dan,
another
a
creator,
person basically said you're not welcome in their space, and
it's
or they
not
don't
her
like you.
space.
That's not bullying.
It's not her space. She's talking for a different person.
It's her friend's space.
And her friend didn't know anything
I
about
understand.
it.
So if Erica has a problem with what Alina said, I would trust Erica to bring that to Alina. You don't need to speak for Erica.
I'm not
right?
speaking for Erica.
You're
I'm speaking
criticizing
for
Alina
Dan
speaking for
and
Erica,
Dan's community.
But you're now speaking for Erica.
Okay. Me at the start was that it was criticism of the tour without like knowing a lot about it. And so that's why I brought you up to hear what your criticisms were, because I respect your opinions. I watch you when you whenever I can. I watch you. There's so many, you know, how difficult it is to watch other live creators when you go live. But and so that's why I brought you up. But like when it started, that's how it felt. So and I think now that we've all had this conversation, I think it's a very interesting point, and I don't disagree that representation is super important. But I also I agree with Dean where I think this is net positive, and I think infighting on the left can become an electoral issue. Now, fortunately, everyone here voted for Kamala Harris. We don't have any Jill Stein voters, so this is the time for us to be having these conversations right now.
Agreed, Dan. Yes.
Yes, I always criticize. I criticize the Stein supporters and the non-voters and all that stuff so much when it was 2 months away from electing a fascist, and I'm like, we could hash this out on what is it, November 5th. We could talk about this on November
November 6th.
November 6th. Yeah, we do not need to talk about this now. This is when we should be talking about this stuff. This is when, if y'all ever hear me say anything bad about the Democratic Party, it's gonna be now. And I'm really happy that we can have these conversations.
Well, I mean, I just think that
this
even saying
point.
that this is,
Go ahead.
even saying that, like, and even the comments from the chat, but like even saying that, like, me bringing up this criticism is divisive when, like, literally just asking for more representation is like,
it's also possible
that's
that
literally
people,
like,
it's also possible that, like, the people in the chat are like referring to other things. Like I've seen like a couple people like comment about like apparently you said that I'm like just performative and just do it for the money, etc. Like maybe like those are the divisive comments that they're referencing.
well, Dan mentioned infighting on the left.
No, yeah, but and I mean that's the type of infighting, right? Like, assuming that Dean is performative and just doing it for the money simply because he's white, cis male, I think is detrimental to us coming together on the left.
Because what's to stop anyone from saying anyone that wants to change is performative? Like anyone that's coming from that background is performative.
Well, I mean, I would say creators that you know, bring in large amounts of money in their life but don't really use it to benefit their community in any way, I would say that is for the money and performative. So that's my opinion.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah,
Sorry, my bad. Trying to go eat this McFlurry.
I guess my question.
So Dean, Dean. So
is there a lag, Chris?
One thing that
I think he's lagging because he's just talking at the same time as Dean.
Yeah. Sorry, give me 5 seconds. My bad. Go ahead.
I guess like I'd say that is like.
Yeah, I blocked Irish. The moment that he said, her saying "ew" and her saying "you're not welcome in my friend's community" isn't bullying. It was clear that he was in bad faith, so I just blocked him. Good on that. I mean, I'm just showing the receipts and whatever anyone wants to think. Also, the fact that he wanted to pull Erica into it when I specifically have 6 times have said Erica has nothing to do with any of this, and didn't want to be involved in any of this drama. Absolutely insane. Yeah, no, blocked.
The only person that knows how I spend my money, or what I spend my money on, or what I want to use my money to do is me.
Okay.
Chris, did you want to say something?
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I went back into that. Yeah, Dean, I think so. As we've had this chat,
I will say though, I'm happy that that we saw that Irish live, because now we know that the instigators of all of this are watching. Okay, I want you guys to watch this, because we have so far dismantled so many pieces of gaslighting already. This is it's been almost a 4-hour live, and there's more. So also, Alina unfollowed me first.
not you and me, but just like other people and the minority community and things like that. Kind of just, I think the biggest critique that we have, right, is that when you guys obviously juxtapose our position, right, and when it comes to standing up for minorities, which I think is great and all, but most of the time, right, you don't have that shared experience, and you really don't bring that many people up from that side of the road, right? And that's when it comes to the equal representation. And we've had this conversation with like other creators in that boat, and I used to watch you a lot, but like seeing somebody in like your category, even though you do a good job of defending the position, right? It may not like, maybe according to you, if it doesn't bring the views or anything, that's what we would like to see more of that, right? Because the last thing that we want to see is like a cisgender like white man, right, kind of defend the minority position instead of showing that unity by just bringing other people that have actually lived those experiences and things like that.
So, I mean, if you're just saying that you think it's like very important for like me, like a cis white guy, to bring up individuals that exist in marginalized communities in our country during conversations that would pertain towards marginalized communities in our country, unironically, like I try to do that as much as I can. I'd say like maybe like the main issue that I face is like a lack of infrastructure to have like quick and readily available conversations.
User, I don't know all that much about Sam, but I do believe that Sam is non-binary, so it wouldn't be she, it would be they.
With individuals that would exist in marginalized communities to get them on my live. Like honestly, right now, like all that it is, well, I start having a conversation with an individual that's spewing very vehement, obvious, like racism against Black people in America. Well, I'm just hoping for a text from somebody like Santana saying that he's in the box, or checking and seeing that Jaden's in the queue, or that Athena's DMing me on Instagram, or like Discord, or just hoping that one of these people are watching my live. And I think that like what I probably need to do is kind of like build out my network more, make more introductions between myself and other creators in the space that are members of marginalized communities, and have like definitely pathways with least resistance to like easily like platform individuals to speak on issues that pertain to their marginalized communities. And I think that's a good thing. And like I will really like never criticize conversation about like having more representation from people in marginalized communities. Like I always think that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's just the consensus from like our side in the end, right? Like when you don't see it from our story, it's like to like us, it just looks a little bit taboo, right? Somebody trying to put.
Wait, I missed it. What was Lena's comment? What did she say?
And have like definitely pathways with least resistance to like easily like platform individuals to speak on issues that pertain to their marginalized communities. And I think that's a good thing. And like I will really like never criticize conversation about like having more representation from people in marginalized communities. Like I always think that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's just the consensus.
Oh, I was there? Wait, am I blind? Oh my god, wait, chat, what was my timestamp? I pressed the number button and it didn't. Chat, what was the timestamp? Oh, notice how Chris said the same thing and isn't getting sand pounded? Well, there's a very different, oh, check on YouTube. Wait. Yeah, someone can check on YouTube.
Successful, because I'm sure you guys will have an amazing turnout. But I'm looking forward to, looking at the content and with an open. Well, I think it adds credibility when it's marginalized groups talking about their own experiences.
But from what I understand is that she envisions coalitions through.
No, definitely not close to the pause button. No. TikTok the answer.
Just hoping that one of these people are watching my live. And I think that like what I probably need to do is kind of like build out my network more, make more introductions between myself and other creators in the space that are members of marginalized communities, and have like definitely pathways with least resistance to like easily like platform individuals to speak on issues that pertain to their marginalized communities. And I think that's a good thing. And like I will really like never criticize conversation about like having more representation from people in marginalized communities. Like I always think that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's just the consensus from like our side in the end, right? Like when you don't see it from our story, it's like to like us, it just looks, a little bit taboo, right? Somebody trying to put themselves in the shoes of maybe somebody that doesn't have the same shared experience. But I would say that's the biggest critique. But not trying to completely criticize you, but that's the biggest critique going on our side at least.
Hi, Sam.
Hey, how are you?
Doing all right. How are you? Oh, wait, this is different Sam.
Dean, just wanted to reach out to say I'm an officer for the Colorado Democratic Party, and I'm actually going to be taking over the Disability Strong Democrats movement.
All right, this guy comes up and like self-plugs. Hold on.
Yes.
So sorry.
Well,
Go ahead.
a different build-up for you. Well, so Colorado Young Dems. No, Colorado.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Thank you. When I brought up the wrong Sam. All right, everybody. Samantha for AZ, don't bring me up.
Can we get an L Dan in the chat for bringing up the wrong Sam?
Yeah, let's get some L Dans in the chat.
That guy was pretty chill.
Yeah, no, I would have. Yes, I'm glad we brought him up. But hi.
Hi, I would just like to say, when I first saw that other dude named Sam, whose name was not mine, my jaw did hit the floor and scrape it. That was fucking hilarious. I was like, wait, but if I'm Sam and that's Sam, that's not how that works. But hi, nice to meet you.
Hi.
I think that, as everyone's touched on, this is a very nuanced conversation. On the one hand, Alina, I do agree that it is depressing as fuck that we have cis het white men as the heads for so many things that are going on that are supposed to be representative of oppressed and marginalized communities. I do also agree, however, that it is the job of white people to undo racism. That is absolutely their job. I do wish that Black people and other people of color were the ones that were actually like getting the credit they deserve in these spaces. Unfortunately, they don't due to racism. But as it stands right now, white people being our allies is very important. I will say, however, that there are some things that white people that are in the space do or don't do that definitely shows that there's more work to be done. And Dean, while I don't mean to call you out, actually, no, this would be calling you out. I'm just going to stand on business. That one time where we were talking in your live, it was me, you, Athena, and Parker, and we were talking about what it would be like, what the implications would be racially and otherwise for you to talk to that one weirdo who is very vehemently anti-Black and misogynistic. And I think that was a very productive conversation, and you were very open and honest, and I appreciated that. However, what I very much dislike and actually think about like on a weekly basis, it really pissed me off, was that me and Athena were defending ourselves against the racism in your comments when you have mods that could very easily have taken care of that if you said, "Ayo, mods, hop on the racism." But we addressed it ourselves 3 times plus, having to defend ourselves from the white supremacists. And I understand that.
This isn't super relevant to what we're talking about because I think they're criticizing a Dean live, and I don't know anything about that, but let's keep playing it.
White supremacists being there wasn't your fault. It was a MAGA live, so MAGA, white supremacy goes hand in hand. But as someone who says that they care a great deal about POC creators, you just kind of like watch the racism happen while we had that conversation, and that felt like shit.
Okay, well, I appreciate you so much for hopping up here and like sharing that with me. So I mean, like it is always the task of like the individuals which like very kindly moderate for me to like block and ban white supremacists from my chat. And I think if like you're saying that I could have done more to like vocalize to get them to work harder to do so, I think that's like valid and I could accept that critique. I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, do we end up straight up turn off the chat on that live? Because I remember giving like Athena like full moderation power to just straight up turn off the chat.
I don't think chat was turned off. I'm pretty sure chat remained there the entire time. I don't know if Athena caught it when you said that you gave her mod powers.
Okay, well, yeah, no, hey, I appreciate that. By the way, I actually never ended up debating him. I listened to him in a Twitter space, and the guy is so insane and doesn't even try to like argue his position. So your like original critique actually ended up being what like materialized. I never ended up talking to him for that reason.
I'm glad, because that would have been awful. But speaking of, I've seen in the campaign that you and Parker are going to be doing, they're going to be debating Charlie Kirk, and I have the same critique that I had of what's his name, Myron. Where like Charlie Kirk's basically a white supremacist. So I want to ask you what value you think will be derived from talking to him about politics when most of his politics lie on him just like having complete apathy for people that don't look like him.
So you're just asking like what the value would be from talking to him. So like first and foremost, like I feel like the event isn't actually centered around like talking to or debating Charlie Kirk. And like that's a really cool thing about like the Unfuck America tour that we've kind of had so far is it's not necessarily a conversation between Dean Parker and Charlie Kirk, but it's more so like a new addition to the environment that is created on campus during his tours as more so a disruptor, right? Or like a source of alternative information that doesn't create the same destruction in the society compared to what he does. So I feel like that's important to point out, A. And then B, like I mean, hey, when you were like getting funded $40 million every fiscal year to stop it, like I don't know.
Hey, so I just saw a comment on Irish's live. The criticism was not a personal attack. Am I missing something? He took it as a personal attack. I did not take it as a personal attack. Alina, I did not take it as a personal attack. I took it as a personal attack when you said ew to the Dan raid in Erica's live. When you said, I'm a good friend of Erica and you're not welcome here. That is the personal attack. None of your criticisms are personal attacks. In fact, we agreed with a lot of your criticisms. This is not about not being able to take criticism. This is about you being a bad person and you not wanting to get called out and then pretending that you're the one being bullied when you started it. And that's why I'm showing the receipts. This is what's known as cry bullying. I'm showing it to the internet because you will not attack my community without pushback. Okay, you and for the comments that said, "Oh well, Dan having a whole live to attack a woman is misogynistic." Her being a bad person has nothing to do with her being a woman. Hope that's clear.
What was it, like 25 universities to talk to a group of anywhere from 500 to 1500 like young minds. I think that any type of disruption to that like ecosystem, a pushback to that ecosystem are like very important and honestly really productive.
Okay. Also,
I can already tell. I'm not even looking at Irish's chat, and I know the Alinists are saying that I'm an unsafe person because of the way I'm speaking. I'm going to say this one more time. Misrepresent the facts, and you attack my community, I'm going to be upset. And I'm sorry. I'm not going to coddle you when you were the one that did this. Okay? Sorry, this isn't victim. You're going to say this is now victim blaming. You attacked my community, and I'm just showing you the receipts.
Dan.
Hi, Johnny.
Oh my God, this is a beautiful panel. Oh my gosh, first off, Dan, looking stunning. Alina, I never get to see you this late. I see Dean, I see Chris.
I know, and I
Chris,
have jury duty
is that
in the morning.
see, Alina and I are like
I'm on a
morning
murder
people.
trial,
That's why-
y'all.
Like, what are you doing? It's late. I just got back from the gym. Sam.
Wait, are you allowed to tell us that you're on a murder?
Yeah, I just can't say any details.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay, really quick. I don't mean to interrupt, but Valerie, thank you for the $2. W, without criticism, we would be a cult just like MAGA. Keep the panel up for crab day. I don't know about that one, but thank you so much for the $2. And for anyone that isn't following any of the people here, please drop a follow. We are live Wednesdays and Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, usually, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. So if you like this kind of content, drop a follow. So despite everything, I'm going to say this again. Nobody from my community is going to DM, going to harass, or is going to report anyone involved in here, in this live. Okay? That's number one. Number two, this live has nothing to do with Erica. Erica is an amazing person. Please, please, please do not bring her into this at all. And number three, if you're here for the first time, thank you so much for joining. We're live on the main account, Wednesdays to Saturdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. This is a non-politics account, which I reserved for things like this. Don't really have to do with politics, but I'm gonna call it performative now that you're watching, even though you started with the disclaimer. Yeah, I've said that disclaimer like 7 times at this point. Woman of the Millennium. I don't think Alina's a bad person. I think we're all just very passionate about these topics. That's what I thought after this, right? Like, I disagreed with some of her points, but I recognize that she's very passionate about the topics. That's why I said I don't care that she interrupted Malik. It's when you say you criticize Dean for not raiding black women, and then when Dan raids a black woman and it's called performative, it's hit with ew, and his community is hit with you are not welcome here. I am giving my judgment as a person. I think she's probably either a bad person, or has her priorities out of whack, or she's just misinterpreting what's happening in real time. I don't know. I mean, Trump supporters do it all the time, where the open borders, they're all flowing in. Like maybe it's like that. I just don't know what else to say. I'm not going to hold my tongue when my community is attacked. Thank you all so much. Just need to do one plug in the night, and we can get back. Sorry.
I'm down for a crab reef.
Yeah.
I guess then I'm confused on the like the logistics of what this is going to be like, because I didn't want to like come up here completely clueless. I did go to the website, and I saw that his hideous name was there, and your name was there, and also Parker's. And as you guys like debate, I presume that you would be talking with him directly. If you're not, that's fantastic news. I mean, that's amazing. I could throw it back to that news, but I'm just a little confused on that.
Well, I honestly think that like we'll only know what it's going to look like once we're there in person doing what we do. All that like me, Parker, the organizers know right now is that we are going to have a podium around 20 feet away from his with louder speakers and more expensive microphones. And that's it, man. Like it's kind of we're gonna feel it out, see how it goes, and see like what is the best way we could do to rally more support around movements that oppose Trump compared to those that support him. And I mean, hey, I could like be slightly bad faith and try to convince you that I know exactly what is going to happen and try to argue that it is going to be good, awesome, and perfect. But we truly like won't know until we do it. But I'm really excited nonetheless, and I think that it's going to be a really awesome thing.
Well, yeah, there's no way for you to know definitively, and I'm not like up here to try and test you on that or anything. What I was wondering was like what.
I guess, okay, I will speak on this because one of the Millennium has a great point. Of course, I think I reserve bad person for MAGA level people, but I'm also very literal. I'm going to say this. If you voted for Donald Trump in the last election, you're a worse person than Alinity, okay? So Alinity is still leaps and bounds ahead of most people.
It was going to turn out as, but I respect that you don't know. I actually think that's pretty cool. But it kind of seems like the idea is less that you will speak to him and more that you will try to drown him out.
Yeah. I definitely do think that it's going to be like more like less speaking to him, more speaking to the people. I mean, like there's probably going to be like hopefully like a couple hundred people there that want to hear from Parker, and I don't really think that Trent is going to be one of them.
Chris, you've repented. You are absolved of your sins, Chris. We love a king, a growth king. That there's no way that's right. Self-improvement king. Y'all know what I mean. Guaranteed they're still watching because Irish has 1 million accounts. Oh, I know they're still watching. Yeah, no, Chris. I wasn't talking about you. You know who I'm talking about. Dan's Discord talking about people's kids and has been talking about Alina nonstop. That's why she said ew. Just show the screenshots. I know you guys are in my Discord. Show the screenshots. Please. Just show them. Like, I don't understand why you guys make accusations with no evidence ever. I will say this. I was petty. I made 20 memes about Alina after the Erica live. I'd love to see any of my people talking about Alina's kids. Because I will boot them immediately if I saw that. Please, show me the screenshot. Show me. Also, how would Alina know what's going on in your Discord? There's a spy. Like, oh. I said this before, by the way, to one of the people that's watching on Irish's live, because she claimed I said something I didn't say. I said, hey, all my lives are recorded. If you give me the timestamp, I'll give you $1,000. And she was upset that I made a bet out of an important issue. This is what I want. If you have a criticism, provide evidence. Don't have evidence, then SYBAU, okay?
Okay, fair. Thank you for telling me.
Hey, Dan, can I step in here just real quick?
Yes.
Dean, first of all, I love what you do.
And yes, I will be showing the memes.
Watch your streams all the time. But this is at least the issue that I have. So I am a up-and-coming content creator. I'm trans. And as far as your streams go, it's really difficult seeing opposition come up onto the panel to speak of, trans issues and where they stand.
Alina, it was performative because he was bullying me for days before. Show me the proof. Show me the proof of me bullying you for days before. Show me the proof. Show me the proof. I'll end my live. I'll end my political career. I will never go to a tour again. Show me the proof. I was bullying you for days before.
And in regards to the community and, not being able to see trans voices come up onto your panel, I had heard what you said before, and I completely understand. You have a very, very, very large platform, and, you need time to get people up onto the panel. It's really difficult, Dean, as someone like me, that's up and coming, I'm trying to grow my platform, I'm trying to have my voice heard as much as possible. But it's really hard when TikTok, is censoring that kind of content, that trans people like me post. It's really difficult. I don't know if you have something to say at all, Dean, but.
Oh, yeah, no, sure, dude. I
think we can make an argument that Dean was dogpiled. Yeah, I think we could.
I hate it too. I hate it so much, dude. TikTok is so bad when it comes to allowing voices to be heard and projected to the masses to defend the LGBTQ plus community as it would pertain to not just trans individuals, but also to gay individuals and lesbian individuals. And they just straight up ban those conversations. Like for instance, especially when Donald.
I don't do call out lives. That's why I haven't shown screenshots. Okay. Well, you don't have to do it in a call out. You could just post it in a Discord or send it in a message. Like, it would be so. This is what I say to MAGA, by the way. Why do I have to talk to you like you're MAGA? This is what I say to MAGA in the chat. If there's anything that I'm saying that's wrong, it would be so easy to come up and show that I'm a beta liberal cuck, right? And in your case, it would be so easy to show that I am a problematic, unsafe misogynist. All you have to do is provide a single shred of evidence. You don't have to make a whole live about it. You don't have to make your whole life about it. Just somewhere. Did Alina say that? Yeah, I'm reading Alina's comments in Irish's chat. People are sending them to me. The lady was on Good Trouble's live bragging about Dean's backup account following her. I don't even know what that means. What a cop out her response. I tried to dog walk Dan one time and became a Democrat faster than you can say, oh shit. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing I have, right? I'm not the best debater on this platform. I'm not the funniest person on this platform. I'm not a part of a marginalized community, so I can't speak as knowledgeably on a lot of those issues, right? I'm not a woman. I can't speak fully knowledgeably on healthcare access for women. But I have facts and receipts. That's what I bring. That's what I bring. So all I ask to clear all of this up is a single shred of evidence that or my community was bullying for days prior to the Erica live. That's all I have. And if you're an Alina follower and you don't think that not wanting to provide that evidence is an issue, then you might be in a cult.
Donald Trump was advocating for a ban of trans individuals in the military, I would have a lot of people come up on my stream and argue that that's a reason that they support him. And when those conversations first started, I'd engage with them. I'd tell them why I don't think that's the case. If I had the availability to platform other individuals from the community that were trans, I would happily bring them up, individuals such as Eli. But what I've realized is every single time I have a discussion with a Trump supporter about issues as it would relate to why they're transphobic, the whole stream is taken down. TikTok absolutely silences conversations about trans individuals, silences conversations about gay individuals, lesbian individuals, bi individuals. And it's honestly gross.
Yeah, and it's a shame, Dean. It truly is. Well, and go ahead.
I want to back Dean on that and say, I am part of.
Kristen, can you tell me where that's the case? Because I'll definitely call it out. I haven't seen it, but. They're saying, how is that Dean's problem? I don't think that's an attack on you. I think it's more an attack on the argument. But that's my personal opinion. I think those people misunderstood what Kristen said. It really isn't his problem why they banned it's on TikTok. No, so Kristen's still making a fair point. Even if it's not Dean's problem, representation is an issue, right? I just don't know that that's an attack. TikTok kicks and blocks a lot of Black folks' lives too on social justice. Yeah, no, you're correct. Literally fighting for equal representation. No, I'm not disagreeing with you, Kristen. I'm just saying I don't know why that question is an attack. It seemed like what was said, that why they don't talk about trans. Yeah, I think I agree with Angela. I think people are agreeing with you, but it's a TikTok problem, not a Dean problem. Okay, I'm gonna keep the live going. But Kristen, feel free to DM me after we talk.
Part of the community. I am very proudly and happily gay, and I can't talk about my background. I can't talk about who I am or who I love because, as Dean said, those conversations get shut down. He's completely right here, and I think it's critically important to know that this is an issue that we got to take up with TikTok and hold them accountable for, because the more that we do talk about this, and while we should in this space, it suppresses us, and we reach less people, if not get suspended outright altogether. And for example, I received a suspension just the other day because I was talking about who I love. And so, I want to make sure that we direct that anger in the right place because it's unacceptable, but Dean can't do anything about that. TikTok can.
Yeah, something funny. I actually today lost access to one of my accounts, one of my second accounts. So I have like an account ban warning on 3 of my accounts in total now. But I finally lost access to my second account today because somebody was coming up, this Christian, saying that unionships, if you're picking up what I'm laying down, like marriage, etc., is only between I don't want to get banned on here, but no, fuck it, it's okay. Like men and women. So then I knew that I probably shouldn't have had a conversation with them to tell them why they're wrong because of TikTok TOS, but I did anyways because they were just really making me upset. And I ended up getting a whole account taken down. And I think that just kind of goes to show, like, this is a top level issue that first starts with a belligerent over moderation issue from TikTok that is very negligent and actually impedes upon productive conversation for more advocacy for marginalized communities in this country.
I agree 1000%. So Dean, is there a way that I can personally reach out to you so we can have more of this conversation?
Honestly, the very best way to get hold of me is going to be Discord DMs. I know that sounds like crazy, but I essentially, like, my DMs everywhere else are incredibly flooded. Or actually, I'll just follow you on this account.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, Natalie, were you the comment that Kristen's referring to? Because if so, I love this. This is like I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Tell me what is going on. Oh, Sydney, you missed so much. This is 4 hours and 20 minutes into the live. Dean, start this drama? No. Yeah, Kristen, I'm thinking it was just a misunderstanding from everybody. Dan's version of a call out live. No receipts, watching someone else's live recap of this live. This is... Wait, what? What does that even mean? This is my live that I'm watching. And these are the comments that are involved in the criticisms. These are receipts. This is literally... Y'all are wild. Then stop watching Irish's live. I haven't watched it in like 20 minutes. However, people are sending screenshots of the unhinged chats that are lying, so gotta call them out when I see them. TikTok DMs are cooked, just FYI. They're so hard to keep track of. Half the time they glitch. So if I haven't, just like Dean, if I haven't replied to anybody on TikTok and you really need to reach me, Discord is the best way.
Well, yeah, it's the same for me, but I happen to be on like a brand new account right now, so my DMs in here aren't good.
Okay, yeah. So, all right. Did anyone have any final thoughts they wanted to share?
Well, I want to say 2 things. First off, I thought that this was an Avenger-style debate. Whoopsies. Second, I want to say, we all come from different life experiences and backgrounds, and we represent different communities. But what I immensely value about this is that we do, and to some extent, have a shared mission. And that mission is delivering for people. We find ourselves at a time when you see Donald Trump taking away from Medicaid and Medicare, putting Social Security on the chopping block, whether it be violating a woman's right to choose, or, for example, I have a background in education, fighting for children who don't get access to a quality learning education, especially in a rural environment, fighting for children of special needs, ensuring that they get the resources they need. We all bring something to the table. And what I see that's so valuable within this conversation here, and so many immensely inspiring panelists we see on here right now that I hope everybody else listening in sees too, is folks who are coming together to have an open discussion about how they, in a unified manner, can combat what we're seeing on the alt-right. And I think it's critically important to note that this is something you don't see on the alt-right, because if you don't fit into a mold, if you don't fit into the bubble, if you don't stand exactly by what the president says as he says it and does it, you are excluded from these conversations. So to see that this virtual table was coming together, I want to, Dan, say thank you for holding this conversation. And I want to say thank everybody on here for being so transparent. Again, I thought I was coming in here to do an Avengers Endgame style debate on the Trump supporter, but what I saw here today was far more empowering. So to Dean, to Sam, to Chris, to everybody on here, very inspiring to be able to be here with you on this virtual panel.
Johnny, I know that you've never met me before, but I'm a former MAGA. I voted for Trump in 2020. Obviously regretted my vote. Obviously voted for Kamala Harris. The rest of my family voted for Trump, and they regret their vote. And I tried having these conversations. I've tried reaching out to family, but I was entirely disowned by my family members for simply wanting to exist, and it's a shame.
And I hear you. Listen, nobody should ever fear to be who they are, or to love who they love, or to be true to themselves. And you will always be safer being yourself than you will be being surrounded by those who don't want you to be true to yourself. So I am happy that you're in a situation now where you can live your life free, and there are going to be hardships along the way from now until the end of your days. And I understand that. And I'm never, because my experience is far different than yours, I'm never going to be able to understand what you're going through. But know that we in a unified manner are going to continue fighting to ensure that this does get easier for folks like you who just want to live true to yourselves. And I'm so immensely proud to know that more folks like you are stepping into these spaces. You said that you're aspiring to be more active in these spaces, debate in these spaces, speak out in these spaces. Thank you for doing that. It is so critically important that you do. We don't have enough folks who have your experience in these spaces.
And I say that all the time, Johnny. And I've gone through all of these debates, and it's very difficult, and it does get emotionally and mentally overwhelming, to say the least. Sorry, but it does get really complicated. How do I even explain this? It's a lot to handle, and the way that you guys go about debating is like far better than what I could possibly do.
No, don't say that.
I'm a lot more.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true.
Don't say that. Listen, your experience is something that, for example, I or Dean or Sam, we're not going to be able to ever shape a message in the way that you can, because your experience is one that will resonate with people to which we can only dream of reaching. Your experience is so valuable. And the fact that you think you even need to compare yourselves to us, absolutely you do not. Your words have power. Use those words, wield them like a weapon, and speak truth to the lies of this administration, and continue perpetuating truth. You are your own person, and you should be immensely proud of what you can do. The fact you've already taken the first step by...
We've now been an hour and 20 minutes into this live. I don't think I've seen Alina get dogpiled. I don't think I've seen any of the men on the panel being misogynistic. I could be wrong.
By stepping into the space shows immense integrity, because it is immensely fearful to have these conversations. Trust me, I know. So please continue getting involved in these conversations. Don't ever compare yourself to us. You are so immensely special and far different than us in your own most valuable way.
Oh yeah, Johnny, I have to not only completely agree, but also add trans voices, and I say this as an NB who does not have the same marginalized experience as a trans person that's on the binary. We need you desperately. You are needed. Your voice is one of the most important ones we can possibly have, especially now with trans people being the face of some.
Yeah, I fucking love Jaden. How much longer till Jaden joins? Do we want Jaden?
Such violent oppression. Your voice is more important than it ever has been. The debate skills can come later, but no one has the experiences that you do, and everyone has ethical blind spots when they don't have the experience to back up what they talk about. So there's absolutely nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, stopping you from getting into the space, aside from confidence. And you can fake that, but like we need you more than ever. So never sell yourself short.
And I wanted to add a little bit on what Sam was saying there, like just super duper quickly, just to kind of like further explain why it's so valuable. There is like millions and millions of Americans who see trans individuals as nothing more than this mysterious talking point.
Hold on, I don't know where the comments went. Oh, they're coming back. Okay.
Of the right, that because the political leaders say so, they're supposed to not like them.
Yes,
they're supposed to think that they're the cultivation and creation of this bad wokeness that wants to attack their children and harm society. And trans individuals, like using their voices to be loud, to speak from their own experiences, to advocate for a better society, really humanizes people, right? It humanizes trans individuals so much for individuals who have not seen, met, interacted with, heard, or listened to a trans individual. So it's just so meaningful to so many people.
I better see you live tomorrow, Bessie.
100% agree with everything that's just been said. Y'all said it more eloquently than I ever could. So, as a reminder, for those that are here, Republicans spent $215 million demonizing trans people in the last election. It was a top 5 voting issue for people that voted for Donald Trump, despite the fact that trans people are such a small percentage of the population. And there's nothing wrong with trans people at all. They're people just trying to exist. So, combating that type of misinformation that not only has hateful voices behind it, but money, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars behind it, is super important, whether it's at a large scale like from Dean or a smaller scale like from Kristen.
And, I definitely will say this, is that no conservative or Republican or MAGA supporter, especially on this app, is going to stop me from using my voice for the proper good that needs to be said. And, someone will have to be standing over my unalived body in order for them to win. And that's not going to happen. As a trans individual, I should be able to live my life free and happily without the government trying to make policies on my body, and or telling me that I'm a mental illness and that I just need to go away, and that's not going to happen. Absolutely not. That's not going to happen.
Period.
All right.
Also, one last thing, because it seems like, Dan, that you probably have adult things to do, and I don't want to keep getting in the way of that. But just out of genuine confusion, Dean, what is that like, that white dudes for Harris thing? Because someone told me about that a few weeks ago, and my eyebrow raised to the ceiling. So if you could just like explain what the fuck that is, that
Can I
would
jump
just.
in?
Oh, sure. If you
Great.
know.
So during the campaign season, Vice President Kamala Harris had various coalitions. And now I wasn't too intertwined with all of the data, but from what I understand is that she envisioned coalitions through cooperative nonprofit organizations that could get involved and fundraise from various untapped and overly tapped communities. So there were Women for Harris. There was all the way down to, what was it, like Star Trek for Harris? It was like a Trekkies for Harris. And so they had coalitions for everything. And now I don't know exactly how they were decided, but it was a really good fundraising opportunity for her. It raised millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's what it started as. It was like like a lot of different Zoom calls for different coalitions organized by her campaign, and then one of them was White Dudes for Harris. So then like White Dudes for Harris as a coalition, it was like a sect for fundraising for the campaign, and then also just for their advocacy for the campaign.
So the Harris campaign picked that.
I don't. It's a collaborative, so I can't tell you if the Harris campaign picked it or if a nonprofit picked it, and then the Harris campaign adopted it.
But the implications of that are terrifying, though, in my opinion.
No, I hear that. I think all in all, because again, you know that I was intertwined with the campaign at that time, but not to the extent to which I'll know who actually stemmed that that coalition. If it came from her campaign, I trust it was solely for fundraising purposes, and it was probably beneficial to her. I know that they would raise hundreds of thousands of dollars, and if they're recycling that money to, at that time, reach more voters in untapped areas, I think I'm cool with that. But I don't really know all the specifics, I think, because it was so quick. I mean, the lady, had 107 days, so.
Yeah, and like another reason why it was like picked up by like me, Parker, and other old friends that we had at the time was like just simply as like a way to say like, okay, well, there's a demographic of people in America, white guys, that are disproportionately voting against Harris. So therefore, we're going to take what started as a Zoom call for fundraising for the Harris campaign to try to create like a more niche movement to get more people from this demographic that are like heavily anti-Harris to be more pro-Harris. That's all.
Okay.
Really quick anecdote. So after Donald Trump won the election, my hardcore MAGA neighbor rings my doorbell, gives me this.
Oh wow.
I will say, those hats raised thousands of dollars for Kamala Harris. I think there's something immensely poetic about these coalitions. I kid you not. They had chefs for Harris, Trekkies for Harris. Man, that was it.
Yeah, and I also just had like one other thought. Like I've also like really like noticed that in a lot of like communities across our country, like even in like the town I live in, like the idea of a white guy supporting Democrats, the idea of a white guy supporting Harris in the election is like cringe and weird.
Yeah.
Because like the normal accepted adopted belief in so many right-wing communities is kind of the idea that, oh, you're a white guy? Yeah, you're a Republican. You know what I mean? So like basically the idea of like White Dudes for Harris is basically saying, no, you could be a white guy and like not be a Republican. You could be a white guy and not support Trump. You could be a white guy and support progressive movements. And I feel like that's a conversation that really hasn't existed in like a lot of communities across the country.
I don't disagree. I think that the implication is that if you are white, then you either will vote Republican or should vote Republican. And I think that in that way, the intentions of something like White Dudes for Harris, and thank you, Johnny, for the context that there are other.
I wish I knew more. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I literally thought that was the only one. So thank you very much for that, because that helps. That would be worse. But the implication here is that White Dudes for Harris is a good thing because it gets other people to realize that in voting for Kamala, you're not voting against your best interest. But why would you be doing so in the first place? Like the assumption that if you are white, you ought to vote for Republicans in order to have your life be better is a thing that needs to be addressed.
I believe this is Sam speaking right now. And I also think this is like a very good point. Whether or not I agree or disagree, I'm not sure. But like it's a good point.
I think like putting a Band-Aid on it by saying, well, I'm white and I'm voting for a Democrat. So like you being white doesn't mean that you have to vote for Republican. You can also vote Democrat, isn't really addressing the root of the issue, which is white people should not have to see themselves in a candidate in order to view them as worthy enough to vote for.
I don't know if I like followed that too well. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm assuming that you're saying that, you know, like the root issue is this idea that either white people shouldn't see their life only getting better if they vote red, rather that's a false perception, or like getting candidates in the Republican Party that like don't just serve to the self-interests of white individuals. And I agree, like I think that also needs to be addressed. But like I mean, also, like, you know, 170 days out from an election, like I think that there's multiple conversations that deserve to be had, and there's also an emphasis on efficacy and quickness. And I think that taking a multifaceted approach, we are addressing the root issues of systemic racism in America today, while simultaneously also trying to break harmful norms is really important. And I'd say like the idea of white guys for Harris was more so serving to the purpose of like breaking harmful norms that exist in communities across our country of the nature of in which I just described.
No, yeah, I don't think they're evil or anything like that. I didn't think that anyone's intentions were to go out and be like, I'm white and you're white, so you should vote for Harris. But that's how it comes off, which is the problem, in my opinion.
Just really quick. I don't want to derail the conversation. It's just I know Alina has jury duty, and I want to say one last thing. But really,
my
really
poor
quickly.
friend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My poor friend. I'm so sorry, Alina.
But really quick.
I'm on week 2 of a murder trial.
Really quick. I just wanted to point out because the joke's not gonna land if it's too far removed. Sam had said, I know Dan has adult things he needs to be doing. The end of the live tonight, literally opening Pokemon packs. So I do not have adult things to do.
Oh. I'm so excited.
But if anyone wants to watch, we're
I
opening
live for
that box at the end of live for our mod LRDC.
This might be the...
Our lives are so wholesome. How do we keep getting these haters? I don't understand.
the highest viewed open Pokemon unboxing, probably.
Yes. And Alina, I swear to you, just 5 seconds. Can we get W's in the chats for the mods for keeping the peace? They've been killing it. There's been a lot of really, really hateful people in the chat, and I just want some W's in the chat if we could for the mods. Thank you. Alina, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. I just wanted to, I guess, further underline what we've kind of all been saying about like white people stepping up and whatnot, because I think we saw a good example of that tonight. Like, and this is even before the Dean conversation came up. Like me coming up and wanting more representation and speaking on that, the vitriol that I got in the chat for that, even before the Dean thing was even brought up, I think.
Okay, so she said the vitriol. We've now watched it. Okay. Is the vitriol in the room with us? Saw a comment calling her an airhead. Talked about. We did see a comment, or someone saw a comment out. I believe them that said, "Ho, is you okay?" And like I said, I wouldn't use the term "ho" there. That's not okay. That's not cool. But 2 comments in 2.5 hours, I wouldn't call vitriol. And you gave a beautiful transition to her final statement. When she leaves, I think there's more comments. I mean, if there is, that's fine. But what she just said was already a misrepresentation of what took place, right? There were a lot of comments you didn't catch. Were they caught in this live? Because we're like watching it currently. Like, that's the whole point of this live, is to go over. I'm no longer accepting people's criticisms without receipts. So we went over this live. To see what they're talking about. She's playing the victim here. I agree. That's my opinion. I agree. I think she's playing the victim. They were in this live. Oh, point them out. I just mentioned the 2 that were pointed out. I think Malik took most of the terrible comments. Yeah, vitriol went towards Malik for sure. When they called him a tap dancer. That was absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I'm going up. Before we continue, really quick. Number 1, nobody from my community going to DM, harass, or report anybody involved in this live. Number 1. Number 2, Erica Shante is an amazing creator, an amazing person, and has nothing to do with any of this. Please, do not ask her opinion. Please, do not drag her into this. She was just minding her own business in pickle time, okay? The only thing I'll say about Erica is you should be following Erica. Okay. That's number 2. Number 3, any drama or tea in not involving myself or my community, I will not be discussing in this live. So like if you're waiting for like other topics to be discussed, that's not going to happen in this live. It's not my place to speak on any of that. So I'm just letting y'all know now.
think it shows why white people really need to put themselves more on the line, and be those voices. Because if that's how like people came at me for saying that the event should be have more representation, or there should be more marginalized people in the forefront of it, imagine how other creators might have been perceived. I think more white people should, or white presenting people should.
You missed so many unhinged. Can you start naming them, please? It's always Kevin. Name them. Go ahead. Like, you could just tell me. We named 2. You have any more? Now, if you think Alina is vitriol, then, bro, not only one says Alina right there. I mean, so first of all, I did call out the Alinas. I said that, like, if you're saying Alina or W-Alina, you're kind of missing the plot. I did call that out. That's number 1. But number 2, if you can't take L and then your name on the internet, get off the internet. I'm going to say that right now. Just get off the internet. Jaden, I saw a couple of your comments, and I think I might be able to speak on them like privately with you if you'd like, but I'm not going to talk about it in this live in relation to you. I thought at the end of the live everything was productive and solid. I thought so too. He has been actively talking shit. Yeah. MAGA, Alina, Ho, Alina. I don't remember them all. Yeah, Ho, Alina. I've already said is out of line. Anyone that called her a ho is not okay. Getting called MAGA. I don't know, bro. If you think that's vitriol, I don't know what to tell you. Like now you guys are just being sensitive, I guess. Oh, I'm about to call them misogynist. Fuck. They got me, chat.
Speak out for the representation that we should want to see. We should all want to see that. There's I don't know why, like, we all agree on the panel that there should be more representation, so I don't know why everyone was kind of like down on that in the beginning. But I am white. I'm a white presenting Latina, so
with the most coolest hair.
There's some pretty fire hair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dan. So Tashika is wanting to come up, so I'm gonna drop so she can come up.
I'm also gonna head out. I appreciate you guys so much for.
Before everybody goes, I want to say one more thing here.
Okay.
And I'm gonna make this so quick, and then I'm gonna run too because I got a date with the gym. What I love
I thought
about
you were gonna
the
say you
fact
had an actual date. I was gonna be like.
No,
Wait, I thought you went to the gym. You said during Mermaids Live you went to the gym. Are you doing like
a date with a guy named Jim?
No, I go back. The gym is about 2 minutes down the street, so I go back and forth. But so I want to say, when we invoke this conversation about these coalitions, again, this is why I love the party, because you have folks from all different backgrounds who came together to support the most overly qualified Black woman to serve as vice president and then as our presidential nominee. I love that we came together in that extent, and I hope that we see more of that. And then hopefully, I'll be participating in that event coming up with Dan and everybody. So hopefully we'll have even more representation there, really getting folks off the ground in the game and educated on our side of the aisle and what good we can do together instead of what we're seeing from, the Trump regime. But to everybody tuning in, I'm gonna head out. Love you guys so much. Thanks for having me up.
Love you too, Johnny.
Bye,
and I'm excited to, if it does happen, I'm excited to meet you on April 22nd.
I'm excited to throw swords next to you and Isaiah at Texas A&M, Dan. I'm very excited for that because everything hits home until some of these policies hit you personally. So I'm just glad we're all taking the time to go, voice our opinions on things.
Chris, you're gonna be there?
Yeah. I want to personally attack the person in question on his horrible economic takes, and especially for the lower middle class and foreign policy. So it's kind of personal, but yeah, I'm going to deconstruct him and tell the truth. So,
dude, awesome.
We had our first Daniverse meetup in Houston this past Sunday, and Chris and Isaiah were both there, and they were super excited when they heard about this event. So looks like we're going to be seeing a Chris G cameo and maybe even an Isaiah cameo. Have Dan and Chris been harassing Emma? Like, did I miss something, or is it just a lie? I'm not going to speak for Chris. I have no idea what the situation is with Emma and Chris. Emma said that I said yesterday that in 24 hours, I'm going to post a video disproving blank thing. I never said that, and I said all my lives are on my YouTube. If you give me the timestamp of me saying that quote, I will give you $1,000, and she crashed out. So, yeah, I could show I'll show the DMs. If Emma's comfortable with it, I'll show the DMs. Oh, yo, you can't just say shit to people on the people on the right will believe anything. People on the left, you need receipt when you lie. Okay, like on the right, you can just lie. Nobody's gonna check it. Like older millennial. But on the left, if you want to lie, you have to have some receipt. Or even fabricate some receipts. Get creative.
This is gonna be
It's
sweet.
on site.
We can't
It's
wait.
on site.
We can't wait.
Really quick before people start dropping, Dean, I'm super excited to meet you, and I think the way you pronounce tour is very interesting. I caught that part of your live a couple days ago. I just thought it was funny. But
I did have one more question for Dean before he drops. Do you plan on adding any more dates to the tour or no?
That's not a question for Dean.
Yeah, well, so like, I mean, I kind of like know the answer. Right now, it's up in the air. It really just depends on how successful like the first stop is. Like, there's a potential second stop in Wisconsin. Sorry, Wyoming, and then like, maybe like even like further engagements down the line. I'd say like right now it's up in the air. I hope so, and we'll just kind of see how things play out.
Okay, because if there are any plans to add any dates, please make sure that the organization comes to Michigan because we need a lot of representation here.
Oh man! Also, Michigan is so cool. I went down to Ann Arbor before the election. First, I was positive that Kamala Harris was going to win Michigan. I was so shocked when she didn't. But it is so nice out there. It's a really beautiful area, and there's like a couple like liberal strongholds like Ann Arbor, but then everywhere outside of those like places, it is terrible. So I definitely agree.
And Dean, so I got to see Kamala Harris here in Michigan. It was my first ever Democratic, I guess, rally. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up a picture because it was one of the best experiences of.
Wait, how did they both disappear at the same time? That was trippy.
Sorry, I went on pause
yeah.
to run through text.
Hold on, let me. It's not wanting to pull up, but I'll send it to you, Dean.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
But yeah, Dean, I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Kristen, thank you so much for coming up.
Yes, thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate it.
Right, have a good night. Everybody follow Kristen if you're not already.
Yes, follow me. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good evening.
Okay.
Hey.
Is anyone else leaving? Because I will do a little outro for you.
Well, actually,
I can't
Jaden.
leave now that Jaden's here.
Yeah,
I want to hear that soothing voice.
I'll hang out for a little bit longer, Jaden. If you had anything to add on.
Yeah, just a moment here. I don't want to keep anybody too long. Sorry I didn't join earlier. I was prepping for tomorrow. But I would just say be mindful of your privilege. And, you know, this has been a point that's been reiterated much throughout the night, that we need to make sure and do whatever is possible and make it incumbent upon ourselves and certainly upon yourself to ensure that there is not a level of performative activism that is taking place. And I know and fully understand that that is not your intention or anyone's intention, but for all intents and purposes, one must recognize that this has become the face of the movement, our cishet white men. And so I think the request that I have is that you use your stature, platform, money, whatever you can, to further elevate the voices and names and faces of people who don't look like you and are from these communities that have aided in your rise on this platform. And further, I would say that I no longer view it as sufficient to say that black people should only come up on conversations pertaining to race. I think
I mentioned this before. This point I have never thought about, and I've been thinking about it ever since Jaden brought up this point. And I 100% agree. It's a point about intersectionality. I don't mean to interrupt, but like I really, really appreciated this point.
As sufficient to say that black people should only come up on conversations pertaining to race. I think we can further that and create some familiarity within the black creators on this app, especially the black women, as these subjects are unilaterally intertwined with one another. Healthcare, okay? Monetary policy, economic policy, trade, all these things, violence, crime, all of these things impact the community. And it's not enough to say that, well, we're talking about race, let's have up a black creator. I think we should have a regular and sustained flow of people from marginalized communities debating on a variety of subjects and not just the subject of race. So that's what I wanted to add. I think it's imperative that we elevate the voices of people who are not the primary demographic of these people that are going to be the audience here. I think we need to force these people to digest the identities of people that they do not see often. And the goal of activism needs to be to make it as uncomfortable as possible, not palatable. So whatever strategy, mechanism, and I'm willing to aid in that, whatever you may need from me, I'll do that. Or I'll give you a list of people who are willing to step up. But we need to make this as energized, as motivated, as focused, and as representative as humanly possible. So that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, do you want to maybe like in the next couple of days connect over Discord? I know that we've talked a few times before over there, but we should talk again. Maybe you could help me like identify like a handful of individuals inside of the community that maybe we could bring up on the lives more frequently.
Yeah, certainly.
This is perfect timing. Emmanuel, thank you for the $5. Y'all should look into content creators like Dan Trell, Live Too Great, and Adorna Lukes. They are very well versed on systemic racism, history on this country, and how black people and marginalized groups are affected.
W.
Anything else? Did anybody else want to add anything?
You were cooking.
So again, up to this point, myself and my community were under the impression that this was a very, very productive conversation. Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, we just have a. Hold on, I do have one thing to add. Wait, 1 second.
Yeah.
There it is. all I got.
Jade in 2028.
Wait, what did
A
I?
little too young, but maybe.
I don't know what I added.
Constitution really doesn't matter these days. But yeah, that was my point. This form of activism led by cishet white people must be imperative, that it is as uncomfortable as possible, and that it further elevates people who do not look like you and don't come from said privilege. So as long as we can keep that the focus and ensure that this is not for matters of personal gain, and I'm not accusing you of that, but so often that has become the outcome in these spaces, and I think many of us may know who have benefited from that. That needs to be the overarching point here. Okay.
I think that's so valid, dude. I have seen so many people over the course of the last handful of years, you know, really like turn in to somebody that is there just for personal gain. And you know, I always make sure that it's something that I'm conscious about. You know what I mean? Like in like my day-to-day conversations that I kind of have behind the scenes, maybe there's an opportunity that comes to me that makes sense business-wise, but there's other implications that have to be considered. You know, like one consideration that I'm literally like always trying to make is, well, like is this not only a good decision for me, but also for the movements that I support, represent, and fight for. And I think that's a really good thing to always stay conscious of, especially when there is so much personal gain.
All right. Glad we could have this conversation.
All right. W's in the chat for the panel. Oh, Brett. Hey, Brett.
What's up, man?
How's it going? For those that aren't following Brett Cross, this man, I will never not plug Brett Cross. Everyone follow Cross 333. I don't care what the live's about. I'm plugging Brett Cross. Or Brett didn't know what was going on. Yeah, no, Brett had no idea what was going on. He was just coming up and saying hi. And does what I cannot. And he fights for the safety of the children in this country. A topic that I specifically cannot debate without crashing out. So if you're not following Brett, this is absolutely this is my official cosign of Brett Cross. Brett, how's it going?
I appreciate it. It's going, man. I just saw like a star-studded group here. We got Dan, Alina, Chris, Johnny. We saw Z. Like, I was like, man, this sounds like a party I need to be a part of.
Well, did you bring the beer, or did you show up empty-handed, or what do you got for us?
No, I definitely showed up empty-handed. You know,
Oh no!
You know how much
That is
activism?
nice. That's crazy.
No,
That's
you know
all
how
right.
much activism costs?
Let's talk about the Second Amendment.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down for the night. I appreciate you for letting me up. And
thank you so much.
Alrighty.
And
Thank you for listening.
Look forward to meeting you in a couple weeks.
Yeah. See you, Dan, and the crew, and Isaiah, and Texas A&M to go take down fascism. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, dude, this is gonna be so much fun. I showed up to CMU about a week or two ago because they had a white supremacist speaking, and that was, you know, like one of the bigger times I've done, you know, like boots on the ground, in person, you know, activism. And oh my gosh, I really loved it, and I'm really looking forward to Texas. And yeah, I can't wait to meet y'all.
All right, Dean, thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, take care.
Peace.
Okay.
So roast battle.
Oh man, you don't want to go there with me?
Fuck you and your doobie.
I'm down.
I'd rather do a dance-off.
I'm not quick enough on my feet for roast battle.
I'm not coordinated enough.
Okay, so everyone, whether you're a Dan fan, an Alina fan, or just a person on TikTok that has watched this, did y'all see a dog pile? Did y'all see the men on the panel being misogynistic? If you're watching in good faith, I think I know what the answer is. Right, the comments we discussed. And ultimately, there's only so much we can do about comments in the first place. But I mean, we talked about the one comment, whether or not it was misogynistic, and it was split between women about whether Airhead in that context was misogynistic. But I already said I'll err on the side of caution next time and call it out. I didn't see the "ho is you okay" comment, but I've already said women should not be called hoes under any circumstance, even if they're MAGA. They shouldn't be called hoes. And other than that, I really don't think anything was so egregious that Dan should have shut down comments. As one of the people on YouTube said, I should have shut down comments. Okay, so this is the first section here. Okay, now I hope that this illuminated. I hope that this illuminated what took place leading up to this and what is in these YouTube comments, because I thought the YouTube comments were a little bit out of line. but it's not my place to say. Like they were calling me and the men on the panel misogynistic. I'm a man, so it's not my place to say. I wanted women to be able to see it. Can we see the comments? Yeah, I showed them earlier. Hold on. So there is more to the video where Tashika comes up and then I drop her because I didn't know about her situation with Dean. That has nothing really to do with this, so I'm not gonna bother going over that part. But this is on my YouTube channel. If you're not following my YouTube channel, it's youtube.com/@DanMalikPolitics. And all of my TikTok lives, whether they're about politics or drama, are uploaded on YouTube, unedited. So if anyone thinks Dan is not unsafe, you could just make a hit piece video. Just get all the evidence. Okay, all these people versus one woman trying to help marginalized communities is a problem. They're so unedited you could see the setup. Yeah, so I mean we just saw it. Like all these people versus, I don't really know what that means because it was people talking one at a time, and pretty much everyone on the panel agreed with wanting more diversity. And the thing that was contended with was whether or not Dean and Parker being the face of the movement is a problem or not. And even the use of the word movement is a little bit, sketch because it's an event. I do think. All right, I'm going to read this comment out loud because I actually think it's a good criticism of Dean, or at least something Dean said, and maybe if he wants to clarify. I do think it was wrong of Dean to say that he was referring to consequential racism, which implied internalized racism wasn't consequential. That is actually a very, very fair criticism. Dan, Jaden asked you a question. I'm sorry. Hold on. I was looking up Discord. I'm curious if you've seen the live with Z. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I was there, like in the moment for parts of it. But I'm not gonna. It's really not my place to speak on it during this live. So that's all I can really say on that. And Jaden, I have probably a more comprehensive answer if you want to DM me directly. It's just it's not something that I want to talk about on this live. Okay, so I'm gonna go over the YouTube comments one more time really quick. Let me look at the memes. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, all these people versus one woman trying to help the marginalized communities is a problem. And I said, outside of Dean, every single person brought up was a part of the marginalized community. So some of those people agreed with her, some didn't. Marginalized groups are not a monolith, and all their viewpoints should be represented. Rach, we're getting there. Then how long is this live going to be? Until we're done. And then, so you don't think everyone harping on an ally to our side and speaks for our side was beneficial towards bringing everyone together? As a reminder, just one day later, Alina said that we are not the left. So I don't really know if ally is the right word here, but that was like one of the biggest gang ups I've ever seen. One of the biggest gang ups I've ever seen. Hello? I'm so glad we watched it together. Comments should have been turned off. Nah, I'm good on that. Freedom of speech. The Trump level hyperbole. Okay, so I'm gonna ask people commenting about the situation that I said I'm not gonna talk about. Genuinely, I'm gonna set a boundary right now. It's not going to be talked about in this live. So like I would really appreciate if like we didn't continue that conversation, because that's not the intention of this live. That's all I'll say on the matter right now. Do you not recognize how this chat right now was booing the woman and cheering the men? Okay. Booing the woman. Were they booing her because she was a woman, or were they booing her because they disagreed with her opinion and they disagreed with the way she was talking or speaking? Like, I'm so lost here. She happened to be a woman in this case. Why is Alina's wrongdoings worth holding alive over? Because Alina specifically attacked my community. So, like I said, nothing in this live warranted me going over this. I didn't think Alina did anything wrong enough in this live to go over this. The moment she attacked my community is why I'm doing this live. I'm only addressing things that directly affect myself or my community, and through conversations with people that are more directly involved, it's very clear that it is not my place to speak on this. Aiden, like I said, I hope that answered your question, Jaden. And if not, just you're gonna have to DM me. I'm not gonna speak on this any further. He's proving the lie. She wasn't attacked like she's being claimed. Yeah, it's so the big thing about my platform is fact checking, and the lying about my community is just not going to be tolerated. You aren't lost. People are gaslighting you to make you think you're wrong. Fact or facts, though. The whole chat tonight has been misogynistic. Phoenix, provide a single example, any kind of receipt. Please, I'll wait. This is me waiting. This is my waiting for receipts dance. Alina, the same person that was talking shit for days and made a whole video about the live? Yes, that's correct. That's the same Alina, yes. Ashley, you missed so much. There is no way I can recap it right now. But the good thing is, this live is available for replay. Once I end the live, it'll be automatically recorded on YouTube, unedited. And if anyone thinks that the chat here, or the chat there, or the chat there, said anything wrong, it's all available. That is the same way no one believes women about SA. Phoenix, I swear to God, if you are comparing mean comments in chat on a live where the chat is recorded to people not believing women about SA, you have lost the plot. This is not a situation where like we were in person, right? And a woman is claiming that I said something and I'm denying it. This is a situation where the receipts are right in front of us, okay? Please. Why are you crashing out? That's what I do. You don't watch my live. You watch Alina's live. This is Dan's live. Dan crashes out. Lots have been lost. Okay. All right, we're done. We're done with the first night. Okay, we're done with the first night. Anyone with wrinkles in their brain recognizes no dogpiling took place. Vitriol was a massive overstatement, and I have to fathom there isn't a good faith woman that thinks that the men on that panel were being misogynistic. Okay, that's what we've covered so far. Now, I'm not going to discount the opinions of women that follow Alina. You guys think I'm misogynistic? I understand. I'm sorry. Okay. Now we're going to go. So, like I said, this right here, myself and my community were under the impression that that this was a good conversation. And yes, leopards, exactly. Dan was fair that night with Alina, period. If Alina had left it alone, none of this would be happening. Yes, yes. And before the Alinas say, oh, now we were victim blaming, Alina is not a victim. She is making herself a victim. Okay. So, even people in chat agreed it ended well. Yes, thank you. The revisionist history it drives me crazy because like lying is one thing, gaslighting is wild. Okay, like the gaslighting is actually so problematic. Okay, so now we're gonna go to what Alina said after this live, because what I said after this live was basically nothing. I thought this was over. I continued to go about my life. My Discord continued to go about their life. But then we have this. This is the only clip I have. If anyone has other clips, I'd love to see it.
It was a black man, so I'm assuming a black man that was pro the event. So it was like, oh, so you brought up a black person just to be like, I think the event's great, like, and I'm black, like.
Is that why I brought up a black person? Is that a good faith interpretation of what took place?
And then brought up Dean. So it was a 4v1.
4v1.
When all I was doing was
4v1. That first of all, that the numbers don't even make sense there, right? Because it was myself, the organizer, who stopped talking when Dean was up there, and then it was Malik and Dean. This is all available. And it wasn't anyone versus anyone. Yes, it wasn't even a debate. It was a discussion. So this right here, right? This is Alina now essentially misrepresenting what took place in that live. If she didn't start talking shit in this live, this wouldn't have spiraled. Sub only. Oh, Alina. Because after I saw this, I did make comments in my Discord that we can go over. I made a comment about how I felt insulted. But we'll get to it. But I made a comment that I felt insulted that she implied I can only feel empathy because I was bullied after 9/11 rather than because I'm just like a good person. That was insulting to me. And if I can't voice my opinion in my own fucking Discord, then you can miss me with that.
saying something that I think at the end of it, people all agreed that there should be more representation. But it wasn't until the tide kind of changed a little bit when Chris came up, and Chris came up and said that that, you know, some form of like there should be more representation, and then basically was telling Dean that like he doesn't necessarily bring up a variety of voices and things like that on their live. And then
real quick, which Chris?
Chris, venture capitalist thing.
Our Chris, okay.
And then so Chris said that, and then Sam came up later on, the one that hangs out a lot with Johnny. And
okay.
Just so we're clear, so this is Alina talking about what happened on our live. I did not talk about that live at all, or Alina, until after this. Okay, a big part of this live is to show the timeline, because Alina and her fans want to say that I made those memes, and we're gonna get to the memes, I swear, after the live that we just watched, but that is a lie. I made those memes not even after this live. I made those memes after she attacked us in Erica's live. And the part of the purpose of this live is to show the lies about the timeline. Now, if you're upset about me showing just receipts, then ask yourself this. Are you upset about me showing receipts? What are you trying to hide within the timeline? And I'm gonna be honest, if you guys just lied about me, this would have been okay. The moment you lied,
and I believe I think they are non-binary. I think so. They said essentially the same thing that I did, and brought up a time where they had been brought up on Dean's live, and Dean just let the racism happen, and then it was like all like, oh, blah blah blah, like, you know, didn't we try? I think we turned the comments off and but making all these excuses of like whatever.
Wait, the Alinas are here. They're dropping ews in the chat. Hi, Alinas. What's so ew about providing receipts? Is it possible that your creator is just problematic? By the way, Pika, I know you're the mole in my Discord. The reason I haven't kicked you is because I have nothing to hide. I've known this for a while. Is it an Alina raid? Welcome in, Alina Raiders! Welcome in, W Alina raid in the chat. I'm not in your Discord. Maybe not anymore. Hold on. Yeah, you were. Members. Unless it's a different... W Alina Raiders. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh, I feed off of this. Yes. Has Dan been challenged to a chisme off? This won't end well. I am not a raid. Sounds like a raid to me. I just don't understand. All I'm doing is watching live. I'm watching Dan's live, and then I'm watching Alina's live. Why is it so troublesome?
Then eventually, Jaden was able to come up, and Jaden also kind of, you know, said similar things, but like everyone else was received way better than I was. And to be fair, yeah, maybe I'm not.
So just so we're clear, Alina said that there's no way this will be successful because the leaders are two white cishet men. Jaden said that whether we like it or not, it's clear that the leaders are cishet white men, and so they need to do everything in their power to elevate marginalized voices. If you think those are the same, then you weren't listening. It is not because Jaden was a man that he wasn't attacked. It's because he literally came in with solutions rather than just problems.
As polished, and maybe my thoughts weren't no, I mean, you guys can watch the replay. My thoughts were not properly formulated because again, I was like, it was we're still like, I was still doing jury duty, I was exhausted, and I was literally just saying exactly how I felt, which is like, as he was showing all the different creators, I was like, oh, another white man, oh, another white man, oh, a white woman. Like I was like, in the chat, and like, and so like, and then when I was 4v1, like, as someone who you know, I have severe ADHD, and once the meds start wearing off, it's very hard. So when it's 4 people coming at me, it's very hard for me to like clearly articulate myself, especially with interruption stuff. So I didn't appreciate that kind of setup environment where like I to even like take a beat, because it was kind of like, you know, but so yeah, maybe I wasn't as clear, and maybe, you know, again, I'm not very palatable, but like I still think.
Now, the 10th reminder, no one in my community is going to DM, going to harass, or is going to report anybody involved in this live. Also, wait, did we get to the part where she says that she thought she was going to get a lot of hate DMs, but didn't? Did we get to that part yet? Because it's in this video. Okay, just wait.
Think that my message was there.
I feel like you were more clear than you're giving yourself prop for. Like if I go look at the replay and you're like super clear, I'm going to Florida and I'm slapping you.
It definitely wasn't clear.
Because like they're saying like, oh look, another white boy. Oh look, another white boy. Oh look, another white. That's clear as day. Like what are you talking about?
Yeah, but
like,
more. I think when I came up on the panel, like I feel like I could have been more clear with what I was meaning. And then the other thing that kind of bothered me is like I couldn't, like, I know I had been told other instances of microaggressions and stuff like that, but in that moment I couldn't think of them with Dean. So like that was like a missed opportunity, because it was like, oh well, I apologize for saying the N-word, so like what now? Like
that's a microaggression. But the
Phoenix, I literally explained the difference between what Alina said and what Jaden said. I can only explain it to you. I can't understand it for you.
I feel like you were more clear than you're giving yourself credit for, but like, I don't know. Maybe I go watch it or whatever. But I feel like you did great.
So, Ruggy, I don't know. The thing is, I guess you don't know anything about my community. It says, how do y'all not see how weird and obsessive Dan's being right now? So what Dan is doing is he is defending his community because my community was lied about. All I'm doing to do that is just showing the receipts. You think that's being obsessive? Then I'm being obsessive about defending my community. I would hope Alina will do the same for you guys.
I don't think that like being polished really needs to be a thing. I do think we should give a little umph, but that's just me and my entertainment value shit. Because like obviously I'm not palatable, like at all. But like my points still like hit where they're supposed to hit.
for the people willing to listen, unfortunately.
That's true too. But like I like hearing what you have to say, and I like especially when you do the I have to say this, cutting the crap. That's what white people say when they're like, cut the crap. When you cut the crap and you're just like, yeah, this isn't okay. This isn't all right. Like this is bad. This is terrible. And here's why. Like I fucking love when you do that shit. I wish you would do it more.
I mean, at one point, like it was interesting because like all they kept saying, and so many people in the chat were saying about how like, oh, like it's fine that this is like led by white people because like black people said that they're done and that they've done enough and that like white people should lead this and blah blah blah. And it was just like
that's also a microaggression.
It was funny.
So there were people that said that, and they were black, speaking for themselves. Who's the dude instigating her? I don't know. He didn't even watch the live. The people that said that in chat were literally black. Oh, and still are black. Malik didn't say that. That's right. Malik did not say that. But there were people in chat that said it. That's true. Wait, who? Oh, excuse me. Okay. See. Thank you. I appreciate that, chat. I really do appreciate that. The other chat is mad at you airing the drama out, but not mad at Alina for doing it first. Yeah, that's the point. I mean, Alina lied, right? And they're not mad at her for that. They're mad at me for calling her out. I do want to apologize to the guest that's up there. Can we block RC again? Was RC not blocked? Yeah, you could block RC. Oh, yeah. RC is hard blocked. Good on RC. As a reminder, if you currently support the Trump administration, you are 1,000 times worse than anything Alina has ever done or said in her life. Okay, RC blocked.
Because like I brought up the point of like this is me as a white person saying
Nobody
that
said
like
that. The fuck?
this isn't the way and that we need more representation, and y'all destroyed me for it.
I'm so glad I
Like, this is me
recorded
sticking
it.
my neck out, and look what happened. something.
There've been a lot of black people who said that like we weren't sitting down. Like black.
I don't know what the pinned comment's about. What did Sam say? Being vague while using verbiage to lead her audience to believe there's something that it's not. Instead of bringing us all together, you're lowering yourself to MAGA, bro. Whatever you say. Why is my I don't know who pinned your comment, and I don't know what Sam said, so I can't even reply to the comment. One of my mods, I think, pinned it. Are we the other chat?
Black liberals, yeah, sure. Well, these are liberals, so maybe.
But I don't think
Anyway.
and this is again white person, so I didn't take it as like black people are checking out completely. It was just like the grunt work. So I mean, I think black people still want to lead in the sense of like.
As a reminder, this live is before the live that Geek hosted. I want that to be known because everything I'm talking about is before that live. That live is not related to me or my community, so we're not going to be talking about that live.
The direction, the ideas, and all that stuff, because I truly feel like marginalized people are the only ones that are going to lead us to liberation. It's not going to be a cishet white person. But as far as the grunt work, the muscle, like all that stuff, should be the rest of us.
It's not the grunt work. It's a whole thing. I don't really feel like explaining the whole thing. But there's a whole thing where there are black liberals who are saying that black people need to sit our ass down. But there have been like a bunch of black people who've just been like, no, that's not how this works. Like we don't get to take breaks like in fascism. What are you talking about?
Well, I imagine too that it's also a microaggression to assume that they're a monolith and that every black person wants, like, this is someone took a stamp and said this is what black people, the delegation.
That's also a microaggression, but the microaggression of saying like black people said that they were going to sit down.
Nobody said that.
And I said that that's a microaggression.
Assumed it was a monolith. Yeah, so she's arguing that they're not a monolith while assuming that they are a monolith.
As well is the idea that like I didn't do like black people aren't on the panel because I'm respecting what black people have to say and trivializing what black people.
Okay, this comment, I love this comment. I love this comment. You want to know why I love this comment? You want to know why I love this comment? I'll show you why. I'll show you why I love that comment. This Tanner is MAGA. The left eating its own, you just love to see it. These people aren't the left, that's literally the point. That's why I love this comment. Alina is the one that started this division. Alina's the one that posted this TikTok after what I was under the impression was an amazing conversation. This was one day later. One singular day later. One day later. Oh, damn. I guess me, Chris, Jaden, and Sam aren't black. Guess not. Damn. We have to have a cheeseman call soon? Yeah, I got you. Instant fact check. Bro, I told you. You are not going to beat me in a receipt off, okay? Wasn't Jones? Jones was there. Not only was Jones there, Jones cooked. You were not going to beat me in a receipt off, all right? If you want to lie about a community, you do not pick the Daniverse, okay? Because we got receipts for days and days and days. You make a good journalist, Dan. That's actually a nice compliment. Thank you so much. Okay, so you bash a woman instead of just having a conversation? This is what I'm doing. I am bashing a person that bashed my community when I tried to raid an unrelated person. I am raiding Erica Shante's live with 600 people, and she is saying, ew. She's saying, this raid is performative, and she's saying, you guys aren't welcome here. That is who I'm bashing. I'm bashing the person that said that. I'm not bashing a woman or a woman that's fighting for marginalized communities. Nothing that I said was before that Erica raid. Nothing. That's why I'm showing the timeline, because she's lying. Sam, I was just reading Malik's comment. And by the way, just so we're clear, that is totally a fair opinion for someone to have. I have no problem with people having different opinions about the tour. That's not what this live is about at all. This live is about a person that chose to lie day after day after day about myself and my community. So, yeah. It's getting so late. I just want to see the Erica raid. Okay. We're getting there.
Are saying, instead of just being like, oh shit, I fucked up. And even if this were true, even if black people were a monolith.
So this is the same person, by the way, Chapter Chaser. This is the same person that said I should have asked when I was talking about the I was approached by a trans friend of mine to say that an argument that I was using, the Buck Angel argument, was problematic, and then I changed my argumentation. That's the same person that said, well, you should have asked before you made the argument. Brother, you're asking me to ask Alina, hey, are you getting harassed, by the way? What is? At least you're consistent.
And said we are going to sit our asses down collectively. You still didn't do it because you gave a fuck about what black people say. You accidentally did it and fell ass backwards into some success. And pretending that you didn't is a microaggression.
Yeah, no, I see that. It's like, were they even asked if they wanted to participate? And we know that the answer is no, because later on they said, well, we chose Dean Park because they have got the biggest audience. And I said, well, doesn't that kind of prove my point of the bigger picture of they have the platform they have because this country's built on white supremacy and they're palatable to that. And we see that reflected in the app because Dan was saying, oh, me and Santana, we're great, but I think he mentioned that they would both say that Dean and Parker are better debaters, which is questionable, but also debate skills can be taught. But I said, wait a second, let's say they are better debaters,
Chapter Chaser, I asked her tonight. I asked her to provide any singular piece of evidence that my community harassed her. Single receipt, a single screenshot, nothing. I hope that helps. Good night, Liam.
I still think you or Santana should have a bigger platform because you can speak to being marginalized and you can actually empathize. And then we got this whole thing about how I personally think that if you've never if you're a cishet white man, you've never experienced marginalization, so you really truly can't have empathy. And they're like, well, that's not true. The guy on the panel, I think his name was Malik or whatever, he said that we could learn empathy from a YouTube video. And I said, no. Because
what does he mean?
Because when they say because even the white
Thank you, Miss Sunflower.
people that aren't women or haven't faced any
Did anyone, by the way, I didn't hear him say that exactly. Maybe it's paraphrased. He did? Okay. He kind of said that. Yeah, okay.
in any way. They only care when it affects them. So they care about gay marriage once someone in their family is trying to get gay married. like that kind of thing. So that's not really like, that proves my point further. And like, I don't know. And Dan was saying, well, I feel like I'm super empathetic and all that stuff. And it's because I have empathy, like not because I'm from a marginalized group. And I'm like, you proved my point. You talked about 9/11 and after 9/11, how you experienced stuff. Like, so you understand, you can relate.
So this right here is the first time I said anything about Alina in my Discord, which is when I posted this video and said, I'm a little bit insulted that she implied I only feel empathy because I was bullied after 9/11. And I think it's my right to be insulted about that. And I also think it's my right to say it in my Discord. Mutang, you want me to go back and watch the Tashika part of the video? You also deleted shit from the Discord? I did not! Show me the screenshots! Show me the fucking screenshots! I didn't delete shit! Do not lie! I haven't deleted anything. I'll go through the delete logs if you want. But if I said something so bad, it would have been screenshotted. You said you've seen it all. When did you see it? Did you screenshot? Did you screenshot? Because we're not doing this. We are not doing, oh, I saw it, but I didn't screenshot, and now it's deleted. Get the fuck out of here. Every single thing that I've pointed out so far has had a receipt. All right? Miss me with that. Oh, look, he's unhinged. He's unsafe. I am not a safe person to liars. Do not lie about my community. I am not safe. Chat, what do you think? Thoughts? Jaden, so I remember like that line of conversation. I don't remember that exact quote that you can learn empathy from YouTube, but it could be later in the video. I was under the impression like the conversation was mostly over, and then Tashika joined. That's a whole other thing. The only thing I would ever delete is if something actually was like offensive, and if that's the case, then isn't that what you want? No, I pinned that one, Lynn. I wanted to see people's opinions.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Thank you, Izel. $1 because that's how much I like you.
That was rude.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing
I
all
just
right.
wanted to come out here and crash out with you a little bit.
Oh yeah? All right. Let it rip.
Yeah. Hold on, let me... Hold on.
Wait, the end? What am I the ending about? So then problematic shit would be gone? Okay. So someone says something problematic, and I say, hey, don't say that, and I delete it, and you're upset about that. That is you are upset about deleting problematic stuff. Mutang, please. Please. I genuinely. Like, do you look both ways when you cross the street? Leave Mutang alone? Nah. Bro, I'm good. I'm so good, okay? Y'all cannot come this hard at me and my community and then get mad when I push back. Why would you even ask that? I ask it to Trump supporters, and Mutang is speaking like a Trump supporter right now. Level 100 haters for real. Too late to play nice? True.
Well, and I mean, how long have they been here? Were they watching back when we were on NYC's page, or?
I don't know. I don't know how long they've been.
I like Wu-Tang. Don't get me wrong, but
Not the cry bullying in real time. Yeah, wait, really? So we got remember earlier we got the gaslighting in real time. Now we have the cry bullying in real time. It's like they're proving what I'm debunking in real time. I love it. It's so good. And the best part about all this whole live, 5 hours and 33 minutes, and it's gonna keep going. All gonna be on YouTube, and everyone can just watch it and watch all the receipts, and they could put timestamps wherever I was wrong. They won't. Just like in the comments on the YouTube video that we just watched. Whenever I asked for timestamps of any time she was being dogpiled, any time she was being what's it called? Treated misogynistically by the men, there were no timestamps ever. Said you don't delete shit. I didn't delete anything. If a mod deleted something, then they did their job as a mod, right? Now, if there was something said that you have a problem with, then I would think that you would have screenshotted it. But given that your community has lied about all the stuff so far, which does have receipts that are undeletable, and now you're going to the one place where you're like, well, Discord, I saw something, but it was deleted, and I didn't screenshot it, but it was really bad. Get the fuck out of here. Actually, get the fuck out of here forever. You just admitted you did? Wait. All right, but hold on. Bubba, I gotta demod you. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, Bubba.
Is he the one that's been pinning everything?
I don't know, but he just muted Kyangela, and I don't know why.
Oh. Yeah.
And he also added a keyword, and I don't know what the keyword was. Bubba, I love you, but I don't know, you're going rogue.
Well, I'll say I deleted something earlier. Someone shared Alina's TikTok profile. I took that down. I was like, hey, let's not do that. But
Thank
you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like that's...
And I said this like 1 million times already in this live. We do not DM, we do not harass, and we do not report. So if that does happen in my Discord, I'm not surprised that the Discord mods would delete it. Now, if you're trying to pre-police things, then I don't even know what to tell you. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Starscream. Also, I'm willing to go through the delete logs if we really do, if that's really what we're hung up on right now. Your people have been harassing? Who? Let's see the receipts. I'm waiting. One singular receipt. Only one. Just one. Hold on. I got you guys. 1 second. I didn't think I'd have to do this to the left. But hold up. I got you guys.
It just feels like a lot of this is the consequences of my own actions.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I'm waiting for the receipts. You can send them on Discord. You can also DM me on TikTok if you want, and I'll add you on Discord so you can send the receipts. Or you can come up and just show them. A singular receipt of Alina being harassed by my community, I would love to see. Before the Erica Live. And even after the Erica Live, the harassment was in my Discord, posting memes. If I'm not allowed to post memes in my own Discord after you harass us, you're too soft. When did she harass you? I will get to it. It's in Erica's Live. We're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah. This sounds
It was a
like
time. It was hours and hours that
like what you're describing to me. Everything you said before, you were like you were getting piled on and all this stuff. I believe you got piled on. But like the way you were like, oh yeah, I didn't relay my points. This just sounds like you're cooking everybody, bro. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like it sounds like you went up on the panel and was just like, yeah, you're cooked, bro. Like, and here's why you're cooked. You hate black people. And they were like, we love black people. And you were like, microaggression, racist. White men. You have a bigger platform. You're a misogynist. And here's the examples.
I wish it was more like that. That would have been great. That's more clear. I should have really.
That's what it sounds like you did, bro. Like it sounds like you went up that motherfucker. And niggas is just like, hey, yo, like we gotta get her.
Okay, I know this is gonna make me look like a grifter, but Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Melissa.
We gotta get her, and you were just like, nah, you can't get me. Get out of here. Like, I gotta watch the replay. Like, this shit sounds like a highlight reel. Like, you walked into the room like you owned that bitch and was just like, yeah, this place sucks. We got to cut the crust off this shit sandwich. And everyone was just like, nah, bro, we're doing great. And you're just like, yeah, you would think you're doing great, you fucking bitch. Like, get that shit out of here. like you hate black people. You're just a white boy. You learned empathy because of 9/11. So you understand what I'm saying. You only have a platform because you're white. You suck at debating and still have a platform. I don't know what the fuck you
I will say one of my favorite parts was Dan
Phil, thank you for the $5. Continue the grift. Thank you so much, Phil.
said, oh, well, you know, Dean sends me raids all the time. Like, so he's helped amplify my voice or whatever. And then I go, oh, okay. So Dean, have you ever sent a raid to a black woman? And then he was like, it's like, oh, I have Athena up all the time on my platform. And I said, that's because you guys are friends.
Have you ever raided Athena?
And then someone was like, and then the Malik person was like, oh, you're moving the goalposts. I'm like, no, because Dan brought up raids. So I was just
So like we watched the video, right? We know what was said. I don't have to go over it.
asking, has he ever raided a black woman? Because we know the answer is no. And then I said, I actually said that it appears that the political TikTok on the left is a circle jerk of men sending raids to each other. They didn't like that.
She says they didn't like that, as if it wasn't taken as valid criticism, and everyone replied like respectfully. What does she mean by they didn't like that? We watched it. And he even said he would try to do better. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Or Natalie, excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah, it just sounds like you cook, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like, Alina was like, I did so bad the other day. Oh my God, I got dogpiled and I couldn't relay my points. And then I was like, what'd you say? And she was like, I taught all them niggas about quantum physics. None of them knew about quantum physics. I taught them all about quantum physics. And I'm just like, I couldn't do that. I probably could do that, but I didn't. You did. That's a dub.
Yeah, I just wish it was more clear.
All right, I guess so. I guess L host in the chat.
You know,
L Alita in the chat.
That was literally all I got. It was L's all. But you know what's interesting is I expected a lot of hate DMs. I didn't have any.
I expected a lot of hate DMs. I didn't have any. This is another thing. First of all, so this is evidence that she was not harassed, right? Right? Thank you. This is evidence from Alina's mouth. That's number one. Number two, I said in my Discord, I'm a little bit insulted that she thought my community would send her hate DMs. But we're going to go ahead and watch it again for Alina, who's watching, and for the Alinas.
Oh, that was literally all I got. It was L's all. But you know what's interesting is I expected a lot of hate DMs. I didn't have any.
W.
And so many people were like, oh, I don't follow you. And I said, bye, bitch. I don't care. I actually got a lot of followers. So
Got a lot of
people
followers.
resonated from that. And I did get a few people in my DMs saying, like, thank you for speaking up and all that.
At that, you got people thanking her for what she said. So, can we now put to bed? She was not dogpiled. We just watched it. The men on the platform, or the men on the panel, were not being misogynistic, at least by the opinion of most women. I can't speak for all women. Put that to bed. My community was harassing her from her own mouth. Let's put that to bed, right? Alina, I'll take an apology, no problem. Water under the bridge. Just I'll take a heartfelt apology, please. Any day you want to deliver it. We're gonna keep going though.
That's what's up. That's lit. That's lit.
Mm-hmm. But anywho.
We got a bunch of W's and L's is crazy. But yeah, I don't want to keep you.
Yeah, I gotta go have dinner.
Yeah, go have dinner.
But
what are you
yeah,
eating?
chili. We made a big thing of chili. I say we, but it's not with me.
She started this with
The sticker
Dean let
does say
people
L
up.
guest, but I think people just put it. But it's supposed to be L host because Alina's doubting herself.
Or Dan let people up without my permission.
But yeah, you should watch the.
So, to recap what we've watched. Respectable conversation takes place. A day later, she goes live. and claims she was not harassed at all and that she was dogpiled. That's where we are in the timeline. Okay? Now, next thing that happens in the timeline is that I see this video, and in my Discord, I say two things. I say I'm insulted that she is implying. Okay, bro. I'm insulted that she implied that I only have empathy because I was bullied after 9/11, and that I was insulted that she thought my community would attack her. She's like, I was surprised. I thought I was going to get a lot of harassment. Those two things insulted me, and I commented on them in my Discord. And that, to my knowledge, is what they're referring to as bullying. Now we're going to go to Erica's live. Oh, actually, before we go to Erica's live, we need to go to my live at the very end before I raid Erica, because that's very important. Because they claim that I raided Erica specifically because she was a black woman and specifically because of the conversation that we had. In reality, I raided Erica because someone in my chat said, hey, we should raid Erica. So we're going to do that first.
We love Erica, just to be clear.
We do. W's in the chat for Erica. I'm going to go through these. I have to go through the spiel. This is now the 12th time. Spiel number 1. Nobody from my community is going to DM, harass, or report anybody involved in this live. Number 2, Erica has nothing to do with this. She didn't know anything during the raid. She does not have anything to do with this drama. Erica's amazing. I love Erica. And the only thing I will say about Erica is that you should follow Erica. Do not ask her what she thinks about this situation. Do not approach her about this live at all. Erica's just vibing, okay? She was vibing during pickle time, and she's vibing right now, all right? Okay. So, I gotta remember what day it was. So we rated Erica. Second chat? Discord's being weird. Oh my god, my community loves Erica so much. Okay, hold on. Okay, so it was on 4/11. It was the night of 4/11, so 4/12. Why does YouTube say 9 days ago, 8 days? That's useless to me. 2 weeks ago. Political debates 4/12. Oh, no, so it was 4/11. It was the night of 4/11.
But yeah, he watches like.
Their parents was 15 years old when a younger.
Shit. 8 months? Are we at 8 months?
Yeah. August, yeah.
8 months. Okay? You are the dumbest guest we have ever had in 8 months. I have never heard someone argue with such bad. Okay, maybe after we get through all of the Alina tea, we can watch that guest. Logic. Look at my you say, at 0. Oh, because this one case in Utah that was overturned. First of all, because this one case, we should get rid of all trans people. But then it's overturned, and you say, how do we know it's overturned? What about Donald Trump in his case? And when I ask you, why wouldn't he just submit his DNA? Oh, because the Democrats are going to twist his DNA. You genuinely. There's, I think, cobs of corn up there.
Dude, is it genuinely? Genuinely, dude? You're embarrassing yourself.
That's all you have left is just
the biggest fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You can't defend your position, so you turn into mockery. It's actually really pathetic.
W and
So going back, you
just
haven't
told you
defended
that.
your
I just
position.
told you
You
my position.
literally just said the left will twist it. Are you kidding me? You think people just risk their jobs for Donald Trump? It's
Yes.
not that
Hey,
fucking
I do.
okay. You're gonna tell me that investigators that have spent their entire life there, it would have been easy to do it on any of his other cases, including the felonies, where it actually would have counted. What do the investigators have to gain on a civil case? This wasn't a fucking felony. It was a civil case. Why would they
Yeah, and
risk
it's
their
civil
lives,
court.
their entire career for that?
There is no evidence that it was Donald Trump's DNA, and this is the only argument.
I'm sorry, the psychiatrist that she went to right after it happened
She's a
is
fucking nut job,
also
dude.
risking her entire career to lie.
All right. Emmanuel, thank you for the $5. Being 19 and this deep in the MAGA cult is disturbing. Go touch grass and read a book, kid. You're deeply indoctrinated in a sack of shit. Yeah, honestly, this is embarrassing to be so
yeah, it is.
so willing to bend over backwards for a man. Like that should I know you probably hate gay people too, so this should trigger you. To bend over this backwards for a man that lies to you and takes money out of your pockets, makes sure that you won't be able to afford a home just because you hate less than 1% of the population. Bro, just grow up, okay?
You don't know what you're talking
Eat
about.
shit.
You're making.
I can't, man. I can't. To be that.
I know this guy did not just scream that we were defending a rapist and then sat there and defended a adjudicated rapist.
Yeah,
kid,
like
Peter, you're fucked.
When you said it was overturned, and he said, "Are you guys defending a sexual assaulter?" When you said it was overturned, yeah, no, that was
gotcha. Because now that I guess the court system too is in on this shit. I don't.
Stanley, I love you, but this is probably not the live to join.
What's going on? Somebody talk about defending PDFs?
We're trying to find the last like 2 minutes of this live. But this is the final guest. So yeah, this is my non-politics account. I'm actually going over some drama. But yeah, just want to say hi.
Hey, no, but all seriousness though, I need to talk to you about something unofficial from your lives, and I feel like this was the best time to get you. So
hit me in my main account DMs, and I will see it.
Is it this one?
No, this is my third account. This is my no politics account. It's Dan Malik.
Damn, dude. Yo, you said third account. You sound like somebody trying to get with this girl, but she keep blocking every account that comes up, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, hey, who wasn't an 18-year-old guy that was love struck by someone? But anywho, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'll hit you up on. So it's
Dan Malik. You're following me. We're friends on there.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I'll hit you up on there. Thank you.
No problem. Bye. Starscream, did you have anything else you wanted to?
No, I'm good. I did when I came up, but honestly, I forgot. So
okay, love you.
Thanks, buddy. Love you.
Okay.
Don't understand. The goalpost is so far in hell, Satan can't find it. I don't understand this. This is a 19-year-old kid that is willing to sit here, defend this shit with his life. Like he can't let it go. 19 years old, and they talk about indoctrination.
No.
What the fuck is going on with our future?
Bro, he may as well just be tattooed on Donald Trump's taint at this point. Like, he's just so deep in there. I was so close to ending this live, Neely. I was so close. I said, let's end on a high note.
I was just about to ask you to pull out the video, too, of him saying that he didn't know who she was, and then the picture of him saying, oh, that's my wife. Like, but I'm glad Neely came up, because that was, I like exposing assholes like that are willing to speak on the internet for 600 people and just prove that you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, that guy was an all-around piece of shit, but I do want to say, I really don't know that, has there ever been a group of people that have been this much of a minority, but had this much hatred towards them as the trans community?
Yeah.
It's insanity. How people
I
are
don't
willing
know.
to
I don't
just
think so.
Yeah,
You can make an
people are
argument
willing to
for
just throw
Jews
away
in Europe, I
every
think.
other aspect of their life because they hate trans people. I don't get it.
One thing I'm dying to ask them, and eventually, hopefully I will, is
could somebody have convinced them that they were the opposite gender? Like they're so worried about this teaching the youth and indoctrination. It's like, bro, really? Like you think this is something to be taught? Someone's gonna just be like,
Yep.
oh, okay. It's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
When this kid said that he learned it in school, that would have been high school. You lost. That was the moment you lost the debate, my guy. When the point you have to lie to get ahead, you've lost the plot. I don't understand why anybody gives a shit what anyone else does with their lives. You want to be trans, you want to be purple.
Only 4 minutes left,
I don't
chat.
give a shit. It's your life. You do what you want with it. It's not my business, and it shouldn't be anybody else's. And the fact that people have the audacity to tell other people how to live makes them super weak and insecure. Period.
All he could say was the common sense ideology. What is that? He just kept repeating it over and over.
He doesn't know.
He has no idea.
All right, ladies. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Let's play Contexto, Dan. Let's play Contexto.
It's late.
Magus
I think
can't spell or anything. Come on, they'll hate it.
Yeah, no, they will. But it's late. I think I want to wrap up.
Good night, darling.
I think you know what I want to do. Oh wait, Angela, I'm sorry. What did you say?
No, honey, you're fine. Go ahead.
Oh, we usually just peter out the live by either playing Contexto or me yapping or opening card packs. We could do like a big raid. Like we got 600 people. We could do a big old raid. Okay, I want everyone to watch this. Okay, watch the chat. All right, watch the chat because I just said here I want to do a big 600 person raid. And so I wait for chat to give me a recommendation. Okay. Raid.
Ooh.
Let me see. Hold on. First, Emmanuel. Thank you for the $2. That's the work of the alt-right pipeline of Charlie Kirk, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, etc., creating this Trump youth. Yeah.
Amen.
And that's what the Unfuck America tour is all about.
That's everybody. Go watch the alt-right playbook on YouTube. There's good stuff about that.
Do Wordle. It's shorter. Oh yeah, we could do Wordle. All right, we'll do.
No, Dan, you need to go.
No. We're good enough. We're good enough. Next time. All right, Ange Neely, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Okay. Let's see who's on. See who's on. There, right there. I think Erica is on. This is Dan looking at the people he's following. Now, I had seen Erica on boxes before, but I'd never actually seen her live. So I wasn't even following her prior to this. Erica Shante? Yeah, I mispronounced her last name. Now, this is me going to check what she's up to, because I've learned to check what people are doing before you raid, because one time we raided during a very serious topic. Oh, she is live. Now, I also remembered her name because Alina had recommended her yesterday. Now, this is me seeing what she's up to on that live. She's not... She's not currently doing anything political. She's dancing as a pickle at the moment. Yep. She was during her pickle live. Okay. But maybe next time. Wait, I'll pull it up. Hold on. You guys got to see what she's doing. Maybe we should raid. Okay. TikTok. Okay. You Now, if you think, if you're in your head, you watched me read the comment, me go to her page, me see that she's pickling, and me saying, maybe we shouldn't raid, and then, you know what, maybe we should raid because it's so silly, and you thought I'm being performative by raiding a black woman, then the country's over. We're never going to win another election. We're gone. We're lost. It's over. Like, Be fucking for real. BFFR right now. Okay? It's like someone coming during Crab Rave. Exactly. Yes. And that's why my chat was so excited to go. Okay. So now I'm going to show you guys. What was said when we arrived. And for the KL in YouTube chat, that's just lying. I don't know if you're one of Iris's friends. You're saying all she said was ew. Nope. I'm going to show you the other things she said. And so I expect an apology. Oh, I lied. That's what I want. I lied. Otherwise, go somewhere else. Take it somewhere else. Okay. As I said before, the Discord is semi-private, so I am going to hide the usernames, but I am going to post all of the messages. Here's the first message. As we were all coming in and saying, Dan Raid, ew, from Alina. I was also accused of raiding specifically because she was there. They're all in gingerbread outfits. I didn't know she was there. And even if I did, why would it matter? Because we were under the impression everything was cool. Okay? So that's the first thing. Next in my Discord. Is this. This raid is wild, especially when they are all talked shit about you last night. If by talked shit, you mean me being offended as a Middle Eastern man when you said I can only feel empathy because of 9/11? Is that talking shit? In my own fucking Discord? Is that what talking shit is? Next. Alina calls the raid performative, which is a complete lie, as we just proved by watching my live, where I didn't say, let's look for a black female creator to raid. I just read the first comment of a creator. Waiting for KL to come in with sorry I lied, also for hell to freeze over. Next! That's not it. Where did she call it performative? Want me to zoom in more? Neely is my mod, by the way. That? What is that word? Let's sound it out together. PERFORMATIVE. Wait, she answered my tune and says, y'all never come here, so yes, it's performative? Yeah. We didn't go there because I wasn't following Erica. And when she was recommended to me, I started following her and raided her. And I thought that's what she wanted from Dean. Raid more black women. And now it's a problem. That's not sounding it out? Yeah, I know. I'm sometimes my brain no good. Okay, we got more. Came at us unprovoked. WTF, I literally said nothing. LOL, y'all can go... Hold on, I'll drag it. Y'all can go stay way over there in your performance bubble. Performative bubble. You don't think this is attacking my community? If you don't think this is attacking my community, then you're welcome to think that. That's fine. But, like, you're wrong, but that's fine. Attack me all you want. The moment you attack my community, you're going to get receipted on. Okay? If you're performative, doesn't that mean Alina is as well? No, Alina can't be performative. She's Alina. I don't see that as an attack. Calling the raid performative based on nothing is an attack. But you know what? If that doesn't do it, Pika, there's more. If that doesn't do it, there's more. One of my mods was specifically attacked. And when one of her mods went to defend that mod because I believe they said Starscream is a good person. We love you. Alina said, "Who's we?" I'm genuinely curious. What's the goal here tonight? Not trying to be rude, just tired and unsure. I want to debunk lies that are told about my community, and I want to defend my community. Like, if you think that's problematic, I respect your opinion, Jaden. But I'm very protective of my community, especially when they're being lied about. So that's the point of the live. Nippy, yes, but not attacking. Okay. Okay. We'll keep going. There's more. Hold on. We got the best one for last. 1 second. Oh, hold on. This was from TikTok. But I didn't post it before. That looks like. Okay, hold on. We're almost there. Oh, move it over. Which side? Okay, there's one more screenshot from the Discord, and then I'm gonna show the memes. Okay. Oh wait, that's not true. We have I found another one. Hold on. So this is like actual gaslighting right here. Why did someone named Dan bring people in to attack Erica's mods? Literally, they were attacked first. They were just defending themselves. And this right here, oh, not that one, sorry. This right here, I think is incredibly out of line to say about one of my community members. You know this is my good friend's live, right? You aren't welcome here. If you don't think that's an attack, you're too deep in the Alina cult. I don't know how else to put it. Here, I'll drag it so you guys can see it. You know this is my good friend's live, right? You aren't welcome here. By the way, again, Erica has nothing to do with this, but Erica loves the Daniverse, and the Daniverse loves Erica. Why is she speaking for a woman of color? Why is she speaking for her friend and preventing a 600-person raid from coming in? I'm just lost. And so this right here is when I decided to burn the bridge. Okay? This is when I decided to burn the bridge, and I decided to make memes in my Discord. And if the memes offend you, that's your prerogative. But if you don't think that's enough for me to be upset, I don't know what to tell you. Just reverse the roles. Can you imagine if I said that to Alina in Donnie's Discord? I've never seen them. Respect, Pika. If you haven't seen all the information, that's totally fine. No, Pika, you're good. W for you defending your community, Dan. It's the least I can do. Okay. Now, what everyone's been waiting for, the memes that were apparently us bullying her for 10 days, even though the memes came after this. All right. But before I show you the memes, got to do this for the 15th time. Number one, nobody in my community will be DMing, harassing, or reporting anyone involved. That's number one. Number two, Erica has nothing to do with any of this. Erica is a lovely person, a brilliant mind, and a great creator. And the only thing I'll say about Erica is that you should follow Erica. She did not know anything when we raided her. She does not know anything about this drama. Erica is not involved. Please do not involve her. Okay? My two big disclaimers. Now the memes. And listen, y'all can call the memes petty. Sure. I think they're a little petty. But I think I've earned the right to be petty after all the things I just showed. Okay. We're almost done, chat. We're almost done. Just gonna post the memes and then we'll wrap it up. And tomorrow maybe I'll wake up and I'm canceled. That'd be fun. Yeah, it's been a journey. Dan, we have you back too, you know. I just want to be clear, by the way. My community, yes, I'm going to bat for you guys now. I don't want you guys to ever defend me in a situation just because it's me. If there's a situation where I do something wrong, I want you to call me out and speak to me on it. Irish, you critique Alina for speaking for Erica, yet can just said loves Dan and the Daniverse. Oh, well, that's because I spoke to Erica and we're cool. I was at the Unfuck America tour with Erica and we're cool. We did not discuss Alina. We did not discuss this live, but we discussed our communities and they both like each other. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know about the Alinas over there. So Irish, why are you instigating? Bro. Irish not be weird challenge, impossible. You met briefly. Wait, Jonathan F, now you're actually bugging. You're actually out of your mind. Okay, we're going to the memes. Irish being weird. Jonathan F being weird. This is weird behavior. Literally spent the weekend there, but okay. Yeah, like we spent 3 days together. Irish is simply. Oh god. Dan, who was sitting on your mic? That's Marco Rubio. Crazy he spelled her name wrong. Oh god. Okay, so here are the memes, everybody. Too big? These are the memes I made after she said my community was not welcome in Erica's live. I think it's funny. I used to pray for memes like this. Ooh, this one's fun. This one's fun. Alina, I hope you're watching for this one. Oh, I gotta zoom out. Hold on. They are so innocent. Yes, I made them. I made all of these. And yes, I am a little bit proud of my meme game, I will say. Been a little bit more serious. Ooh, this one's good. Oh, this one's so good. Next one. These are silly fun. What's the issue? The issue was that I was bullying her for 10 days. Issue. These memes should bring it all together. Just laugh it off. Listen, if Alina apologizes for how she spoke to my community, she didn't even need to apologize to me. If she just apologized to my community, I'll bury the hatchet and everything's cool. They aren't even tagging her. It's making light of the situation. Your meme game is weak, but some of them are funny. In case you guys can't see what the cyclist is putting into his wheel, it's when she said ew. And this one isn't even about Alina. It's just I was making these memes, like all the memes I just showed you, I made in like less than 3 minutes. I was cooking. And now this next meme is actually roasting Dan. I'm roasting myself in this meme. This next one is, if whoever's seen Breaking Bad and knows the clip, this next one is so good. This next one is so good. They think you spend hours on the memes, don't they? I mean, the timestamps are all there. Never speak of her again after this. I have no intention. But when this live ends, I will not speak that woman's name again unless she wants to apologize to the community. This one's a little silly. I don't think people understand how long ago we could have discussed this. Yeah, I was planning on doing this live way earlier, but I waited until after the tour. Okay, this is the first one that's not mine. Okay, the next one I'm about to post is the first one that's not mine. Jonathan crashing out in the chat. Okay, this one is not mine. And then this, I think, might be the last meme I made. Because it's 3:18 a.m. When I posted this one. Crashing out because you're not funny. No. You saying that none of these are funny? Come on. Like, lesson learned, Dan. Never do nice for anyone else again. No, I am not gonna let this change me. I'm gonna continue to raid people that my community recommends because I trust my community's judgment. And I'm glad they recommended Erica because she's amazing at what she does. All right. It just means make some back. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that would have been a good idea. Okay. Thank you for all joining us. Thank you all for joining us. Excuse me. It's 3:09 right now. Thank you all for joining us for tonight's edition of MSNTC. This live will be documented. Alina doesn't talk to Erica anymore per herself in Irish's chat. That's wild. Mods, I am putting a block all Irish accounts. I am so good on Irish. I haven't blocked Alina though. Alina's welcome to whenever she wants to come and apologize to my community. I am totally open. So, thank you all for hanging out. I hope that we don't have to do another one of these. I hope that if any creator wants to lie about my community, they recognize that my receipt game will not be defeated. And I hope that we can all put this behind us. As I said before, I'm going to say it again. No one from my community is going to DM, harass, or report anybody involved in this live. And Erica has nothing to do with this drama. Erica is a lovely person and very good at what she does, and you should all follow her. But she does not have anything. Please do not bother Erica. Okay.
Hi Dan, can you hear me?
You're a little low.
It's doing it again. Okay, I just had one very important question really quick. Paint? Are you really still using paint, Dan? Really? Like that's the most important part of all of this to me is that you were using paint. What is happening?
I have no comment.
Okay, that's all. I know my mic sucks. You dropped me. Thank you, Dan.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you. Bye. Best paint in 2025 is so egregious. Yeah. Okay, so we're not going to talk about Alina ever again, unless she knows anything that's going on, or if she ever drops receipts about anything. I'd love to see that. But the next time I'm in my live, Alina is not a person we talk about. We should all be done now. Paint is how Donald Trump put MS-13 on Garcia's knuckles. I do want to shout out Caffeine for making the background, the MSNTC. W's Caffeine. I want to shout out all the mods for doing their best to keep the peace in the chat. Hold on one second.
Everything's computer.
There it is. Yeah, like I said before, this live is going to be documented on YouTube. Anyone can go watch. I highly recommend. If you don't know the full story, you could watch it on the YouTube. I don't hide anything. I don't delete any of my VODs. I don't delete any comments in Discord without it being talked about. So like if there's a problematic comment, talk to the person. I personally did not delete any comment related to this. It's all available. When is the bullying part? I don't know who you're referring to. Get your hiding whoever. What is the YouTube video called? It will be called, I'll tell you right now, 1 second. It's going to be the most recent YouTube video. It will be called something with T. Whatever I started with when I went live on YouTube, I think I put T in the name, but it'll be the most recent VOD. Oh, I'll show you guys how to find what I'm talking about here real quick. So when you go to my YouTube, okay, there's going to be 3 tabs. There's going to be the videos tab. This I neglect so much because I'm just of the type of person I am. Would it be problematic to raid Carbon? Wait, why? What's wrong with Carbon? Then there's shorts. What you want is live. So this is where all the live VODs are. Oh, just a bit of drama is what it's called. Okay, so when I end the live, this is going to be posted as a 6.5 hour live or whatever. You know, I have no problem with Carbon. Wait, is Carbon live now? Should we raid Carbon? Would it be? I don't know if we should raid anybody from this live. We probably shouldn't raid somebody from this live because Dan, don't raid anyone. It's misogynistic. Performative. We will save raids for the next live. Okay, we're not doing a raid for this live. Call it a mystery raid. Ooh, okay, yeah, okay. Carbon would appreciate. All right, let's raid Carbon. But you guys don't have to say raid Irish is crazy. No, we're not doing that. You guys don't have to say Dan raid. Just go watch Carbon. Carbon's awesome. Only raid perfect creators. The next T live is probably going to be when I reveal. Can someone post Carbon's at? Erica is perfect. Erica is perfect. Wait, if Erica's live, let's raid. Irish cordially invites everyone to his live. I'm good on that. We sure all Carbon's mods are chill? I don't care. Listen, I'm going to raid people that my community recommends. And if some other people want to be upset on their behalf, that's their prerogative. All right. Carbon had someone on the panel saying Dean is racist and calling us in chat D-Riders for Dean. Oh, God. Wait, is this going to be drama? What I really don't want is to bring drama into someone else's live. Wait, which live is Alina in? Oh, yeah, let's go raid that. Alina should be careful around Irish. He will turn on her too. He's a misogynist. Yeah, listen, I don't know anything about Irish, but what everyone in the chat is telling me, and from what I heard from him, he seems very bad faith.
Wait, I want to see how far. Wait, so I could just like, oh god damn, I could do a lot. So I could
Every
like
country
own them
does
as
it.
slaves.
There's not a
Bro, the
country
slave
like-
owners, the slave owners would love you, Chad. They would love you. Oh, we
But
get to
there's-
own non-citizens as
Okay. We're gonna raid Carbon. I swear, if any of you talk about, like, if you come in and bring the drama there, I will be very upset. Okay, just raid and watch because Carbon's a great creator, and yeah, you don't even have to say Dan raid if you don't want. I don't want credit or anything. Just go enjoy the live. I love you all so much, except the ones that are haters. You know what? I love you guys too. I'll pray for you. But anyway, I hope you all have a great night. Once again, I just got to thank the Daniverse for being the most intelligent, empathetic, hilarious, and welcoming group of people. You are the best. You are the reason that I'm still on any platform, and you are the reason that I have not lost my mind after Election Day. So maybe I have a little bit, but thank you all so much, and I hope you have a great night.